The year is 2022. It's raining. A young boy and an elderly man are sitting outside a small store playing the board game catuki. The guy puts a pawn on the game board with a clatter. Dumbfounded by this move, the old man stares at the board in bewilderment while holding a playing piece in his hand. "Check," the high school student blurted out, looking at the old man mockingly. The elderly man shrieks in annoyance and complains to the guy that he is tired of giving him all the money he won from Lao Li and Lao Zhang this morning. At the same time, the kid replies to him that he wouldn't have to take money from his opponent if those two wanted to play with him. Besides, he gets the money, and the old man keeps his dignity. The disgruntled old man grudgingly agrees, but notes that everything the guy taught him is complete bullshit. Grinning, the boy reminded the old man how he had defeated Lao Li and Lao Zhang this morning. The old man offers to play again, to which the kid agrees. Concentrating, the guy closes his eyes as suddenly time slows down. Raindrops and leaves that have fallen from the trees hang in the air. Everything around him moves extremely slowly, and the young man suddenly begins to calculate the immediate future of every object and creature in space. The young man appears in an enormous vault that houses all the variations of moves and actions based on his memories that he can take in the game. In the blink of an eye, after analyzing each of the options, he chooses the most successful strategy for him to defeat his opponent. When he comes back from this state, he beats his opponent at the same time, after which he explains the strategy to the old man and reminds him how he recently lost to a dude in Wanching Park, who in turn was a very skillful player. He promised that after learning this strategy, the old man would have no trouble beating that guy in a week. Grabbing the pawn in his hands, the old man brought it sharply up to the kid's face, then asked when he could beat the guy, if he only had a week's worth of time on that dude. To which the latter replied that the old man didn't stand a chance even after 500 years. The elderly man then asked why the kid had left school so early today, to which he replied that he was waiting for someone. When he hears this, the old man suggests that he go to the Shanghai Championship because he is so good at it and he could use the money. Then the high school student replied that he just managed to memorize a lot of games and strategies, and a good memory doesn't give good analytical skills, and he doesn't see himself as a Shanghai player. The rain had stopped. At the same time, a young couple with a child passed by the store, to which the boy immediately paid attention. A woman walking next to her husband also noticed the guy looking at them. Looking at the woman, the young man stood up, whereupon an inexplicable tension hung in the air. Turning away so as not to meet gazes, the woman sadly said, "Qing Chen." Chen looked lovingly at the woman before turning around and walking away in an unknown direction. Walking up to Uncle Zhang, who was neatly stacking pawns in a box, the woman asked him why Qing Chen had come to play Shanghai with him again. In turn, the old man replied that her son was just coming to see him to earn some money by playing the board game. Hearing this, his mother said that she sends money to his father every month, and also asked why Chen was not in school now, to which the old man replied that the young man was waiting for someone. The woman decides that she will go to Cheng's house right away and ask him personally, but she is stopped by a man standing nearby, who says that it is their little son Hao Hao's birthday, and they should take time for him today. Chen is already 17 years old and can take care of himself, to which the woman reluctantly agrees. Qing Chen inserted the key into the keyhole and unlocked the door. Upon entering the untidy apartment, he immediately called his father on the phone. When he answered, his father angrily told Chen to ask his mother for money, to which the boy replied that he didn't need money from his father and that he hadn't asked for it for a long time. Getting even angrier, the father said that if he was called back to school for a parent-teacher conference, let his son go to his mom. In response, the boy simply hung up the phone. Leaning on the table, Chen looked at the time before rolling up the sleeve of his right hand and glancing at the countdown timer, with just under 6 hours left on it. The boy has no idea what these numbers mean. There is no telling where this countdown will end. It could be dangerous. Putting on his jacket, the guy left the room and headed for the market. After returning and buying everything he needs, Chen puts the knife under his pillow to be ready for any outcome. Sitting in pitch darkness, Chen gathered his thoughts and wondered if he could call someone for help, pondered who he could find. After all, it was useless to ask ordinary people for help with such a strange question, and he didn't have much friends at school. The only option he found was to pray, after which the preparations were complete. Chen lay down on the bed and picked up the phone in his hands. When he sees his mother's contact on his phone, he reminisces about his past, how his mother did nothing wrong, and how his father was domestically violent, lost money gambling, cheated, and that his mother had no choice but to voluntarily divorce him. He should be happy for her choice because it's the right thing to do. No one would marry his mother if Chen stayed with her, because no one wants a woman with a teenage son as ballast, and that's why he chose to live with his father. The guy opened the camera on his phone and pointed it at his hand, which had a countdown timer on it. The camera didn't show the numbers since he was the only one who could see them. Groaning, Chen covered his eyes with his hand. This might be the last 2.5 hours of his life. Realizing that his whole life can't have such a simple ending, he runs outside and gets on his bike. There have indeed been many regrets in his life, and there are so many things he dare not do. But today he has made up his mind. Chen arrives at a building where people gather to play illegal gambling, where his father often goes missing. The boy calls the police and gives them the address, then immediately goes home. Entering the apartment, Chen takes off his jacket, does household chores, then humbly sits down on the bed and, taking a knife in his hands, began to wait for his fate. 10 Uncle Zhang, bringing in a case of beer, is closing his store at this time. 9 Chen's father is taken away by the police from a building with gambling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Time stopped and the space around the guy began to collapse. Chen was assigned the personal number 010101. The space around him continues to collapse, and Chen himself finds himself in an incomprehensible dimension, where there is nothing but him in the shards of his memory. Suddenly, everything suddenly goes quiet. Opening his eyes, he notices that he finds himself in an unfamiliar room, lying on a bed. Abruptly, Chen jumps up and finds that the knife he was holding in his hand before the end of the countdown has disappeared. The first thing he decided to do was check the timer on his arm. The guy rolled up his sleeve and saw that the countdown hadn't disappeared. This time the arm displayed 48 hours. After checking himself, Chen made sure that he was still in his body, as the fingerprints and the location of the pores couldn't be faked. But this is the first time he's seen these clothes. Perhaps he has traveled to another dimension. The meter on his arm is the time he has left to spend in another space and time, so that means when the meter runs out, he will go back again. The next thing he decided to do was to look around the room. The room was made entirely of metal, and the door was made of sturdy glass. There were shoes next to the bed and a mug and toothbrush lying on the floor. There was a basin for washing on a shelf placed next to the sleeping place. Suddenly a loud sound was heard outside the door. Reacting quickly, Chen picked up a toothbrush from the floor and walked to the door to look out the glass. The door swung open in front of the boy, followed by the words from the loudspeaker. 7 o'clock in the morning, breakfast time. All inmates are requested to line up and go to the mess hall. Chen leisurely stepped over the threshold, then saw a huge hologram screen, from which the very words he had recently heard were broadcast. People came out of the neighboring cells too. After looking around a bit, Chen realized he was in a huge prison. His gaze was caught by a passing prisoner who had a mechanical prosthetic eye. Suddenly, a crowd of people came from the back, and one of them, with a prosthetic arm, pinned Chen against the wall, warning the newcomer not to eat too much, or it wouldn't be pretty when he spit all over the place. With a chuckle, he stepped back and said that 12 newcomers had arrived last night, and that tonight could finally be fun. One person in the crowd noticed that Chen didn't have a single prosthetic, which meant he had no connections outside. The only thing that confused Chen was why these people called him new, and whether they knew he was from another dimension. He was also wary of the have fun. That clearly didn't bode well. There was a shout on the other side. Some guy ran through the crowd of prisoners, shouting in panic that he didn't belong here, that his name was Juan, and his father was the chairman of the Win Group Corporation of Luo City. The protagonist immediately remembered him. Huang is an acquaintance of his from Luo Foreign Language School. It seems that Chen is not the first, nor will he be the last. Security drones arrived at the scene and asked him to stop, after which they surrounded Juan and pointed their guns at him. Meeting old acquaintances in a foreign land does give a sense of security, but it depends on the person. Being a fellow countryman doesn't always help and can be a threat, thought Chen. Looking at the whole picture from the outside, two strangers nearby were also discussing the situation. They said that Juan had been sentenced to 7 years in prison for non-payment of taxes, but he had not cried when they brought him here the day before. After that, the two approached Chen and asked him with a grin if he was ready. Ignoring them, the boy began to survey the area, looking at every detail and memorizing. As he looked at the dining hall, he noticed something strange. Despite the huge flow of people and the endless line, there were a bunch of unoccupied tables in the dining hall itself. There was a lot of empty space around the only table where the white-clothed man was sitting. There was a feeling that everyone was avoiding him. The man at that table, surrounded by two stout prisoners, stroking a cat, was playing a game of shanki. Chen reasoned, who could this person be? Could it really be the warden? No. Even though he is wearing a different uniform from afar, you can still see his number embroidered on his uniform. This man is also a prisoner, but he is different from the others. Next to the man was a prisoner who appeared to be his guard. As soon as Chen looked at him, he immediately shifted his gaze to the protagonist, as if sensing him. Chen decided to advance towards the dining room. Along the way, he didn't stop watching. While walking, he managed to count 7 floors, 18 drones at the ceiling, 10 drones with video surveillance, 3 drones with weapons, and 3102 people including him. There was an outcry in the crowd. The same people who had been harassing Chen recently were already bullying one of the newcomers. The man with the prosthetic eye chuckled and told the protagonist that it would soon be his turn, to which the guy responded by just looking into the man's eyes. Taking the tray of food, Qing Chen headed towards the table without letting his guard down. As he walked, slowly, people began to gather around him, clearly not with good intentions. After waiting for a moment, the protagonist rushed through the crowd, holding the tray of food tightly in his hands, but a prisoner with a prosthetic arm jumped out and blocked his path. With a deft sweep, Chen slipped past him and grabbed the banana that flew out from the tray with his teeth, then without stopping, ran towards the table where the man in white uniform was sitting. Noticing where he was headed, the prisoner with the prosthetic stopped his man, then said with a sneer that if Chen thought the man would protect him, he was wrong. Everyone wondered how this was going to end. Continuing to run to the table with the tray in hand, Chen glanced at the game board on the table where the man was sitting. At the same moment he was stopped by the same prisoner with whom they had crossed eyes a few minutes earlier. He was immediately informed that they know what he's hoping for, but they can't help the guy with anything, and Chen will have to stop hoping for this plan, because the man behind the desk is a former Qing member. Chen replies in a calm voice that he knows the batch that is now on the high-ranking man's desk. The person at the table sharply moves a pawn on the board with the words bishop from 5 retreats to 7 and, pointing to the board, compliments, let's continue. Dumbfounded by what he heard, the prisoner blocking Chen's path turns around and backs away slightly. Concentrating, the guy remembers all the conventions of the game laid out on the board, then dictates a move without even touching the playing pieces. Pawn from 2 to 3. The man in white parries, general from 6 goes to 1, back rook goes to 4. To the sound of the crowd's amazement, Chen replies, bishop from 7 to 9, rook from 1 goes to 4. After that there is an exchange of moves. General from 4 to 5, says the man. Cannon from 4 to 5, dictates Chen. Rook from 3 to 5, replies the man in white. While the man stares wanly at the battlefield, the guy dictates his last move. Pawn from 5 goes to 1, then with a piercing look at his opponent, shouts out, check. Stunned by such a game, his opponent abruptly jumps up from the table, placing Chen's last pawn on the game board, thus ending their confrontation. He is surprised that although the protagonist is young, he doesn't have an ounce of indecision during the game. He gets a little curious, since there aren't many Xiangqi players at this time. The man in white decides to continue playing with Chen the next day. To the cheers and bewilderment of the crowd, the man in white got up from the table and walked towards the stairs, holding his hands behind his back. One of his underlings approached Chen and introduced himself, said his name was Xiao and the other, Tall Wang, and promised to see him tomorrow, then withdrew. Standing at the same spot, Chen sensed someone's approach. Some guy clutched sharply at his leg and asked him to help him, promising that he would do anything for him if Chen would help him. The only thing he did was stare blankly at the guy lying at his feet. The poor fellow was immediately caught up by his assailants, and while they were mocking him, he shouted that his uncle was the director of Chanming Company in 17 City. The prisoners responded by telling him that except for the Big Five, the rest of the companies were not worth mentioning. let alone this one, and then dragged him off to an unknown destination. Without stopping to gather information, Chen noticed that, counting this one, out of the 12 newcomers counting him, 9 have already suffered at their hands. Of all 12, only he and Huang were Earthlings. From the looks of it, the people who had gotten here were very few. After learning about this prisoner, he doesn't feel depressed at all. On the contrary, he feels a little hopeful. On Earth it was as if he was superfluous. For his father he was a burden. His mother had a new family, relatives rarely came either. He had been alone for 2 whole years now. However, this world is very different. For him it's like throwing off the shackles. Suddenly, a stranger approaches from the back with the words, "You've finally arrived." Coming very close, he looked into the face of the protagonist, and looking into his eyes said, "Hey, he's really handsome. The rumors don't lie." From the surprise, Chen instantly jumped back a few steps. The surprised stranger decided to introduce himself. He said his name was Lu Guanji and told him that he had come here 3 months ago. Chen asked him to call himself Guanyi. Chen reluctantly said hello, noting to himself that it was clear from Guanyi's words that he knew him, plus he was using polite address. The opponents had looked at Chen 21 times in an hour or so. That's only those in his field of view. These few people near Guanyi must be in his command. Does the way he addresses him have some hidden meanings behind it? After thinking it over, Chen decides to keep his distance. Then he says that he doesn't need his help and that he can handle his own affairs. However, Guanyi insists and tries to convince the protagonist that he should serve him. Chen explains that he didn't have to use the word serve, to which Guanyi responds with sincere devotion and a willingness to lick Chen's feet if necessary. After hearing this, Chen falls into a stupor and decides it's best not to rely on this questionable guy. Guanyi expresses bewilderment that Qing Chen didn't go looking for him first thing this morning and remarks that approaching Xiao Tong's position with the help of the newcomers was a very wise decision. He says that if this 18th prison has Shuten's support, their plan will be even more successful. The protagonist guesses that the man playing Shangqi is Xiaoten. But what is this plan that Guanyi is talking about? Why doesn't he express himself more clearly? Guanyi in turn cautions Chen that an alliance with a man like Xiaoten is as if it has no chance of success, after which he apologizes for talking too much and asks for any guidance. "There's a llama in the south," Chen replied, which threw Guanyi into a stupor. Sitting at the table next to Shu Tong, twirling the pen in his hands, Xiao tells the boss that Chen didn't help the other rookies. The man remarked that the guy is very determined even when playing Shangqi. In response, Xiao said that he could be decisive on the board too, and asked the boss if he would chase Chen tomorrow to play Shangqi with him, to which the latter replied that he had no one else to play with as Xiao and Wang were bad players. After this conversation, the man in white showed his subordinates a picture of some criminal and said that the Kai Corporation had reported the capture of Guo Huchen and the prosecution procedure had already been finalized. He would be handed over to prison 18 in the coming days, after which Shu Tong ordered Wang to make contact with him. Wang said that he has crossed paths with him before, although this person is hard to get along with, but at least he can communicate. Turning his gaze to Xiao, Shu Tong asked if he remembered the incident with the young man named Huan that happened this morning. Xiao said that he had been watching for a very long time, but he constantly felt something abnormal. At first glance, the kid was talking nonsense after the breakdown, but he talked about Luo City and Win Group Corporation as confidently as if it was a real fact. The identity was also something he had verified. On the outside, he was an ordinary person who dropped out of high school, after which he organized a mechanical prosthesis trade following the Black Tiger in City 18. He was suspected of illegally robbing mechanical prostheses, but there was no proof. Eventually, due to tax evasion, he was sent here. After finding out his entire available life history, nothing about Luo and the Win Group Corporation, Xiao hadn't heard anything about it. After listening to Xiao's report, Xiaoten asked him the situation of the person he played Shangqi with today. Such a question the guy did not expect and reported that he had not yet had time to find out and promised to give an answer by the end of the year. At the same time, Chen himself walked nearby. Without paying attention, he walked over to a shelf of strange devices and picked up one of them. Xiao immediately came over to the guy and told him what the device was. He explained that it was a device like an e-book. The device would display the prisoner's recent activities, his bookmarks, reading settings, and font size. It also has a built-in artificial speech intelligence. Chen asked Xiao if he could watch the news on the thing, to which Xiao replied that his account didn't have enough rights. Their boss, however, has enough rights. After thanking Xiao, Chen sat down at the table and started reading. Smirking, Xiao wished the guy a pleasant reading, but suddenly stopped abruptly. Turning around, he noticed Qing Chen flipping through the reader at a breakneck speed. Sitting next to the boss, whispering and pointing at Chen, Xiao tells Shuten that the kid just sits there and stares very absent-mindedly at the reader. He's just indiscriminately swiping his finger across the screen. The man got up from the table and leisurely walked over to Chen. He continued flipping through the reader as if nothing had happened. Walking past Shuten, he asked the guy what was written on the previous page on the third line. Chen immediately replied, "When order turns to chaos, chaos must be used to maintain order and preserve law." A dumbfounded Xiao accused the guy of just answering at random. In turn, Wang approached Chen and asked to borrow the reader for a moment. He scrolled down to that very moment, and after reading, he turned to his boss and informed him that the guy had said all the right things, then handed the reader back. A satisfied Shudo, saying that things had gotten more interesting, headed for the dining room. Looking after them, Chen thought that discovering his abilities, although risky, was the best way. After all, if you want to survive in this beast-like prison, you have to prove to the freest person here that you are useful. During dinner, Xiao walks over to Shutong sitting at the table, takes off his shoes, and pulls back his chair to sit across from him. An outraged Wang tries to reason with the guy and tells him to show respect to the boss, to which the guy replies that the boss didn't say anything against him. Still satisfied with what he's seen recently, the man in white, not paying attention to what's going on, asks Xiao how things are going with finding information on Cheng. The joyful Xiao smirkingly tells that this Xiangqi player is completely clean, too clean, there are no abnormal clues, but because of this, it becomes even more curious. His records show he's a student at 18 Township High School, parents killed in a car accident. He received an inheritance. He has no criminal record, no next of kin. His file says he stole a cell phone, which was enough of a sentence. More than half of the inmates at the 18th are known to have committed felonies. Usually people with criminal records or people caught by the tax authorities are here. Xiao said the kid is the only thief in the prison. He should never have been in a place like this under any circumstances. His sentence is only 6 months. It's the shortest sentence in the history of the 18th prison. After the report, with a snap of his fingers, Xiao asked, "Boss, don't you think this raises more questions?" Xiao also asked someone outside. There are contradictions in Chen's case. As they say, he said that he bought the phone himself, paid the money, but only the phone seller does not know why the account was not credited. The cameras suddenly broke down, and he cannot be acquitted. So if the phone seller is a witness and retracts his earlier testimony, or the surveillance video of the moment of payment appears, he will be released. But the most important thing is his last name, King. The King surname is very special at this time. 5 large companies have monopolized almost every key aspect of the economy. One of them is the Qing Corporation. In addition, the surname King is rare. Therefore, when you meet a person with this surname in your heart, you can realize that this person belongs to the Qing Corporation. It's known that the corporation had previously planned to send Lu Guanji here. This kind of thing was easy to trace. At that moment, it was unclear why the Qing Corporation sent such a small person. What do they want to do? To which Wang replied that he remembered this Lu Guanji. He was always gathering people. That's right, Xiao emphasized. As soon as Guanyi entered the prison, he immediately began suppressing the prisoners using his superior mechanical prosthetics, after which, in just a month of his confrontation with the 2 factions, he subdued them. After that, it was unclear who had sent Guanyi to prison 18 after all. It was the Qing Corporation, or perhaps someone else. Until today, it was unknown why the Qing Corporation had sent such a pawn to the 18th prison. Only today did it become clear that Lu Guanji was looking for a way for this guy named Qing Chen. No matter what Qing Corporation wants to do, Qing Chen is in charge, and Guanyi is nothing more than an errand boy. But what are they up to? If this Qing Chen is really valuable to the corporations, what is he doing here? After hearing all of this, Xiao Tong immediately guessed everything. It was time to choose the next generation of shadows, and Qing Chen might be one of the candidates. This could only mean one thing. He had come to 18 prison with some sort of mission. Such a huge consortium has an official face and a hidden power. The official person is the head of the king family, and the hidden power is the shadow. The shadow specializes in dirty work and has great authority. No one can control him except the head of the family. Accordingly, the selection process of the shadow is unusually cruel, like feeding poisonous creatures. Perhaps the Qing Corporation is going to disturb everyone's peace again, the man in white said with a frown. In response, Xiao suggested that even if this Qing Chen was a shadow candidate, there was no need to make his biography so clean, as if there wasn't a single connection to the Qing Corporation. Unless there is a bigger secret hidden in his biography. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. I'm interested in this Qing Chen. You go and try to find out his details, Xiaotan said casually while stroking the cat. Dissatisfied with what he heard, Xiao jumped up from his chair and tried to convince his boss that this guy should be treated more carefully. After all, he was a person from Qing Corporation. Sighing, the man said that he had just asked to test it and he didn't want to do anything rash. Besides, wouldn't it be interesting to capture someone from the Qing Corporation? The still annoyed Xiao voiced his displeasure about how he felt the guy was different from them. The stern man in white explained that in every organization there are such people as the mountain-taming tiger, the shrewd hawk, the belligerent wolf, the nimble leopard, the loyal dog. Each has his own responsibilities. A visibly cheerful Xiao then asked with a smile what his role in the organization was, to which Xiaotan replied, a slacker fish, a poop that's been poked with a stick. Suddenly, a piercing scream was heard in the dining room, to which Shudo and his subordinates immediately turned their attention. In a crowd of prisoners waiting in line for food, a combat drone with a stun gun attacked two of the newcomers for standing in the wrong place in line. That spot corresponds to the location of the prisoner's cell. One of the guys was already knocked out, and the other guy was panicking and shouting that he couldn't remember where his cell was because he had only been there once this morning. Other prisoners in the crowd laughed at the newcomers and said it was funny to watch the guard electrocute them because they hadn't memorized their place. Suddenly, they noticed Chen, who was also standing in line. Everyone was greatly surprised when they realized that he was the only one who could remember his place at once. Abruptly, a man walked up to Chen from behind and grabbed him firmly by the shoulder, then abruptly dragged him behind him. It was Xiao. He reassured the protagonist and said that in the future, he wouldn't have to wait in line, since the guy is the person playing with the boss in Shanki. Therefore, waiting in line was out of the question. Chen immediately noticed that the robot guard didn't react to these three. Xiao walked up to some big guy with mechanical prosthetics and tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around with obvious aggression, ready to say something in response, but when he noticed who was standing in front of him, he politely gave way. As they walked to the table where Xiaotan was sitting, everyone around them looked at Chen and everything that was going on with astonishment. After which Xiao explained that if you play with the boss and Shanki eating with him at the same table, it already automatically meant that you would get special treatment. After saying this, Chen took a seat at the same table as the man in white and began to eat without taking his eyes off the man sitting across from him. After dinner, all the prisoners were told to return in order to their cells. Chen, in turn, also returned to his room, washing his face. He pondered why Xiaotan had just called him over to play Shanki. How come one morning had changed his attitude towards him so much? Maybe it was because of his authority in this world. Chen looked in the mirror, then went to the bed and went to sleep, then immediately woke up in an unclear place. It was a huge mansion. Around was a wild mess. There were torn books, broken mirrors. Not far from the main character lay a tattered teddy bear, in which was stuck a bloody knife. There were also words written in blood on the walls. After looking around and analyzing everything, Chen remembered that his body should still be in the cell, which makes it clear that he is in a dream. There is a loud knock on the door, and the handle starts twitching. On the other side of the door, the words, "This is the police, police number 27149. Did you call the police? Please open the door." The voice behind the door sounds very familiar to him, but he can't remember where he heard it. It's strange, because it's the first time he's had memory problems. After thinking for a bit, he decides to open it, whereupon Police Officer Xiao enters the room. Although they stare at each other for a while, maintaining eye contact, there is no way Chen can remember where he has seen this man. After which strange sounds are heard from the top floor of the house. The police officer tells the complainant to stand still, don't move and close the door, and began running up the stairs to the top of the stairs. As soon as Chen closed the door behind him, another knock immediately sounded, and the same words were heard, "This is the police, police number 27149. Did you call the police? Please open the door." The boy's thoughts immediately ran through his mind. Number 27149. Isn't he already upstairs? Then who's at the door? After that, many voices began to appear in Chen's head, each time repeating the same thing. So, who is the real officer? The one who went upstairs? Or the one standing outside? Or maybe neither? What's your choice? The young man jerked coldly from his seat and tried to take hold of the very knife that had been stuck into the teddy bear, but an incomprehensible barrier pushed him away as soon as he approached. Someone won't let me take the knife, the guy guessed. But he didn't stop trying, reaching for the weapon. It wants to imprison him here forever. What do you need that knife for? You should open the door first, the voices kept saying. While Chen was trying to deal with the barrier, he noticed that the meter on his arm was still going, and his heart was beating, and his blood was still boiling. Then, under the pressure, the barrier broke, and he managed to pick up the bloody knife. Taking out his toy weapon before opening the door, he decides to go to the top and kill the man upstairs first. After all, when the barrier broke, his memory came back to him. He immediately remembered that policeman was Xiao, after which he immediately realized that he was in a nightmare created by that person, and the only way to get out of here was to kill the officer from above. Xiao is testing Qing Chen at the request of his boss, which is why he created this nightmare, Poltergeist's double dilemma, to test his courage and resilience. However, he had no idea that this boy would go through this horror with such calmness and confidence, not the least bit frightened, so calm and collected, even though he was only 17. But most importantly, how he managed to grab that knife even when Xiao clearly tried to stop him. He even managed to break the nightmare barrier, all within Xiao's territory. After this monologue with himself, Xiao noticed that Chen had seen him, after which he decided to go down to him. While downstairs, he expressed his confusion as to how the guy was able to stay conscious while in this nightmare, and then grudgingly agreed that the boss was right about him. Chen really is good at something. Yes, good at something. In response, the boy asked Xiao why he was doing all this, since he didn't recall him touching any of them. To which the blonde guy explained that he needed to know what Chen was like since the boss had such an opinion of him. But unfortunately, this nightmare proved to be useless. Chen asked if all this was really his superpower, to which Xiao replied in the affirmative, saying that it was the same as Chen's photographic memory. Thinking over what he heard, Chen realized that in a world where mechanics and mysticism coexisted, it was likely that the reason for Xiaotan and the others' imprisonment could also be directly related to the power they possessed. While Chen was pondering, Xiao asked if the young man was a member of the Qing Corporation, to which Chen asked if this attitude was due to suspicions about his identity, and asked him to explain why the robo-guards were ignoring them first. Xiao in turn didn't give a clear answer, saying that these guards had no right to touch them, then asked the guy not to dodge the question asked. He explains that he found the CCTV footage of Chen walking around with Lu Guanji. Guanyi was arranged by the Qing Corporation, and now he's willing to give anything to get in touch with the guy, which is why Xiao is sure the young man is from Qing. Chen then asked what was the point of questioning him if Xiao was so sure that he was from Qing. Xiao explained that their organization didn't care about a person's background, he just wanted to know how trustworthy the guy was, and to join them, of course, you had to fit the standards. If you've checked me out, then I'm already a match, Chen clarified. Getting up from the steps, Xiao said that he personally doesn't think so. He feels that he and the boss want completely different things, but the boss said that there should be diversity in the grouping. The shrewd hawk, the mountain taming tiger, the warrior wolf, all have their uses. And you could have guessed my role by now, Xiao said contentedly, stepping close to the young man. Donkey, Chen replied confidently, looking at him questioningly. After which, the blonde guy pinned the young man against the wall, and as if conducting an interrogation, he began to speak. King sent Lu Guanji to come first and prepare everything, and then they are sending you. What do you want to do? More precisely, what do you wish to find? Without taking his eyes off Xiao, Chen coldly said, that question why don't you ask Lu Guanji? While thinking to himself that once he gets out of here, he should ask Guanyi about everything to find out what's going on. Looking at the guy with a suspicious look, Xiao smirks, whereupon the interference begins, and Chen starts to come out of his sleep. The last thing he heard was Xiao saying that if Chen keeps quiet, he'll deal with it himself sooner or later. After that, he wishes the guy a good rest, because soon he will have to play Xiangqi with the boss. Lying in the cell bed, Chen opens his eyes. First of all, he looked at his hand, whose timer had already passed the 21-hour mark. During breakfast, when Shuten has already laid out the game on the board, an outraged Xiao decides to tell his boss about how Chen grabbed a knife and went to kill one of the two policemen in cold blood. He tries to convince the man that the boy is pure evil. In turn, Wang warns the blonde that he should slow down on using the double poltergeist dilemma, as a mere human can't stand it, to which Xiao tells him not to worry about it, as this child managed to get out of his nightmare trap. Shuten remarks that it's very difficult for an ordinary person to escape from Xiao's nightmare trap, and so the boy probably has a strong will. In response to which the blonde guy again warns the boss to think twice first, because as he said earlier, this kid is evil, he's nothing like them. Playing with himself, the man in white menacingly taps a piece on the board, then utters, "We've already lost so many of our own, even you and I are stuck in this prison. And you need to understand, Xiao, you can't always defeat darkness with light. Sometimes you have to resort to fire." As Chen sat down on the bed and put on his shoes, a pleasant and very familiar tune was heard through the noise of the crowd, much to the lad's surprise. Beyond the long path, along the old road, why is there a song called Goodbye Here? Is this dimension really the future of the earth? Upon exiting the cell, Chen immediately headed towards the source of the music. It led straight to Shudo's desk. Noticing the young man, Xiao turned around and asked him how he slept, to which Chen responded by just staring at the blonde man in silence and thinking, "How could I sleep? How do you imagine that? I was trapped by that dream demon for over 2 hours." Xiao politely gave way to the young man, while Xiaotong began to explain that most people who have broken out of the sleep demon trap feel depressed. But Chen is special. Not only did he break free from Xiao's grasp and grab the dagger, but he is confidently standing on his feet today. After listening to the man, Chen asked if it was possible to get abilities like Xiao's, to which Xiaotong replied that the guy couldn't go the same way, and even on the contrary, he was more suited to his path. While Chen was pondering everything Xiaotong had said, Xiao standing behind him was orderly so surprised. Without stopping to listen to the man, Chen wondered what kind of person this Xiaotong was. What kind of influence does he have in this world? He has absolutely no clue, and if he asked directly, his identity might be revealed. Then he asked the man how he could follow his path. He replied that Wang and Xiao were unable to do so because they met him late. He admires the kid's talents, but it's not enough. Then when the protagonist understandably agreed, Shudo invited him to play Xiangqi. Looking at the game board, Chen immediately remembered the name of the Imperial Court endgame game spread out on the table. The young man immediately began to make moves. Rook on 2, move horizontally to 5, rook on 5, move to 7, cannon on 2, move horizontally to 8, rook on 5, move horizontally to 6, pawn on 4, move to 1, after which he confidently pronounced, "Check." Concentrated Shudo, thinking over everything that happened, noticed that the guy used rook to involve his general in the game, and the pawn, moving a step forward, formed a strong network. Indeed, it is impossible for an ordinary man to guess about such an elegant trick. The man then picked up the pawn again and placed it on the board with a clatter, thus emphasizing the end of the game, and then remarked that he had thought up to this point that Cheng needed some rest, but it seemed that he was wrong. The crowd of prisoners watching the fight from the side were incredibly shocked by what they saw. They were greatly surprised that Chen had beaten such a man for the second time in a row. Guan, who was interested in this battle, was sitting surrounded by his men nearby, and after seeing such an exciting game, he firmly decided that he also wanted to learn how to play Xiangqi. As soon as Chen cast his gaze at them, Guan and his men mysteriously dispersed, whereupon he shifted his gaze back to Shutong and asked if he could ask some question. The man willingly agreed to answer as a reward for his recent victory. After thinking a little about what question to ask, he said, "Just now did you play the harmonica?" Chen asked while a stunned Xiao thought of a question to take advantage of the situation, but asked about a song. Satisfied, Shuten replied that it was indeed him. Was this the first time the boy had heard such a thing? The man inquired. He said that it was music composed by the founder of their organization. He had also written the song Test, Hearing this, Chen felt a little awkward, because then, if their founder was from the earth, this founder seemed to have rather brazenly appropriated other people's merits. Besides, how long ago had Shouten and the others founded this organization? And when did this ancestral settler show up here? And at the same moment praised and asked to sing it in its entirety. The man agreed, but warned that the lyrics were not complete, as many years had passed, and much had been lost. Beyond the long path along the old road, the green grass joined the sky, the willows swayed in the light night breeze, the melancholy melody of the old flute sounded, the setting sun illuminated the fields beyond the mountain, at the edge of the sky, at the edge of the earth, parting with the troubles of many, Shouten sang out. After which he added that the line parting with the troubles of many was added by later generations, and it is said that it was not originally there. Chen remarked that the song seems like it's missing a bit of meaning, suggesting this line to best friends gone separate ways. After saying this phrase quietly, Shudo was incredibly fascinated by the new meaning the song had taken on. He thanked the guy and informed him that this was most likely the original intent of the song. He also told him that the founder had created many lyrics and songs, each of which is a classic that has been passed down from generation to generation, but they have all been lost and only 2 songs remain. Chen then inquired as to the name of the second one, to which Shouten briefly replied canon. However, only the title remains of this song. The predecessors thoroughly searched the ruins, but still could not find the sheet music. After learning such important information, the lad realized that their founder was undoubtedly a fallen man. If he had crossed worlds, then the canon that Shudo was talking about must be Pachelbel's canon in D major. Chen considered the option of giving the man the canon in exchange for his unusual path, but still decided to hang on to that decision and think things through better. Later, in the library, Cheng is approached by Guan and questioned about everything that happened that morning. In response, the guy convinces him that there's no need to be so wary, because Shudo already knows about their connection, and besides, he doesn't seem to mind at all. After that, the young man asks Guan to leave him alone and go for a walk, because he wants to rest now, and Guan still can't keep up. He starts calling the guy boss, because after thinking for half a day, he decided that it's a word that's easy to pronounce and also suits Chen. Then he mentions how some King Yang mentioned him, which the protagonist naturally doesn't remember. He goes on to say that his father sold his kidneys to wealthy people, replacing them with a pair of bionic ones. Later, he heard Yang say that this time Chen called him here to explore the path, saying that the guy liked his abilities, then confesses his loyalty again, and continues to talk nonsense. Annoyed by this, Chen asks Guan to speak a little closer to the point, to which he replies that although he didn't go to school, he has been envious of literate people since childhood, so he would like to learn how to play Shangki. After Chen's question about why Guan wants it so badly, Guan replies that it's just cool. After all, even people like Shutong can't compare to the boss. Isn't that just cool? Guan marveled that his boss would get here and not only get to know Shutong right away, but also be able to get along well with him. Given the status of the man in white, he might know where the East Tibet we're looking for is located, Guan explained. Besides, if Chen gets his inheritance, the fight for the shadow position will immediately stop, Guan added. After listening to him, Chen realized that it was obvious that Xiaotong's fighting power was very high. Also, it appeared that the guy had come to the prison from the beginning with the purpose of finding something. Chen graciously agreed to teach Guan to play Xiangqi, but on the condition that he leave him far and long now. With only 5 minutes left on the timer, the unknown lay ahead again, so Chen decided to use a Sharpie made from the very same toothbrush to scroll binhere symbols on the shelf. He then sat down on the bed and calmly rubbed his hand until it bled to test what would become of his body after traveling back. Those 2 days were like a dream to him. He had met a few people and gotten to know another world, and now there was no telling if he would be able to return here. The countdown is on. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just like last time, the space around Chen began to collapse and shatter into small shards of memory, and the guy himself began to fall into oblivion. When all the shards of memory came together, the first thing Qing Chen discovered was that he was once again sitting in his room with the knife in his hands that he had prepared before he first moved. The timer on his arm had been updated. Now it said 48 hours again, which meant that the guy would be moving back again in 2 days. Placing the knife on the nightstand, Chen picked up his phone and looked at the time. He was back to the same day from which he had traveled. In that world 2 days had passed, but on Earth, only 1 second had passed. What would happen when he went back there again, where only a second had passed as well? Perhaps that is the rule of all world travelers. He then looked at his arm, which had an abrasion on it that he had torn before moving. At the same time, he received a phone call. When he picked up the phone, he heard a woman's voice calling from the Wanqing Street police station, informing him that the boy's father had been detained for organizing and participating in gambling, and then asking him to come over. When Chen asked why this was necessary, he was told that his father was bound to be detained, and he must come to attend to formalities. The boy apologizes and says he's not coming, then asks that his father be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Chen was warned that aggravating circumstances add 10 to 15 days on top of the term and a fine, to which the boy again asked for his father to be given the highest punishment, after which he said that he was the one who reported the incident, and that he was not his son, but just a concerned Qing citizen, and then hung up. Exhaling, he lay back on the bed and checked his phone again, which didn't have a single message from his mom on it. The only thing he wanted right now was to get back to that world early. In the morning, walking down the street to school, Chen held a sheet of paper on which the notes of the canon were written down. This sheet was something he was going to give to Shutong soon. However, it might be risky because he would have to explain where these notes came from, so before doing so, the guy should find out if Shouton had such a value. Upon entering the classroom, Chen went up to his classmate Qing and asked if teacher Du had said anything about him, for he had seen him sneaking out of class. The classmate was obviously worried about something, which Chen pointed out to him. Qing asked him not to worry about him. A little later, a few classes later, a deskmate asks Chen what he would do if he encountered something particularly strange. This address makes the guy suspicious, so he asks him what he means. Qing explains to him that he doesn't know what it is, but it's something special. Then Chen doesn't hesitate to suggest that he call the police. The classmate was happy to hear such a thing and asks if the protagonist has any acquaintances in the police force. Chen naturally had acquaintances in the police force because just last night his father was arrested for organizing gambling. His father sneezes in the interrogation room. After a while, Chen ponders everything his classmates said earlier. Could that very strangeness also be the countdown timer on his arm? Suddenly he hears a conversation in the crowd of classmates. Damn. Look at the news. The news says American basketball superstar Jacob launched a press conference. He said he was in a world of mechanical civilization. Chen is greatly surprised to learn that there are also people abroad who have experienced countdown time and traveling between worlds. At his press conference, the American basketball player showed everyone the capabilities of his newly acquired mechanical arm. Jacob managed, completely relaxed, to hit the ring perfectly 10 out of 10 times, after which he claimed that last night he had accidentally discovered a countdown on his arm, and when it ended, he had indeed traveled to a strange world of mechanical civilization. He told me that there is also Earth, Sun, Moon, but it seems to be a parallel universe. The process of civilization is very different from our world. Afterwards, he stated that he had this hand after traveling to another world. There he replaced some person and became his new self. He doesn't know what the principle of the arm is, but its strength far surpasses his imagination. Besides, the limb is very flexible and accurate, which will help the athlete to get into the ring even 100 times in a row. But most importantly, he didn't organize this press conference to brag. That world is not as beautiful as it seems, on the contrary, it is extremely dangerous. Jacob holds a new press conference here, so he won't be secretly captured for research and then officially announces that he refuses to be a research subject. The protagonist understands this because Jacob is a public figure, so he can't hide the fact that he has mechanical limbs. He realizes that the technology of the other world is far superior to that of Earth, so to avoid being tested and become a lab rat, he chose a more radical method. I also wondered where Jacob would appear when he moved. Maybe on the other side of the ocean. The guy remembers that he couldn't carry a knife or a toothbrush, so the only way to transfer things from there to here is by transforming yourself or hiding your body. After the American basketball player's press conference, other news about humans trapped in a mechanical civilization began to appear on the internet. It immediately became the most discussed topic among most people. Many people also wanted to go there, and almost everyone wanted to see a man with a mechanical limb. Chen looked at his slumped deskmate, asking if that was what he was talking about, to which he replied that he couldn't tell him yet, and not to worry, and to lighten things up, grinned and said that if he were in that situation, he definitely wouldn't forget about his brother. In response, Chen asked him cheerfully that when he got rich, he should not forget about his best friend. And in his head, he rolled over the thought that Genshin had just been troubled, and now he was thinking about becoming the world's greatest hero. Looking at his neighbor, sighing, and without telling his friend about it, Chen wished him to just be happy. Genshin continues to develop this theme and tries to speculate what would happen if he moved to another world. Would he be able to bring back some high-tech products and sell them? Chen responds by saying he has no idea, but it's probably impossible. The restless neighbor reminds the guy about the people who brought mechanical prostheses and asks him not to worry, because when he gets rich, he will treat Chen to a fancy dinner. Trying to dissuade his friend from bad thoughts, Chen explains to him that many travelers face dangers, so he should be careful. He should not think only about getting rich all the time. After saying this, Genshin seriously thinks about it, then asks a very vital question. When the time comes, what place will they go to eat? The rest of the classmates are also, like Genshin, strongly interested in going to another world. They are trying to figure out what the law of crossing worlds is. Then the neighbor in the desk gives out a phrase that perhaps only truly talented people can get there. On the internet have already started to appear videos from the so-called hitmen in another world. As a consequence of all this, we can summarize some points. First, for all travelers, the countdown before crossing this world is 6 hours, and the countdown before returning is 48 hours. In other words, the time is the same for all travelers. In addition, there were people who, upon seeing the topic about travelers, stated that they had not crossed the world, yet found a 48-hour countdown on their arm. That must be the second group. Second, the travelers are all young men, between 10 and 35 years old. While Genshin watches the video and says that it's now possible to become popular just by impersonating a traveler, Chen continues to speculate. Genshin wasn't in that second group at midnight last night, or he wouldn't have been so shocked about Jacob's press conference. Now there are only two options. One is that the number of travelers is fixed, and if someone dies, new ones enter. Another option is that the number of travelers is constantly growing, and then there will be even more travelers. After thinking it over, the guy said it would be cool if the school had a world traveler like that, so they could ask him about that world. School, world travelers. Chen remembers that very son of the chairman of Win Group Corporation, Huang. After a while, he was already standing outside the classroom where he remembered that kid studying. The talk of other worlds and travelers didn't dampen the conversation around him. Walking down the hallway, Chen's mind drifts off. He doesn't know when it started, but he feels that he is different from other people. He should be one of them, study hard and get into a good university. But now it seems to him that his path is no longer here. The boy tries to find out if Juan was at school today, to which he is told that no one saw him in class that day. Chen goes to the head of the class and tries to find out where Huang lives. He manages to find out that he lives in the central garden of Yinjin, but no one knows where exactly. Huang may not be able to come back. His psyche must be traumatized. Maybe he's lost his mind. After finishing another lesson, Genshin tells Chen that a certain He Xiao has posted a strategy for passing a game nobody knows about. He Xiao is a master in games. He is considered a top-level player, and he is also one of the travelers too. A few hours ago, he released a video about the game's strategy, but no one has ever heard of it. Plus, it is known that this strategy is not finished yet, and its author will be adding to it every time. Now that a lot of discussion has arisen, everyone suddenly realized something. The game strategy he gave could be useful in another world. In fact, he wrote down a guide on how to survive and get rich in another world. Chen found the very same video and started watching it. In the video, Hu Xiao said, "I call the world we are in now the outer world, and the world of this game the inner world." Regarding the game itself, I've only recently gotten into it myself, so information is very limited. As of now, no way to gain hidden superpowers has been discovered. There are currently 3 known paths of progression. The first one is to use technology to transform your body, which you can buy at the hospital. The price of mechanical limbs is very high. I haven't found a way or a bug that will allow you to get a lot of money yet, so I can't try this method yet. You can also try to sell your organs, which is the easiest way to get money, but I don't recommend it. The second one is to join the Forbidden Inquisition and become a new person after injection. But I haven't come across any NPCs affiliated with that organization yet. It must be private. The third path is located in Prison 18. After entering, you need to look for an NPC named Shudo. This is now the career path with the highest known potential. Surprised to hear this, Chen looks at the phone screen in shock. Is another world a game? Shudo is an NPC you can advance your career through. This guy's got a pretty good imagination. When Chen returns, is it possible that the people in Prison 18 will run to Shuton to advance their careers? After all, his reputation in the inner world is really high. And by the way, He Xiao was there for 48 hours and heard about him. Chen's musings are interrupted by his frustrated friend, who says that mechanical limbs can't just be bought because money is needed, and that the Forbidden Inquisition can't be found, so the first two options are out of the question. The 18th prison can be found, but how to get there is also not mentioned anywhere. The theme of worlds intersecting has been a very popular topic in the classroom for a long time, until, in the afternoon, the news came unexpectedly. It was like a dark cloud that covered the general enthusiasm. A young man identified as a world traveler was found dead at home. The video shows that his mechanical prosthetic legs that he was wearing are gone. Many travelers who impulsively revealed their identities because of the popularity of the topic became afraid. Some of the people who returned with mechanical limbs were also afraid of being killed. The media got the news, and some people speculated, perhaps by killing a world traveler, one could replace him and get to another world. As soon as the news spread around the world, everyone in the school immediately heard about it. Seeing his friend's worried face, Chen asked if he had seen the news. He began to explain to him that if he also crossed the worlds, he should be careful, and when he returned, he should not say anything stupid. Disappointed, Genshin told his friend that there was finally an opportunity for him to change his fate, but everything suddenly turned into a horror story, and asked the guy what he thought they were in for. Chen reminded his friend that while other people's fathers were sacrificing their lives, Genshin's father was playing cards. "What about yours?" inquired a classmate of the boy. "My father sacrificed his life playing cards," replied Chen casually and with a dash of pride. Then a friend asked the protagonist how his father was arrested. "I denounced him. I hope he can think it over there," Chen said indifferently, as he continued to look at something on his phone. Admiring such a heroic act, Genshin was happy to ask his best friend to denounce his father as well. Digging through the internet, Chen continues to gather more and more relevant information. The girl who found out she was a settler was being interviewed, stories of unknowns coming from worlds from a wet goat, stuck in the bathroom. Chen's head was starting to overheat from the overload of unnecessary information. Then the guy concentrated and started going through all the shards of information and putting it all together into a coherent picture. The travelers found today are as if distributed in points concentrated in 19 cities. In addition, the distribution of travelers can be very concentrated. At 5:40 p.m., Chen ran away from school again. After returning home, he changed into unremarkable clothes and went to Yinjin Central Garden. He wanted to see what had happened to Huang's inner world since his return, even though he didn't know where he specifically lived. Without hardening up, nothing will work. To survive in such a dangerous world, you need a strong body and a resilient spirit. So the young man decides to go for a little run. Something had changed. The shackles that the family and surroundings had placed on Qing Chen were slowly falling off. As he approaches the upscale apartment complex where Huang apparently lives, Chen notices that to enter and exit the place, he needs a card, which he doesn't have. He decides to see if the card is needed to enter through the back door. Going around the complex, the guy notices how the gate opens, and from there two men in suits from an unknown organization pull out Huan, whom he was looking for all this time, and then put in a car and taken away to an unknown direction. As the car moves out of the way, one of the men casts a glance at Chen, and the guy himself in turn adopts a natural pose so as not to cross gazes with the man. As the car drives away, Chen begins to speculate. What kind of people are these? Why did they take Huang away? Because he's a world traveler. This is in no way a coincidence. Walking back down the street, Chen senses that someone is following him. Since he turned around and went home, this type has been following him for 5 blocks. This person has been vigilant from the beginning. The guy stopped, pulled out his phone and pretended to talk, warning the person he was talking to that he'd be back late tonight. The man chasing Chen passed by, after which the young man changed his direction. As Chen approached the traffic light, he noticed something strange again. The person standing to his left, he saw at the main entrance of the apartment complex. This was no coincidence. All of this could only mean one thing: cross-tracking. What kind of organization is this? So well-trained, so concerned with issues related to world travelers. It turns out Chen wasn't in the first batch of travelers, most likely the second or even the third. Even if some organization found out about the travelers today, they wouldn't be able to react so quickly. These people are well trained for this job. Realizing that if he did nothing, he would be caught, Chen prepared himself to wait for the right timing to escape. There was no way he could make a mistake. The traffic light has turned green for pedestrians, a crowd of people crossing the road. At the same moment, blending in with the crowd, Chen abruptly turned around and leisurely walked towards the park, so as not to arouse suspicion. Subject didn't cross the road, turned around. "Are you in position yet?" relayed his partner to the tent stalker. "No, I won't be there for another 2 minutes," sounded back to him. Realizing that his partner was not keeping up with Chen's actions, the man turned around to try to see where the boy was going. However, looking behind him, he could not find the young man. "Missed it," the pursuer reported annoyedly to his colleague. At this point, the second stalker runs as hard as he can to try to attack the target's trail. It's a shame, the two of them were following one person and suddenly lost sight of him. He asked his partner what he thought. The kid realized they were following him. The man is confident that the guy detected the surveillance. He's a craftsman, looks 17 or 18 years old, probably a high school kid. If he's on a stakeout, his abilities are extremely high. In addition, Chen acted very naturally. The first time he stopped to make a call, the pursuer thought he had still gone unnoticed. The dark-haired man becomes curious as to why his partner has so suddenly decided to go after this guy. They already have a lot of work to do today. No need to waste time on passers-by. The colleague replies that it wasn't a sudden intention, it's just that when the squad was taking out Object 009, he noticed that this guy was avoiding the captain's gaze. After moving a decent distance away, Chen sits down on a bench at the bus stop. He decides to stay put for half an hour, because he wants to make sure there is no surveillance. Finding in his phone a channel he Xiao, who considered another world under the prism of the game, the guy notices that he has been offline for a long time. Could it be that this streamer has also been taken over by this organization? How many such mysterious organizations exist in the country? At that moment, a police car with its flashing lights on passes by the pensive Chen at full speed. An elderly man, looking puzzled at what's going on, fixing his glasses, asks what's the matter. A concerned woman standing nearby explains that there is a man living here who is abusing his wife. A woman from this house had already been hospitalized once for beatings, but the man did not stop. She wanted a divorce, but he beat her again. He also said that if she filed for divorce, he would kill her whole family. As Chen slowly wanders towards the scene, the old man asks her what happened this time. Did he beat his wife again? But something seems to have happened to the man. That's right, this time, the wife beat the husband. He had had too much to drink, came home in the evening, and started to maim her again. However, the result this time was quite different. There are many who have traveled between worlds, and his wife seems to be one of them too. First she was beaten, she didn't dare to resist, but before she lost consciousness, she broke both his arms with one blow. It's a shame the little girl in their family had to see this. She's too young for that. The moment Chen walked into the poorly lit alleyway where the daughter of this family was sitting alone, the girl turned around to look at he. "Brother," uttered the girl with tears in her eyes, looking hopefully at the boy. Over the past 2 years, Chen had seen these mother and daughter sitting downstairs many times, hugging and crying. This girl's name is Li Tongjian. When her parents fight, she comes to hide at the boyfriend's house. He remembers the first time he cooked her fried rice with soy sauce. As soon as this man sees his wife talking to others, he immediately beats her at home, but now he's gotten what he deserves. Looking at Chen in tears, the crying girl tells him that her mom told her to go and stay at the guy's apartment for a while. She knocked, but the young man wasn't home, so she came here. Leaning over and stroking her head, the guy asks the girl if she is hungry. If so, he can make her some fried rice. However, at the same moment, Chen heard the familiar noise of an SUV's engine nearby. Upon entering his apartment with the girl, the guy immediately slammed the door shut and locked it. While his guest perplexedly asks him what's wrong, he runs over to the kitchen window and shuts it. Turning around, Chen, without showing excitement, replied to the girl that nothing much was going on and simply asked her to be quiet. A very familiar car pulled up next to his house. Carefully peeking out from behind the curtain, the boy began to observe what was happening outside. At the same moment, two people got out of the stopped car. Those are the people in the SUVs that Chen saw in the Central Park. They came here so fast. Suddenly one of the men glanced at the window from which the young man was watching them. But Chen was no longer there. The curtain was completely closed. When his partner approached and asked his tense colleague what had happened, the man replied that he was just looking around. It felt like someone was looking at him. He must have just been too nervous. After saying that, he offered to get down to business. If Tunyan's mom is taken away, the situation will not be easy. Father is beaten and lying in the hospital. A mysterious organization has taken the mother away. What can Chen do after that? There's no way out, so we'll have to improvise. While the girl still doesn't understand what's going on, Chen walks to the front door and decides to listen to the sounds behind it. There's no movement. If someone was actually being taken away, there would be sounds of resistance. Looking out the window again, the guy notices two suspicious men leaving the house. What's changed? Did they come back empty-handed? Are they not picking up all the travelers? As the young man looks outside, there are several knocks on the front door. Creaking open the front door, the boy and girl notice a man with a bionic arm at the entrance. "I'm sorry to bother you again," the battered woman uttered, looking at Chen. While talking to a guy, she fixes her hair with a prosthetic. "Nothing. I wanted to make some food for Townyan. She's not bothering me at all," explained the young man while the girl standing next to him looks at him. The woman asks her daughter to be obedient and go home, so as not to cause Chang any trouble. Townyan angrily replies to the woman that she is hungry and her mother has trashed the house and there is nothing to eat. After these words, putting his hand on the girl's head, Chen suggests that they all eat together at his house. Glancing worriedly at the boy, the woman can't understand what happened to him today. Even though this child had helped them before, he had never shown such initiative. Justifying his strange behavior, Chen explained that he was very interested in world travelers, and so he wanted to ask a few questions. He then asked the woman how he should address her. Jiangshu, his mother answered him, still standing with her daughter on the threshold of the apartment. The boy explained to Shu that he wanted to ask about the inner world and wondered if she was comfortable talking about it. Once inside the apartment, Tunanyan pulled her mom by her bionic arm behind her. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Shu and her daughter entered the apartment. The woman explained that there was nothing inconvenient about the conversation and allowed Cheng to ask her anytime. Looking at her, the guy wondered if such a weak person could survive in such a cruel inner world. After a while, there was already a lot of different delicious food on the table. While eating dinner in both cheeks, the girl sticks some food in her mother's plate to give her a good meal. Silently watching them, Chen also eats, pondering how to ask the first question more correctly. "The police are here to deal with this case. What do they say?" Gesturing, the guy inquired. Shu replies that the neighbors helped explain the situation. Originally, they wanted to take her away, but they took into account that she has a young daughter. Besides, even if the woman had been taken away, she would have been declared innocent. Then the guy noticed that two more people came later. What did they want? The mother replies with bewilderment that she didn't understand why they came either. They asked her to fill out one form, then took 2 photos of her ID and left. That's it. Chen said in surprise. No, they also said they could look for Shu later. They ordered her not to leave the city anytime soon, but they didn't say why they might be looking for her. By the way, she didn't see what documents they showed the police officers, but they were immediately briefed. They don't seem to catch all travelers, plus they have official paperwork. It's not as crazy as it looked at first glance. Looking at the woman, Chen asked Auntie Jiang what her role in the inner world was. Where did those 2 hands come from? Shu says that she opened her own hospital in City 18 actually fitting other people with mechanical prostheses. However, she didn't know anything when she got there. When some person came to install a prosthesis, she could only say that this prosthesis was not in the hospital. Those hands appeared as soon as she entered the other world, and when she came back, they hadn't disappeared. Chen says that a traveler told him about prison 18. He decides to ask the woman where it is located. Shu replies that this prison is on the outskirts of the city of 18. It is quite famous. It seems to be a place designed to hold criminals, a prison of the highest level of the Federation. The boy wondered what else Aunt Jianshu knew. Shaking her head guiltily, the woman explains that she's only been in the inner world for 2 days and hasn't really figured anything out. At this moment, while eating rice, interested in the conversation, Tanjian asked her mom what the name of her hospital was. Jianshu Mechanical Hospital, replied the woman, and then asked her daughter why she wanted to go there. Turning away and closing her eyes, the girl explained that she was just asking. Shu asks the young man sitting across from him why he is so interested in the business of travelers. Chen replies that he too wants to see another world. He is very jealous of the people who have been there. The woman explains that that world is very dangerous for all people, except those belonging to the Li, Chen, King, Kamishiro and Kashima corporations. The rest of them are in dire straits every day. Worse than the outside world. Without answering her anything, Chen continued eating the rice. When Shu decides to help the young man clean up, Chen asks her what she plans to do next. Abruptly stopping wiping the table, the woman explains to the guy that she wants to take Tanjian away and stay for a while at her grandmother's house in Jing City. They'll go tomorrow. Then they will return to visit her father in the hospital with his daughter. Looking at the woman, Chen notices that there are a lot of people traveling to Zhang City every day, and it won't be easy to buy tickets. He offers to do it for her right now. However, Shu experiences an error when trying to issue a ticket online. It's just as Chen expected. A warning is a warning, but she's actually banned from the city. After unsuccessfully buying a train ticket, Jianshu tried again but failed. This mysterious organization must have connections at the top. Chen doesn't want to be confined to this city, so no matter what their goal is, the guy better not reveal it yet. As Chen took a seat on the couch next to Tanjian, who was watching television while hugging a pillow, the girl noticed that the young man had never looked so directly at her mother before. "Didn't you invite your mother into the house because she's very pretty?" Leaning toward the boy, the girl whispered. Chen asked her to stop making things up, but she didn't stop. Her mom is indeed very beautiful, so also a fine arts teacher at Baima High School. Walking over to them and holding the young man's jacket in her hands, the woman turned to Qing Chen. She found a couple of dirty clothes and will take them to wash. She explains that it must be hard for the boy to live here alone after his parents have separated. She asks the boy that if he has dirty clothes in the future, he should take them to his aunt. The aunt will help him wash them. The moment the guy tries to object, the woman takes her mom's satisfied daughter and leaves the apartment after saying goodbye, telling the girl that Qing Chen's brother still has homework to do. As they walked out and locked the door behind them, Chen remained standing shocked and staring at the exit. The classmates are still discussing the events with the travelers. Even Jiangshu's incident had become a topic of conversation among the people of Luo City. Yi Xiao has yet to release new strategies related to the inner world. With a sad glance at the phone, Chen realizes that there is still no news from his mom either. But as soon as he thought about it, his mother called him. After picking up the phone, the boy hears from his mother that she has already sent his father money for living expenses. The boy explains to his mother that he has to pay for his textbooks this week. She replies that Hao, her son, has a fever, and she will not be able to visit him for the weekend. She then wishes her son good night and asks him to keep up with his studies. Okay, uttered the frustrated guy, then dropped the call. Chen is glad that his mom finally called him, but she doesn't seem to remember that he's been skipping class. But none of that matters now. 7:20 a.m. There are 20 hours and 40 minutes left on the countdown. Going out for his morning run, Chen noticed that to his surprise, she had washed all his clothes. Jiangshu's aunt is a very hard worker. Looking out of the window, the woman called out to Qing Chen. He made rice porridge and invited the guy to come upstairs to have breakfast. As she runs past, the young man waves at her and tells her he's not hungry. He hasn't seen someone treat him so nicely in a long time. It's a little unusual. After taking a bite of the candy bar, the kid, dressed in his uniform, heads to school. At the entrance of the language school, Chen notices that all the students are acting strangely and all running in the same direction. Extending his arm forward, the young man grabs the wrist of Genshin, who ran past. "What's up? Are you going to buy the high-tech nanosocks sold by the group of crooks you joined yesterday? Or ask for big money from rich ladies?" Chen asked, holding his hurrying friend's hand tightly. A classmate asked him if he had read the class group and Wetchit. Someone from the parallel turned out to be a traveler. He's just now in the study. A concerned guy asks his friend how they knew that. Yesterday, there was no one with mechanical limbs in the parallel class. Genshin explained that the guy was trying to hide it. He put up with it all day, but finally last night when talking to his classmates, he couldn't help himself and told them about the timer on his arm. "What's the deal? There are so many world travelers at the Luo City Language School. There are more than 20,000 people in one institution, and there are already known to be 4 world travelers in this school alone. Then how many are there in the whole country? Suppose travelers were found in 19 cities, then their total number is not small either." Chen is afraid that others will find out about the rule that travelers are limited to a few cities. Will people from all over the country flock to these 19 cities and hope that they will also become the 3rd, 4th, 5th batch of travelers? That may not be the case now, but when a 3rd batch of travelers comes along and confirms this hunch, then the assumption will become reality. Perhaps in the future, this couple dozen cities, include Luo City, will become more and more lively. At this moment, the teachers, accompanied by several large students, are leading a stunted kid somewhere. Placing a hand on his friend's shoulder, Chen sorrowfully states that the one the vice principal and teachers took away must be a world traveler. "They're too late." The boy suggests that Genshin go to class. Those people from the secret organization may come to the school. The transition to another world is about to happen. Surprises are not needed, since they might restrict anti-Jian Shu's movements. Chen fears that it is in their power to request access to the CCTV cameras. Although the neighborhood where his house is located is relatively old, there are not many cameras. However, one should not relax. While Qing Chen was deciding not to go anywhere out of the classroom today except to the restroom, he was called out by his desk mate. Genshin is surprised to inform his friend that Yi Xiao has laid out a new strategy. Taking his phone in his hand, Chen turned on the video. "Hello everyone, this is Yi Xiao. For some reason, I wasn't able to post a new video yesterday. Today's strategy is an addition to the internal world review, fighting for the shadow seat of the Qing Corporation. Qing Corporation is one of the top 5 largest companies in the domestic world. Shadow is a person of the Qing Corporation who has power in the shadow world. It is said to be a tradition that the Qing clan has followed for over 1,000 years. From time to time, a new shadow is chosen, and the struggle between the outstanding sons begins. Choosing a new shadow is extremely revitalizing to the entire inner world. There are currently 8 known candidates for the shadow seat, each with a unique talent. King Huai, King Wen, King Shai. But there is another person who is very mysterious, and I still haven't established his identity." Breathing out a sigh of relief, Chen realized that this must be the reason why he appeared in prison number 18. There are just over 6 hours left on the countdown. Glancing at Genshin, the guy notices that his excitement is literally written all over his face. If the Scoon really goes to prison number 18, then Chen will help him at the risk of being discovered. "Suppose if you cross the border of worlds tonight, you have to be careful. You saw what those people on the internet said. The inner world isn't safe." Standing up from behind his desk and throwing his backpack behind his back, Chen muttered to his worried classmate. In response, Genshin, stammering, explained that he was not a traveler. Walking out of the classroom, Chen asked his friend to just keep this in mind. The fact that he can keep it a secret until now shows that this guy has some ideas. It was late evening of the same day. Opening the front door of the apartment where Chen lives, Shu stood at the threshold and waved her hand to greet the guy. "Did you want something, Auntie Jian Shu?" the boy inquired, greeting the woman. She responds by explaining that the young man knows she's a traveler and the countdown is about to end. A worried Shu explains that the inner world is very dangerous, and she's not sure she can go back. She asks the guy to take care of Taoyuan if she doesn't come back tomorrow. Chen doesn't understand why the woman is saying that. He tries to cheer her up, reassuring her that she'll make it back in one piece. Shu explains to the puzzled guy that he doesn't know how dangerous the world is to comfort her like that, but she knows it very well. Looking doomedly at her feet, she explains that without experience in the Big Five, a human life is worthless. She doesn't ask the young man to look after Taoyuan for long. Tomorrow, her grandmother will arrive from Jing City. With a smile, Chen promises to look after her daughter, but he still hopes that she will be alright. Shu exhales a sigh of relief and thanks the young man. Holding out the key to her apartment to Cheng, the woman says she'll leave this with him. If he needs anything, it will be handy to open the door. After giving the guy the key, Shu closes the door behind him and goes to his room. You could say it's trust in me. Looking at the key in his hand, Chen thought. Just under 10 minutes to go before moving to the inner world. Chen puts a flash drive in his mouth with all the necessary information that might come in handy in another dimension. Chen rubs the wound on his arm again to make sure that his body will not change during the next moves to the inner world. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The time around him stopped. Space cracked and shattered into small shards of memories. When Chen woke up on the bed in the jail cell, the first thing that caught his eye was the scratched out "Been here" inscription the guy had made before being transported back. Lying on the bed, the guy smiles contentedly. Luckily, he got here again. Otherwise, Li Shutong's previous efforts and the sympathy he received would have been in vain. It didn't matter what his position was. He Xiao's strategy said that he was a very important figure in this world. Now, one could make sure that every transition was a continuation of the past. The learned notes of the canon will still come in handy. Most travelers are probably still confused and don't know how to get what they need from the world around here. However, Chen had already crossed Li Xiaotong's surroundings. Perhaps they had seen the magnificent and marvelous world outside, but that didn't matter. And if you carry a thing in the body, then it can pass this boundary between worlds. The wound from the outside world was also preserved. It proves that the guy's body traveled with his consciousness across the border. That's not bad. Chen relies on his methods to gradually add to his knowledge of the world and the mechanism of crossing worlds. The guy doesn't know why, but compared to the alien outside world, he even thinks he misses a little of the prison noise he hasn't heard in the last 2 days. The limit is still 2 days. Will the duration of the countdown change? Could it increase or decrease in the future? When the guy came out of his cell, the 2 prisoners who had tried to intimidate him on his first day in prison were walking towards him. Shuten is also sitting at a table with a spread of Xiangqi's batch. Standing nearby, Xiao, noticing Chen waking up, greets him. The prisoners around the boy look at him with envy. After all, he was personally honored by one of Li Shutong's 2 cronies. Feeling the prying eyes on him, the young man turned to the men standing behind him, glaring menacingly at them. Spreading out in front of him, the prisoners began to excitedly discuss the gesture of greeting that Chen had thrown back at them. Walking off in a different direction, a new group of people were to be escorted out at midnight last night. The second group of travelers should have already entered the inner world. How should Chen detect them? If they really are there, how should he hide his identity? At that moment, the guy notices a student from his school on the other side of the prison. It's Deju from the parallel class who told everyone about the timer on his arm. Chen can't go down yet. This dude is bound to recognize him. There's some new guys. We're about to have a lot of fun, shouted a familiar voice from the upper floors. Welcome to prison number 18. Surrounded by a crowd of his subordinates, imperiously added Lu Guanji. At first, Guan Yi caused trouble, but after returning, Chen has some warm feelings for the man. Deju looks up shocked, looking around. There can be no doubt. This is the 18th prison. Approaching one of the prisoners, the lad asked the one where Li Shudo might be here. Pointing to the white-clothed prisoner, the man explained to the young man that this was the man he was looking for. He Xiao really wasn't lying. The character of this man really resembles that of a boss. Standing in silence and stillness beside his boss, Xiao yawns with boredom. But at that moment he hears a strange rumble somewhere in the dining room not far from them. Diju runs away from the crowd of angry prisoners with a tray in his hands. The only salvation he can think of is to get as close to Li Shutong as possible. At the same second, the loyal underling smacks the guy in the eye with his fingers. Looking at the guy suspiciously, he doesn't understand why all the newbies come looking for his boss first. Perched on his leg, trying to escape the angry men behind him, the guy explains to Xiao that he's come to get a mission, and he's his own. Xiao, not realizing what's going on, looks at the guy with disdain. What kind of joke is this? He didn't see him in the organization, and why do they only stick to this place? This is starting to look like a conspiracy. The young man, grabbing him by his robe, yells that he's here for a promotion mission. He starts yelling at Xiao and tearfully begging him to let him pass, while the other prisoners watch the spectacle in shame. Li Shutong, I'm here to get a promotion mission, desperately shouted Deju, sitting down on his knees in front of the blonde guy. But Shudo just keeps quiet, paying no attention to this madman. The prisoners chasing the young man also stand silently waiting for a response from the man in white. After realizing that Deju was just a brainless rookie, the people standing behind him laughed creepily. Waving off this incomprehensible weirdo, Xiao decided to return to his usual habitat. At this point, Diju literally begins to be tortured by a mob of prisoners. He can't understand what went wrong. He goes straight to prison 18. Isn't this the beginning of the legendary path of the chosen one? Xiao's strategy mentions 3 career paths. The first 2 are vague, and only the path through this prison seems the most feasible. It wasn't supposed to be like this. This is the wrong place for a promotion mission. While Xiao was walking back to the boss's desk, he heard a strange shout in the dining room again. Diju bit the ambo holding him and broke free from his dead grip, immediately rushing towards the metal gate. As he ran up, he started pounding with all his might on the gate with his fists and begging to be let out. At the same moment, he felt someone's terrible pressure on him. Several drones flew up from behind, and a robotic guard came up, aiming all weapons at the young man. Walking through the upper floors of the prison, Chen looks at this strange situation. Is this guy crazy? Having just arrived in the new world, shouldn't you observe the situation first? Looking around, Xiao asks his boss if he thinks things have been a little weird lately. The day before yesterday, a guy went crazy saying something about Luo City, acting like he was the heir to some corporation. Today, this fool came over to get a promotion mission from him. What kind of mission is that anyway? While Xiao's trembling hands try to surreptitiously pet the cat, Xiaotan, sipping his tea, remarks that this is all really strange. The cat immediately opened her eyes and snarled menacingly at the blonde. Startled, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Xiao wondered where Qing Chen was. Yesterday, after coming down for dinner, he was quite active. Why is there no sign of him today? At this time, without drawing attention to himself, Chen blends in with the crowd of Lu Guanji's subordinates, watching the guard bullying the newcomer. Approaching his faithful dog from the back, Chen gives him a message. After the meal, order your men to supervise all the newcomers and question them about their identity and background outside. I know the welcoming ceremony is your custom, but don't start too harshly today, Chen said quietly. He doesn't know if there are still travelers who are hiding. If there really are, they can't make up the identity of the outside world. Those who can clearly explain their status are the people of this world, and those who can't must be travelers. But one thing is clear, his friend Genshin seems to have not traveled to prison number 18. After a while, Chen walks through the dining room with a tray in his hand. In a moment, he crosses paths with Guanyi, who very quickly whispers all the information he needs. There must have been no new travelers. With a squeak, Chen pulls back his chair and takes a seat at the same table as Shutong. Playing Xiangqi again today? The young man inquired, sitting down across from him. The man in white replies that today is without that. He still has a lot to think about, and so he will leave it for a few days, especially since they have a guest coming. To be more precise, an intruder. Pretending not to know anything, Chen asked Xiaotan, who was stroking a cat, what kind of commotion had been going on in the dining room recently. The guy himself was considering something while eating his breakfast. The one that Li Shutong could call an intruder was definitely not an ordinary person. He doesn't want to interfere with something he can't control right now, so there's no point in asking for details. In turn, the man in white answered the question he had asked earlier. He does not know what it was, so the crossing of worlds confused Shudo. This was probably the first time he had encountered such a situation. Deju, the fool, after reading He Xiao's manual, really treated him as a game NPC. There are 37 hours until we return to the outside world. At that moment, the main gate of prison number 18 began to open with a rattle. On the other side of the gate, the huge feet of a man showed. When the door swung fully open, a huge bald man wearing tattoos and shackles on his feet stepped out. The slowly pacing thug is escorted by 4 flying drones and 4 guards. This person is most likely the uninvited guest that Li Shuten was talking about. This was the first time Chen had ever seen someone being escorted alone in broad daylight. It was the first time the security forces in prison number 18 were so engaged. The guy used to think that Wang was quite big and strong, but this captive was a bit more interesting. When the man entered the prison walls, there was a sepulchral silence everywhere. In the same second, the bulky man picked up some random prisoner, wrapped one arm around his entire face, and lifted him off the ground, kneading his neck in the process. "Where is Li Shudo?" With a menacing glance at the poor man, the man said, gasping from such a dead grip. The guy pointed his bionic hand to the far table where 4 people are seated. Wang and Xiao are already standing in front of the table, covering the boss with themselves. Throwing the poor guy out, the Ambo immediately headed towards the table where the man in the white robe was sitting. Standing up from the table, Xiaotong turned to Chen. "I didn't expect this guest to be so straightforward. His name is Guo Huchen. You should have heard of him." Afterward, taking the cat in his arms, the man advised the boy to stay behind with Van for a while, so he wouldn't get hurt. Turning around at the slumped Chen, Wang realizes that he and Xiao underestimated how much the boss liked this guy, since he reminded him of it. Guo Huchen, and he's here. No wonder the boss said the llama would come from the south, Lu Guanji thought, looking at the bulky man heading towards the far table. When the boss came, he didn't even look for clues, just played Xiangqi and read books with Shuton every day. As if nothing had happened. He wanted to wait for Huchen to come and muddy the water, and then we would harvest the crops. Clever. Approaching the man in white, Huchen immediately, without prelude, said that he was here for the ACE-005 forbidden item. He demands Shudo to tell him where it is hidden. He will just take it and leave. The man in white patted the cat on the back and set it on the floor. "If you're polite to your elders, you won't get hurt," Li Shuten said, walking up to the bulky man. Huchen promises to be more polite if the man in white gives ACE-005 him. Shuten wondered why the peaks were suddenly interested in forbidden items. Judging by the Ambo's tone, he thought the man had joined the Forbidden Inquisition. The Ambo replies that he wants to fight the big boys, so he can't refuse to help. Shudo and the others, the knights, have the same goal in mind, so they must understand their situation. The man in white then wonders why he would even come to prison 18 for the forbidden object. Huchen replies that the Chen Consortium had made a deal with Li Xiaotong to grant him absolute freedom in prison 18 if he could restrain and suppress the artifact, and accordingly, the forbidden item that Xiaotong personally restrains and suppresses must be extremely strong. With a smirk, Shuten asks his opponent not to believe the rumors. After all, he has no business with the Cheng. In He Xiao Chen's first guidebook, he had heard of the Forbidden Inquisition, which seemed to exist solely for forbidden items. The forbidden item that Guo Huchen spoke of, it should be the very item that Qing Chen came to find. It might be his quest in the Battle of Shadows. Unable to listen to Shouten's barbs any longer, Huchen angrily approached the man, asking again where ACE-005 was. Shaking his head, the man in white said he knew, but wasn't going to say. As the Ambo came closer, he stood close to the coolly calm Shuten and asked why he refused to speak. At that moment, the drones flying above him announced a warning, just for fun. "I like Ace 500 quite well." Looking indifferently at Huchen, the man in white said. At the same second, the main defense system of prison number 18 activated. Metal Storm. In the past, it would have taken half an hour of rioting for a metal storm to start, and that was only after the mechanical guards failed in their control. After realizing what was happening, Chen backed off a bit. He counted 72 guns of the metal storm suppression system. 36 of them came into motion. At the same second, the enraged Guo Huchen snapped out of his seat. With a swing, he delivers his most powerful fist strike to the still standing with his hands behind his back Li Shutong. When his fist almost made contact with the face of the man in white, the metal storm suppression system activated. 36 guns began firing rubber bullets across the square, maiming all the prisoners in the process purely for the purpose of suppression. The other 36 units are true lethal weapons. However, there are exceptions to this rain of bullets. The moment Metal Storm's attack began, Wang deployed a huge force dome that rubber bullets couldn't fly through. Huchen's powerful attack was suppressed with inhuman strength. Li Shuten completely stopped the thug's punch with 2 fingers. With a frightening glance at his dumbfounded opponent, Shudo was ready to strike back. However, at that moment, Metal Storm stopped firing and everything went quiet. The dome began to dissipate. Turning around, Shudo glanced at the table where he had been sitting before the incident. What he saw next left him in genuine shock. Amidst the smoke and people lying unconscious, Qing Chen sits at the table in complete calmness. 36 guns of the metal curtain system have rained down on him, and he is sitting in the blind spot of all trajectories. The only blind shooting zone in prison number 18. This Qing Chen's temperament and abilities are not possessed by his peers. Is this really the shadow that the Qing Corporation chooses? Frustrated that there is no way he can find such a receiver, Shuten, closing his eyes, in one motion throws Huchen, still standing next to him, a few meters away. Despite such a powerful attack, the man still managed to stay on his feet. Immediately afterward, he sat down on the floor more comfortably. From the beginning to the end of the fight, he only made his opponent's clothes ripple a few times. Rumor has it that Li Shutong is a demigod. The difference between Hucheng and him is like an abyss. Still fighting, Shudo said, smiling ominously. Turning around, waving it off, Huchen refuses to budge. No more fighting. Why fight if you can't win? He asks the man in white not to worry. Even if he doesn't say, the bully can still find the Ace 005 forbidden item. While Shoutin, guffawing, allows Huchen to keep looking for what he came for. Chen looks at them perplexed. That bald man is so simple. Just now he was going to fight to the death, but now he suddenly gives up. His approach before and after is very different. Since Li Shuten knows where the forbidden object is, the thug decides to follow him at all times. What if one day he blows the whistle? An angry Huchen walks away in the opposite direction from Shutong's table. Was this position calculated? Sitting down at the table, the man in white asks Chen. The guy replies that although his computational abilities are much better than the average person's, he is unable to perform such a complex calculation. He could only guess. The interested interlocutor observes that ordinary guesswork is not enough to help the young man find the position so accurately. Chen explains that the short calculation allowed him to target only 4 areas, and the place where Shuten usually sits is one of them. The others could be left out of his mind. The man in white laughed, marveling at the guy's audacity to make such a bet. While the other prisoners clean up the mess in the mess hall under the supervision of guards, Huchen sits off to the side, meditating. Celestials fight, but ordinary people suffer. For those who fight, it's nothing. But those prisoners who didn't fight are really unlucky. Tossing the rubber bullet in his hand, Xiao said, placing his hand on the meditating man's shoulder. The guy tells him that he has heard that Huchen is a compassionate man who does good deeds. But what about those who were hurt by him today? Are you in prison saying that I harmed the innocent? There are no innocents among those here. Without breaking from his meditation, with his eyes closed, the man spoke. Turning around, Xiao calls him a hypocrite. Huchen in turn reminds the blonde man that he is not a monk, and asks him not to use the word compassion to describe him. His insides hurt like a fire. Walking up to Wang, Xiao smiled strangely somehow. At the same second, the force barrier created by Wang appeared. Huchen realized that the guy who wasn't hit by the bullets was also one of them. Walking up to Chen, Xiao winked at him and told him not to worry. He could say anything now. He wouldn't be heard through the dome. Shuten tells the young man that he saw Lu Guanji questioning those people during the welcoming ceremony in the morning. He asked the boy if he had told him to do so. Why interrogate them? Finding a suitable excuse for his actions, Chen explains that he wanted to see what other forces were vying with him for the forbidden object. While stroking the cat, Li Shutong remarks that he likes the guy's honesty. He also noticed that Lu Guanji didn't bully the newcomers this time. Is this because of Chen too? The man in white remembers that when the young man first came here, he didn't help the other newcomers. To the best of my ability, Chen replied succinctly. If he cannot protect himself, he will quietly watch everyone else die and will not help. This is his principle. Qing Chen's life was never easy, so he learned early on to be selfish. This attitude to life was given to him by life itself. He didn't make a choice. Feeling something strange, Xiao decided to turn around and look to see what was going on. Hutchin slowly moved on his toes toward the dome, still sitting in the lotus posture, pretending to meditate. This guy couldn't hear them, so he got closer. But doesn't he know he's clearly visible? He's pretty big, actually. Feeling the predatory stares of the cat and Shudo's two subordinates, the bulky man realized with annoyance that he had been spotted. Standing up on his toes again, Hutchin stomped back to where he had been sitting before this ridiculous incident, as if nothing had happened. Alright, let's split up. Sorry we couldn't play Shanky today. I'm off to read, Shudo said contentedly while stroking his cat as the dome collapsed. The exhausted prisoners in the background, Haggard still cleaning the mess hall, squatting down next to the meditating man. Xiao asks him to admit that he lost. They don't want to antagonize the peaks. He knows it's hard in the wasteland, but he asks Hutchin not to cause them problems. You think I can't do anything to you? Threatening? The guy added at the end. Don't you try to touch a hair on my head, the bald man said menacingly. Xiao looks perplexed at the man who was trying to appear intimidating by saying such a ridiculous phrase. Lunch. Chen approaches with a tray to distribute the food. Prison food, although synthetic, tastes like real meat. Much better than the pressed liver that Chen eats almost every day. But still, while the lad is eating his lunch, one strange feeling does not leave him. Why are a quarter of the cameras pointed at him? Is it because he found a shooting blind spot and got someone's attention? Who's behind this prison? Sitting down next to him, Xiao tells the young man that the boss just told him to tell the cook to replace this meat with real meat and give Cheng as much as he wants. When the guy asked why the honor, the blonde replied that it wouldn't be long before Chen realized that maybe it wasn't as good as he thought it was. Already in the cell, standing at the sink, the young man realized what Xiao was talking about. The meat he'd eaten had made his mouth very dry for some reason. On top of that, he was terribly sleepy. That feeling again, just like the day he'd spent the first night in this place. Chen lay down on the bed and at the same moment passed out like a murdered man. When he opens his eyes, he notices that he is in the desert, and a dehydrated guy is sitting in front of him. Chen's own mouth was terribly dry due to the terrible heat. He removes his bag from behind his back and pulls out a half-empty bottle of water. Qing Chen, give us a sip of your water each. If we don't drink, we will die. We won't drink for free. Name your price. Holding out his hand, the dehydrated man pleads with the young man. Will Chen, in the face of his companions dying of thirst, be able to name a price? First I'll let the man next to you watch you die of thirst. Then let him name his own price, the boy said sternly, glaring at the phantom. At that moment, the disguise is destroyed. A dumbfounded Xiao asks Chen if he is even human. A little later, Chen explained to the blonde guy that he immediately realized it was his nightmare, so he had no sympathy. Xiao remarked that it was amazing that a guy could enter a nightmare, stay conscious and memorize it. He should be able to resist the call of the dream demon. The young man replied that he could indeed do that. The blonde wondered why Chen had entered since he could resist it. If you endure for 5 minutes and stay awake, you will get rid of the sleep demon's call. In fact, the guy guessed that Xiao had something to say to him. That's why he came. So, what do you want to test this time? Looking at the smiling blonde man with interest, Qing Chen said. At first, the boss wanted Xiao to take the guy for a walk, using the nightmare to develop his humanity and allow him to experience suffering. But now Chen is resisting the dream demon so easily. Looks like the nightmare will be useless in the future. The boss must test the young man himself. The scene in the desert is different from the previous one. It looks more like a lesson given by a teacher to a student. However, Xiao asks Chen not to make a big deal of it. The boss only admires the boy and nothing more. It's not clear yet whether the young man will be able to become the boss's apprentice in the future. "Are you jealous of me?" Chen inquired suspiciously. In response, Xiao admitted that he was really jealous of the guy. Not everyone could become the boss's disciple. At least he and Wang couldn't. When Chen asked why that was so, the blonde guy explained that neither of them had passed the first test. Even so, the boss believes that Chen should be able to withstand it. What does it mean to endure? It is a journey of life and death. Every time one improves, one must go through a desperate situation and suffer. Then why Chen? Because Li Shutong said that he has the courage to fight and survive at all costs. If one must suffer, then why is Xiao still jealous? This is a path of perfection with unlimited potential, but for him and Wang, the upper limit has already been determined. Although this path is full of suffering, but only by going through painful experiences can one rise higher. Alright, by the way, how old is Mr. Shutong? Chen asks interestedly. The guy doesn't understand how time works in crossing worlds. His physical body continues to live when time stops in the outside world. If he divides his life equally between the two worlds, does that mean he will age faster than people in the outer world? Also, can Shuto's abilities go beyond the ordinary and increase life expectancy? 52 years. Without delay, Xiao replies. The young man was greatly surprised by this. After all, Xiao Tong's appearance is only about 35 years old. Noticing the expression on the guy's face, chuckling, the blonde man remarks that Chen looks like he hasn't seen anything in his life. Xiao wouldn't be surprised if a man like the boss even lived more than 100 years. He and Wang have been watching him since they were kids, and he hasn't seen Shutong change in any way over the years. Chen asks his interlocutor, lying down on the sand, why they followed their boss. Xiao, looking up at the starry sky, replies that they have no reason. He, Wang, and many others are all orphans. You were born in the King family, so you don't understand how cruel life is outside, or how easy it is to become an orphan. Maybe your parents met members on the way and got into an altercation. Maybe there was a chemical leak at the factory where they worked. Maybe were hacked while connecting to a virtual network using neural communication. And then you can't pay your property taxes, and the insurance company refuses to pay the settlement. Then the bank takes your house and throws you out on the street. Nobody cares if you're dead or alive. At this point your life is already bleak and hopeless, and the club wants to bring you in as a child courier to transport illegal drugs, torture you even more brutally, and then videotape you to sell in the virtual world for money. It is at this time that a person appears before you and says to you, "Come with me, I will give you a new life." Whoever he is, you will definitely go with him. Looking at Xiao looking up at the sky, Chen realizes that the suffering in his life is nothing compared to them. "Why did he take you in?" the guy inquired. Rising to his feet, the blonde explains that they're useful people, and what the boss wants done can't be done alone. Chen still doesn't know what the goals of the so-called Knights, to which Li Shutong belongs, and the Peaks, where Huchen is a member. What is the giant that the Peaks are up against? Is it a corporation from the Big Five or something else? But Xiao Tong took Xiao and Wang obviously with the intention of using them. However, they didn't seem to mind at all. While the guy was thinking all this over, the blonde man got up from the ground and advised the young man to rest for a while until morning. Chen woke up again in his cell, lying on his bed. He had already seen Li Xiaotong's unfathomable and mysterious level. With the cannon he has be enough to trade for the chance to open the door to a new world. And he can't be sure if the cannon is enough. Plus he can't explain where he got it from. Guy decides to hang on to it a little longer. A prison cell. The man inside is struggling to get out, begging to be let out. His right hand displays a timer with 24 hours left on it. Pounding his fists on the door, he begs to be let out and screams, unable to understand why he is locked in here. Desperate, the guy crouched down on his knees, continuing to beat his fists weakly on the door. Others in the inner world have a great life. Mechanical limbs, club members and stuff like that. You can't understand why he became like this when he got here. What will he tell his classmates when he returns to the outside world in 24 hours? Will he say that he successfully moved like a prisoner? Huddled in the corner of the shoe and sobbing, he realizes that he shouldn't have bragged to everyone before he came here. 16 hours and 20 minutes to move back. Li Shudo puts a pawn on the game board with a thud. During another game of Xiangqi with Chen, the man in white notices that after the guy told Lu Guanji to observe a sense of proportion, there are fewer sobbing rookies in this prison. However, the other two factions in the prison are already very dissatisfied with Lu Guanji. Shifting his figure, Chen replies that he is aware that usually the three factions take turns to hold a ceremony to welcome the newcomers, which is considered to be everyone's entertainment. Now that Lu Guanji has taken this matter into his hands, it will inevitably cause resentment from those around him, but the young man believes that he is capable of handling it on his own. "Did you ever think that these newcomers might not be grateful to you?" Xiaotan inquired of the fellow. In reply, Chen uttered a very wise thought. "When you meet a beggar on the road and throw him some change, that change isn't really enough to lift him out of poverty, but you are buying a little inner peace and joy." Not expecting such a reasonable answer, the man in white chuckled contentedly. At that second, some bulky guy landed like an asteroid behind the chair standing next to Chen. The young man glanced suspiciously at his new neighbor, and Shudo closed his eyes indifferently, pondering the next move in the game. "If you can't win, join in." Holding a piece of meat with his chopsticks, Hutchin explains that he could be considered a respected man in the peaks. However, the people sitting at this table eat real meat, and he is given synthetic meat. "Is this any way to welcome guests?" Xiao replies to the brash thug that he is not like them. He suggests he fight the boss one more time. If he wins, they'll give him food. Hutchin responds by saying that it's not always worth fighting and killing. It's not a good thing to do. Besides, it's clear with these three. But why is that chess player also eating real meat? Pointing his chopsticks at Chen, the man asked. "He's only an ordinary person." At the same second, Hutchin stuck his chopsticks into the meat on the guy's tray. As he approached him, the bulky man leaned over to the young man and ordered him to go and get another meal and give this portion to him. Without answering anything, Chen coldly looked into Hutchin's eyes. The guy noticed that Xiaotan is just sitting still and indifferently sipping his tea. He definitely wants to see how Chen will handle this. When the young man sighed, Hutchin, laughing, patted him on the shoulder and pushing his portion back to him, pointed out to everyone that the kid had refused his own food. Chen sat silently, not answering anything and closing his eyes. The thug explained that he would not be ceremonious in such a case and brought the meat to his mouth. However, the world in Chen's mind came to a halt. Concentrating, the guy began to go through all possible variants of further development of the situation. Remembering everything that had happened recently and using his phenomenal analytical skills, he eventually found the most effective way. "Lu Guanji," Chen shouted out at the same second, beckoning to his loyal subordinate. In the same second, Guan Yi found himself kneeling in front of his boss and asked what business he had with him. "I'll call out the numbers of 8 men, and you bring them in." Without looking at his faithful dog, the young man spoke confidently. Within minutes, all these people were already standing around Shudo's desk. Hutchin tensely stares at them, unable to answer the guy anything while Xiaotan, sipping his tea, chuckles. "These 8 people are your men," Chen said, looking at the shocked thug. "Not all of them," replies a dumbfounded Hutchin, taking his gaze away from the guy. Chen explains that after the thug was escorted here, he looked at the 5 of them, and all 5 of them extended their index fingers at the same time. Although the guy doesn't know what this gesture means, he's almost certain that they showed it to Hutchin specifically. These 5 are definitely his men. Speaking of the other 3, these prisoners immediately looked at each other and exchanged glances. If these 3 were not related to peaks in any way, then it was obvious that they were plotting something against Hutchin or Shuton. Looking at the young man, Xiao doesn't understand how he could calmly observe in such a situation. At that time, everyone was only paying attention to the boss and the hail of bullets and completely didn't care about watching everyone's reactions. Li Shuton adds that Prison 18 has all sorts of people mixed in, and it's quite normal for people from other forces to observe him here. Blondie leans over and asks the boss if they need to move all these people to other prisons. The man in white explains to his subordinate that transferring 8 people for no reason will give the world outside reason to suspect him of something. He asks Van to isolate all 8 and to interrogate the 3 of them who are not peaks, one by one to find out who sent them. At the same second, Lu Guanji runs up with a new batch of prisoners, solemnly pointing at them with both hands. Staring at the blonde confidently, Cheng becomes curious to observe his reaction from watching the show he put on. Covering his mouth with his hand, Xiao leaned over to his boss and dumbfoundedly reported that this kid had found all their men in this prison. Looking at the young man, Xiaotan quite observes that although Chen is not yet superhuman, his ability to memorize and analyze is unmatched by many extraordinary people. Still holding the meat sticks to his mouth, Hutchin realizes that Chen is not one of the knights, as Li Shutong addresses him very strangely. The thug inquired about this child's name. Qing Chen. The man in white replied, King. A shocked Hutchin asked in bewilderment when it was the knights who started cooperating with the King Consortium. Without looking at the stupid interlocutor, Shutong asks if a person with the King surname is obliged to be part of the family. Even people in the King family can't stay in the King family for the rest of their lives. Isn't there a very famous person with the surname King in the Wild Territory? Glancing suspiciously at the indifferent boy, Hutchin finds no words to reply to the man in white. Brother Qing Chen, what is your impression of peaks? Friendly sliding a tray of food to the guy, smiling, the bulky man inquired. Not really, Chen coldly replies, glaring menacingly at Hutchin. Judging from his personality, he has come to compete with the guy for a forbidden item. Therefore, the young man decides not to be friendly with him. As they are having this conversation, there is a rumbling sound behind them. 3 of the 8 prisoners brought in by Lu Guanji, who were about to be interrogated, are dead lying on the floor. With a rag opening the dead man's mouth, one of Li Shuten's subordinates checks to see what the cause of their sudden demise is. After thoroughly examining everything, Wang informs the boss that it was a poison capsule hidden in the back molars. When you open your mouth, you can smell a faint odor of bitter almonds. It's cyanide. Turning around on their corpses, Hutchin once again confirms that these 3 are not from his peak. Suicide bombers. This is a bit unexpected, Shudo said with a smirk on his face, continuing to play Xiangqi as if nothing had happened. Chen turned around and looked at the corpses of the people just standing alive beside him. The boy was imperceptibly shaken with fear. Whether it was the outside world or the inside, this was the first time he had faced death directly. Here, after all, is a world where wild beasts run rampant. 15 hours and 22 minutes to relocation. The grave robots wrapped up the prisoners' corpses and took them away. Glancing at the boy, Shudo notices his concern and how he is trembling slightly. Is this the first time you've seen death? The man in white said coldly, looking at him. Not daring to reply anything, the shocked Chen nodded in awe. Are you afraid? Throwing a stern look at the boy, Shudo asked. A little, Chen replied without looking at the man. His teachers taught him what a function is, and what a subject, predicate and complement are. His parents taught him how to use chopsticks, do his laundry, and take care of himself. But no one taught me what death is. It is only when you see it with your own eyes that you realize how shocking it is when life disappears before your eyes. You know, every person has 2 lives. The second life begins when you realize that there is only one life. From that moment on, you start telling yourself about the importance of time, and you clearly realize how much time you have wasted. Chen decides not to lose control. The more afraid you are, the more you need to stay calm. He needs to examine his past, and he needs to consider his future. Moving a piece on the playing board, Li Shutong remarks that there is a good chance that the 3 suicide bombers have come for him. So since Chen helped him find them, the man in white is now in his debt. He allows the boy to trade that debt for one thing, then he asks what the boy wants. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen asks to see a list of members of the Li Consortium, which Li Shuten is a member of. With a smirk at the guy, the man in white wonders why the guy didn't ask for a way to become superhuman. There aren't many people in this world who can make him owe it to them, but the young man is the only one who doesn't really cherish this opportunity. Chen explains that the way to become superhuman cannot be equated with the value of the secret at all. He doesn't think it's worth it. Moreover, when the time comes, Li Shutong himself will give it to the guy without exchanging it for anything. The man never ceased to marvel at this boy. He tapped his pawn on the table contentedly. The man in white notices that Chen is much smarter than he thought. He's also more patient and reserved, but he is right. Some things cannot be exchanged. The young man will get them when the time comes, though Shouten is still a little disappointed that the boy didn't see blood. However, maybe it was for the best. If Chen had disdain for life, it wouldn't be interesting. Then, with a wave of his hand, the man asks Xiao to bring the list. As the subordinate ran off, Shudo added that he was curious as to why the boy needed the list. The young man lowered his eyes and hoped he didn't have to answer that question. After giving Cheng free rein, the man in white agreed not to ask about it again. It's just a favor. He can do whatever he wants with it. Toward evening, Chen returns to his prison cell. At first, he thought Xiao would come to test him with the sleep demon again today. But he didn't show up. Perhaps Li Shutong thinks that there's no need to test the guy anymore. The young man vaguely feels that he is getting closer and closer to the path of the superhuman. This time around, the anticipation of returning to the outside world this time is not as exciting as the previous few. All because Chen had seen with his own eyes what death was like. When the guy fell asleep, space shattered into small shards of memories, and the process of transferring body and consciousness between the two worlds began. It is early morning in the outside world. Birds are sitting on a tree and chirping happily. Waking up in his bed, Chen held his hand up and looked at the timer, which measured just over 40 hours. Every time the moving process is silent, even a sleeping person can't be woken up. Back in the outside world after 2 stressful days, the guy can finally relax, but he's really looking forward to moving again in 2 days. All because there's even more opportunities waiting for him there. Walking out of his apartment, Chen notices a woman he knows. "Good morning, Aunt Jianshu. Nothing happened while moving this time?" the boy inquired, glancing at the neighbor with her daughter. Shu, noticing the young man, cheerfully said that she was fine and was now going to take Li Tangjin to school. She invites him to come to their house in the evening after school. The woman will buy fish and ribs to celebrate. Perplexed, Chen walks up to her and asks what they are going to celebrate. "We'll talk about it tonight. You'll find out then," Auntie Jian said with a bright smile while looking at the boy. After a while, Chen is already entering the school grounds, reading something on his phone. Suddenly he stops in place. Foreign news reports said that someone on the darknet sold information that killing a world traveler doesn't make the killer a world traveler. Just a few words, but it means someone's life has been cut short. The reality is often bloodier than words make it sound. Early morning, foreign language schools. A huge number of students crowded around Deju, who had recently visited the inner world. Did Deju from the parallel class really come to school? At first, Chen thought that this guy would get a psychological trauma like Huang and then take a break from his studies. However, he didn't expect that this dude would turn out to be completely different. Not only brags about becoming a world traveler, but also about going to prison 18. And he even says that he met Li Shudo and talked to him. After looking at this fool, Chen exhaled and just went to his classroom. In the current climate, revealing yourself as a world traveler is a very foolish choice, especially claiming to know one of the most important people in the inner world. Qing Chen fears that this mysterious organization will soon appear. Among the crowd of excited schoolchildren, the boy notices a familiar man walking with his back to him. When he turned around, the young man recognized him immediately. "Isn't that Genshin? But he looks very unnatural." Walking up to his friend, the guy wondered what was wrong with him. Maybe someone beat him up. In response, the classmate awkwardly replied that he just didn't sleep well. Examining him, Chen noticed that he had no mechanical limbs and no other oddities, but his mood was not very good. At that moment, the classroom door opened with a click beside them. From there, 2 girls ran out. They immediately ran admiringly to look at Deju from the neighboring class. "Were you tortured after being moved?" Chen inquired, whispering in his friend's ear. A dumbfounded Genshin can't understand what the guy is even talking about. He didn't move anywhere. Chen was almost certain that Genshin was shifting. But what had he experienced in the inner world that his former appearance had turned into this? Walking into the classroom, he asked his friend again what he had been doing since moving. "I didn't move. If anyone else says I'm a traveler, I'll get mad," his classmate irritably shouted back at him. "All right. It can't be helped, since he doesn't answer, Chen can't recognize his identity after moving, and therefore won't even think of helping him. Sitting at the same desk next to his friend reading a book, Genshin is acting strangely, every second either casting a worried glance at Chen or looking back at his desk. "Did I tell you there's a world-traveling group in Wechat?" The boy couldn't help but ask his desk mate. The young man started pelting Chen, who was reading indifferently, with questions. "Remember I told you someone was selling inner-world nanosocks?" Well, they're fake. It doesn't matter how I know it. Either way, the salesman was lying. He's not a traveler, because you can't get socks like that from there. Did I tell you how a traveler said he could help you get in touch with a rich woman? It's true. Jincheni exhaled and said, startling his friend, who was abruptly distracted from his book. Afterward, the guy yelled out that he read the whole thing in a group chat. He's not a world traveler. Smiling awkwardly and trying to explain to his friend that he understood everything, Chen realized something. So after traveling, Genshin was given to a rich woman, unexpected. While the classmates standing in the aisle are trying to get out of the classroom to look at Diju, the two sitting at the same desk have quieted down. An awkward silence reigns. "How much did she pay you?" Turning his head at his friend yelling that he wasn't a traveler, Chen inquired. At this point, an alert was sounded at the school asking for the school to disperse. Looking back, the students standing in the hallway saw strange people. "Wow, who are these people? Wow, the vice principal is personally escorting them. Looks like they're going to a parallel class." They did come. Men in black from a secret organization hunting travelers. The appearance of the people in black quickly attracted the attention of most of the students. After all, their unique and sharp temperament was too conspicuous in a place like school. Chen still remembered the feeling of oppression they caused him when he first met them. Now, they've really taken Deju, except that the organization that the vice principal will accompany must be official. That's somewhat reassuring. But to Chen's surprise, as the first class was coming to an end, Deju was back again. According to him, after he was taken to the office, the men in black asked him to leave his address and contact information, and he was told not to leave Luo City. The men in black explained to him that there were many world travelers in Luo City, and they were preparing a plan to bring them all together for intensive training. After that, they also pulled out some photos and asked him to determine if he knew the people in them. The organization suspected that the person in the photo was a world traveler, because he showed up in another world traveler's neighborhood. Based on the surveillance video, it was assumed that this person's area of activity should be within a 3-kilometer radius. But since the neighborhood is old, many places don't have cameras or they are broken, so they asked Diju. And the person they're looking for is Qing Chen. With a sigh of relief, the guy realizes that his suspiciousness has played into his hands. That night he wore clothes he hadn't worn in 2 years and deliberately avoided the security cameras. It seems that all the precautions were not in vain. He was interrupted by Genshin, who was standing next to him and suddenly shouted in despair. Someone was next to the boss after being displaced, still talking to him, and would probably become a superhuman one day. Why is the gulf between people so great? When Chen asked his friend if he was so jealous, the boy, in tears, asked his calm classmate if the latter wasn't jealous too. Genshin used to say that he would make a lot of money and invite him to eat. But now, it seems like he can't. Calming down and putting a hand on his shoulder, Chen advises him to start studying. There are still so many ordinary people who live a good life. You don't have to be a traveler. Frustratedly lowering his gaze, his friend can't find the words to answer anything. Changing the topic of conversation, Chen remarks that they seem to be the only ones who haven't paid for their textbooks. Saying that he needs 2 more days, the boy asks his classmate if he brought the money. Genshin told him that his mother got angry with his father and went back to his grandmother's house. He could only ask his father for money. Chen asked, didn't his father give it? What did he say? He told me to bring the textbook back to school. Looking awkwardly to the side, the friend explained. Such a statement made Chen literally petrified. Who would have thought that the issue of paying for a single textbook would stump 2 world travelers? Exhaling, the guy realizes it's time to think about how to make money. Now these old men have all gotten smart. No one wants to play Xiangqi with him. So you need to think about how to capitalize on the inner world. There's no reason to be near a mountain of treasure, but come back empty-handed time after time. In the evening, Chen walks home leisurely. It seems that skipping class has become a habit of his lately. When he was little, his mom would go to his grandmother's house, and his dad would take him outside and buy him a bowl of rice noodles for 1.5 yuan. Back then, he hadn't gambled yet. He and his mom hadn't divorced, and his grandparents didn't despise him yet. Rice noodles that cost 1.5 yuan now cost 15 yuan. It looks like there's no going back. Approaching his house at the entrance to the apartment complex, the guy notices two suspicious men. One of them is a blonde man with a cigarette in his hand, and the other has a hood over his head. This is the first time he's seen these people in the neighborhood. It's too suspicious. What are they doing here? Waiting for someone? Brother, a girl who ran up to Chen shouted happily, waving her hand at him. Running up to him, Li Tangjin invites the guy upstairs. Mom will be done cooking soon. Patting her on the head, Chen asks what they would have done if he had stayed for the evening self-cooking. They shouldn't have waited for him. The happy girl notices that the young man hasn't been going to self-training the past few days. Grabbing Chen's hand, Tangjin happily runs into his apartment with him. Broken furniture is no longer in the house, and it seems that many things have been replaced with new ones. Hearing the boy enter the house, the hostess asks him to sit down soon. She only has to finish the soup. Swallowing with gusto, Chen notices the deliciousness on the table. Compared to the bland food in prison 18, this is a real improvement in nutrition. Looking at Aunt Jiang Shu carrying a pot of soup, the guy asks her what they are going to celebrate. As they approach the table, the woman recalls how she said she opened a mechanical clinic in the inner world. This clinic used to bother her a lot because memory is not transferred when you move. When people came to her to put mechanical limbs, she didn't know what to do. Those who came for mechanical limbs were very scary. And with public order in the city of 18, it was worst at night. It's not safe to walk on the street after 8 o'clock in the evening. So Shu was very worried. But she doesn't know how it happened. But this time after the move, people from the Li Consortium came to her little clinic and asked for a partnership. Consortiums and the inner world rule everything, and as long as he's in on it, all criminals will bypass the clinic. Not only did they give her money, but they also replaced the neon sign with Li's logo. Now Jiang Shu is much safer in the inner world. The Li family, it explains everything. This is really worth celebrating. Smiling contentedly and realizing everything, Qing Chen said. After calming down, Shu explains that now she doesn't need to bother the guy anymore, and Tanjian's grandparents don't need to come over either. Glancing at the young man, the woman reminded him that he was jealous of world travelers. She said that if the guy really did move one day, he could come to City 18 and find her. Jiang Shu's aunt might not do anything like that, but she could protect him. Chen, closing his eyes, thanked her for her kindness. However, even if he told her everything, nothing would change for the better. He was already in City 18, but ordinary people would not help his situation. The King Shadow Battle, the legacy of Li Shutong's night organization. These things had long surpassed the comprehension of ordinary travelers. Bringing some food to his mouth with his chopsticks and glancing at Aunt Jiang, the boy asked if the men in black were looking for her again. The woman clarified that it wasn't them looking for her, but she was looking for them. Before Shu entrusted the young man with her daughter, she wanted to contact them and see if she could get their help in the inner world. But these people said that their organization had just been founded, and they themselves were still having a hard time there, and so they couldn't help in any way. After finishing her hearty dinner, Aunt Jiang headed to the sink and started washing the dishes. "You're a traveler too, aren't you?" Moving over to her daughter on the sofa, Chen said affirmatively. Holding the chips in her hands and looking perplexed at the guy, the girl can't understand what her brother is talking about. "Last time, you specifically asked Mom the name of the clinic." Li's consortium ended up acquiring a stake in her clinic this time, carefully protecting her. "You can deny it, but I can also tell your mom about these leads." Threatening Taoyan, the young man explained. Dropping the chips from her hands out of shock, the dumbfounded girl asked Chen not to tell her mom. He guessed right. That's why he took the opportunity yesterday to ask Li Xiaotong for a list of Li Consortium members. Li Tangjin's name was indeed on it. When Chen asked the girl why she wouldn't tell her mom, Tanjian explained that few people in the inner world would dare to tell her, but if mom found out, she would definitely try to intervene. Cradling a packet of chips, the girl asks not to tell her mom. She promises to give the boys some money, for she has plenty of pocket money in the inner world. The young man immediately replies that he is not a traveler, and he has no need for this money. "Aren't you a traveler?" With a suspicious glance at Chen, Tanjian inquired. "Of course not," replied the lad confidently. Of course, it was the girl who suspected he was a traveler because he was asking about everything. Fortunately, the young man gave up the money quickly enough. Suddenly an awkward silence hung in the room. "And how much pocket money do you have in the outside world?" Withdrawing his gaze, Qing Chen inquired. A dumbfounded Tanjian couldn't believe that he was going to take money away from a child. The guy's response to this was that he was just asking. Ducking her face into her pillow, the girl says that she really has no money in the outside world. She asks her brother to change the conditions. When the young man asks how he can change the conditions, she replies that she doesn't know. But he still can't tell her mom everything. Rising from the couch, Chen says she should do it herself. He asks Tanjian to remember to take care of mom in the inner world. He has heard everyone say many times that that world is very confusing. Smiling happily, the girl asks the boy not to worry. Tanjian promises that when he gets the chance to go to the inner world, she will protect him. After calming down, Chen exhaled a sigh of relief and looked at the happy girl. After saying goodbye to Aunt Jiangshu and thanking her for the hearty dinner, the guy headed towards his home. When he got to his apartment, the guy sat down on his bed and pulled out his phone. All in all, tonight had been very useful. At least Li Tanjian's identity as a traveler was confirmed. Now that he was involved in the battle for the King's Shadow, it was better to have one more friend than no friend at all. Opening the news on his phone, Chen found a rather interesting post. There are mysterious organizations in foreign countries that buy mechanical limbs and objects made by future technologies from the inner world at exorbitant prices. There is also a new rejuvenation drug NIS and gene injection ED002. The above drugs have not yet been researched and developed in the outside world. They have the functions of saving life, prolonging it, preserving eternal youth, and improving the function of the body. This organization has been experimenting with the effectiveness of drugs. Could they affect people in the outer world? To transfer things from the inner world, these people directly use the same method as Chen. If a rich man is dying of cancer, and his only hope is a life-saving drug from the inner world, what price will he pay? What price could be equivalent to a life? Is that their goal? While Chen was thinking about how to become a superhuman, someone had already started a business. If one exchanged things directly, it would inevitably reveal the guy's identity. Therefore, he couldn't use this method right now. Of course, it's possible to bring the technology on a flash drive, but then again, how can a guy get the most important inner world technology? Maybe in the future. But right now, there seems to be no such possibility. All because so far in this prison of 18, it was difficult to access even outside information. So, the most important thing now is to maintain a good relationship with Li Shutong. At that moment, Chen realized something terrible. Wait, these mysterious organizations are also buying mechanical limbs, besides medicines. Just a few days ago, there was news that a traveler had his legs cut off, and now these people are buying them at exorbitant prices. The guy fears that this will further fuel these kinds of crimes against travelers. Suddenly, Chen remembers those suspicious people standing near the entrance to his house. Going to the window and carefully pulling back the curtain, the young man looked out into the street. These two are missing. Grabbing the phone, Chen called the police and gave his address, Shinshu Street, Yard 4, House 12. He said that he had met two very suspicious men in the evening and thought they were up to something. At this moment, he heard Li Tanjian screaming above him in the neighboring apartment. Realizing that these bastards were here because of Jiangshu, the guy asked for a police squad to be sent over immediately. After dropping the call, the young man immediately rushed into the kitchen. Running over to the closet, he immediately grabbed a shovel from there. Holding the weapon in his hands, Chen realizes that there are two grown men up there, maybe more. Will he be able to handle it? Thinking about it, the young man resolutely clutched the shovel in his hands. I'm not a nice guy. And I'm also very selfish. Seeing classmates going crazy in prison 18, I was indifferent. But just sitting back and watching a child like Li Tongjian face abuse is something I just can't do. Running out onto the landing, Chen spotted one of the criminals falling at the guy's feet. The injured man immediately lost consciousness. Jiang Shu's trembling aunt stands on the threshold of her apartment, looking fearfully at the man who fell down the stairs. The woman looked at the dazed Chen standing below, holding a shovel. "Thank you," she said quietly. The guy asked the woman why there was only one attacker. She said that another one had run away. When the boy asked if Tongjian was okay, Shu told him that she was very scared. Going downstairs, an exasperated Chen shouted that he had already called the police and asked the woman to look after his daughter. Running out of the house, the guy noticed a man running away to his left. However, he did not chase after him. The young man turned right, and the perpetrator ran on without noticing the pursuer. There is only one exit from the apartment complex around the fenced-in area. Chen's plan is to catch the criminal without drawing attention to himself. Running up to a low fence, the guy jumped over it in one motion without losing speed. Then he walks leisurely to the wall of one of the buildings near which a man is about to run. Crouching around the corner, the guy holds his shovel at the ready, trying to keep his head down. My heart was beating at breakneck speed, adrenaline rushing to my brain, breathing is ragged. Chen raised the shovel, taking a small swing to strike. 3. The wind rustles in the neighborhood, but still no target is heard. 2. The boy gripped the shovel tightly in his hands. 1. From behind the blind spot, Chen swung the man's shovel at his knees with a swing, breaking the criminal's legs. The guy runs out from around the corner at the same second, heading full speed towards his house. He expects that the suspicious man, writhing in pain, will not notice him. As he climbs the stairs, the young man notices that at the entrance to Aunt Jiang's apartment, Tongjian is standing at the entrance, hugging his mother. With a tearful look at her brother, the girl says fearfully that the other one has run away. Chen calms her down by explaining that he has dealt with him. Looking at the young man's palm, Shu notices that his hand is wounded. The woman asks him to wait for a while she brings a bandage and iodine. He hurt his hand from gripping the shovel hard when he struck. Fortunately, there are no other injuries besides his hand. After all, he is still an ordinary person. Right now, Chen has a powerful brain, but not a proper body. Clenching his fist, the guy asks Aunt Jiangshu not to worry about him. He has everything he needs at home. He advises them to go back to their apartment because the police will be here soon. Remember, I didn't do anything tonight. Looking at Shu, Chen uttered, "Good." With a perplexed look at the young man, the woman replied. In leaving himself, the guy realizes that he needs to speed up the process of acquiring abilities in the inner world. It's morning. Rays of sunlight shine through the window bars. A faint knocking sound comes from somewhere far away. Brother Qing Chen, through his sleep, he heard the guy lying in his bed. When the boy got up and opened the door, he saw a frightened Tunyan on the threshold of his apartment. The girl excitedly asks her brother to help her mom. The mechanical limbs discharged. Upon entering the apartment, Chen wondered if they were so short-lived. How do people in the inner world endure a high-intensity battle? Shu explains that the inner world has already finished upgrading the wireless charging energy sources, and everyone's equipment is constantly being charged. Everyone has their own account number to pay, just like an ID number. As long as you pay monthly, you can enjoy a convenient life. And the consortium, based on each person's energy consumption, will charge. Jiangshu also told Chen that in the inner world, there were capacitor towers that generated energy and cloud towers that carried energy everywhere. Even in the wilderness, there are cloud towers scattered about, but wilderness vehicles are still chosen with diesel engine, especially military vehicles. Diesel engine has high energy, high RPM and high torque, which is more suitable for military use in severe off-road conditions. But actually, since smuggling is too common, getting out of the city is quite problematic. You have to go through customs set up by the tax office and get a visa. The financial structures of the inner world are very strong. They not only have their own executive agencies, but also their own intelligence services. But of all the information available so far, The most useful is that the hard currency in the domestic world is also gold. The banks of the 5 largest consortia actually issue currency based on gold reserves. Now finally, Chen knows how to make money in the inner world. The guy asks how he can help the woman. Shu replies that because of her hands, she won't be able to cook for her daughter today. So I want to ask you to take care of her. Lowering her gaze, Aunt Jiang explained. When Tanjian asked brother Qing Chen to prepare something to eat, the guy replied that he would do it without a problem. "Hello, is anyone home?" the unknown man inquired, knocking on the front door. Glancing at the window, Chen spotted an SUV of a mysterious organization on the street. After putting on his apron, he asked Tanjian to open the door for the guests, and he himself went to the kitchen to prepare food. Opening the door, the girl saw 2 tall men in front of her. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuan. We've met before. I'm from Kunlun." After saying hello, the man standing in the front said, "Kunlun." It turns out that their organization is called Kunlun. Asking them to sit down, Shu asked her daughter to pour water for the guests. Taking a seat next to the woman, Yuan asked what had happened to her hands. Aunt Jiang explained that the mechanical limbs had become discharged. Turning around, the man asked his partner to take it in stride. They didn't seem to know that mechanical limbs could discharge. Their organization, just like Jiang Shu said, was probably formed very recently, so they didn't know much about the inner world. When Tanjian came in with glasses of water in her hands, the men in black decided to ask them something. "There were 2 strange men here last night. After one of them escaped from your house, he was attacked in your neighborhood and had his shin broken," Yuan told, glancing suspiciously at the woman. "Do you know who did it?" "Don't worry, we're not here to prosecute. We just want to find out." Jiang Shu realizes that it would be better if these people don't find Qing Chen. After all, he did it for her daughter's sake. With a perplexed look at Yuan, the woman says she doesn't know who did it. Maybe someone wanted to help. She wonders what this is about and why they are investigating it. Yuan asks to try to understand them properly. They are not law enforcement and therefore do not want to do anything about this brave man. The man with glasses adds that after hearing the criminal's story, they discovered that this man was very cunning in choosing the time to strike. The moment to ambush him is very unusual, so they wanted to find him and see if he was a traveler. They check out all the strange happenings lately. But suddenly the daughter speaks up. She tells the Kunlun people that after yesterday's incident, she and her mom were at home and didn't go out anywhere, so they don't know who did it. Li Tongjian's explanation actually added plausibility, because most people subconsciously feel that children can't lie. Li Tongjian and Qing Chen grew up in a very similar environment. Same parental quarrels, same domestic violence. Intuition tells the guy that he and she are of the same mold. Underneath the calm exterior is the same rage raging in his heart. The girl asks the Kunlun people why they are looking for that uncle or aunt who helped them. To arrest them. Are they the bad guys? With an awkward laugh, Yuan tells the little girl that she's got it all wrong. He tries to convince her that they have no malicious intent. Since the Kunlun organization has just been established, they need to find and accept some talented like-minded people. In addition, there are actually separate organizations and consortiums in the inner world that have discovered the existence of the outer world. According to their records, 21 travelers died inexplicably and they were tortured before their deaths. And more than 10 travelers made it clear that they were captured by inner world organizations. Yuan hoped that Madame Jiang Shu would be vigilant and not be discovered by them. Though these are secret organizations, even they are enough to remind travelers that exposure can be dangerous. Shu is greatly surprised that it turns out telling one's identity to the inner world is so terrible. He Xiao showed up again. The man with glasses said, showing the phone to Yuan. Tanjian takes this moment to ask the Kunlun people who He Xiao is. It seems to her that he knows quite a lot. Turning around on her, Yuan is surprised that the little girl knows He Xiao too. They are also looking for this person right now, but he is very good at hiding. They haven't found out who he is yet. In theory, he should have left some clues, but now everything about him has been erased. "We've said too much, so we'll leave you alone and diverge at this point," said the man as he said goodbye to the occupants of the apartment. The woman explained that she was currently restrained in her movements and therefore could not escort him out. In response, Yuan asked her not to bother. However, as he approached the front door, the Kunlun man noticed something suspicious. "Hey, whose sneakers are those by the door?" Yuan inquired, glancing at the landlady. The woman replied that they were his husband's shoes, and the daughter, waving her hands, added that they were her dad's sneakers. Apologizing, the men in black yanked the handle and left the apartment. Mom and daughter exhaled with relief and sat relaxed on the couch. Looking out of the kitchen, Chen apologizes for causing trouble for them. Smiling, Aunt Jiang asks not to say that. They were the ones who caused him trouble. If it wasn't for them, the guy wouldn't have gotten involved in this case. A young man informs his aunt that there is no food in the refrigerator. He decides to go to the store and asks what he should buy. Shu says that since Chen and Tanjian are growing up, they need to eat meat, so she asks to buy some ribs. When the girl gave him some money, the boy put on his shoes and, opening the door, went out onto the landing. Upon entering his apartment, Chen immediately changed into his other shoes. Sitting in the SUV, Yuan watches the only exit from the neighborhood where Jiangshu and her daughter live. Passing by this car, Chen goes about his business without paying attention to it. The Kunlun people looked at the guy suspiciously. Then, lowering their gaze, they saw a very different shoe from the one on the doorstep. Taking a lighter out of his pocket, the man lit a cigarette. "Not him," Yuan said sadly, not taking his eyes off the young man. His partner, sitting next to him, says indignantly that Yuan knows perfectly well that there was someone else in the house, and it looks like he was hiding from them. He wonders to his coworker why he didn't barge in and look at him. Was it really difficult? The man, smoking a cigarette, reminds him that boss Zheng explained that Kunlun had just been founded, and they should, whenever possible, maintain good relations with travelers who trust them, rather than using brutal methods. More so, they don't need to accept all travelers. They don't want just anyone in Kunlun. What they want to do in the future is to find those who are on their way with them. Yuan suggests that his partner wait here, and if they don't, that's okay. A new era has begun. Some are not meant to be ordinary. Maybe they don't need to look for them. They'll show up on their own. After buying some ingredients, Chen walks through the market while looking at something on his phone. Lu Yuan revealed a lot of information in his conversation with Jiangshu. Even Kunlun doesn't know who He Xiao is, which means they haven't recruited him. In today's society where the internet is extremely advanced, erasing one's own footprints is basically impossible. He Xiao had to master something beyond this time, a technology or ability beyond the comprehension of the people of the modern world. He Xiao referred to those who move as world travelers. When traveling to the inner world, the time of the outer world stops. When returning, the time of the inner world also stops. In a new video, he narrated that it is currently known that inland travelers appear in 19 cities. Scattered travelers may appear in other regions, but the probability is very small. He Xiao suggested that those who want to become travelers should go to these 19 cities as soon as possible, because the third batch of travelers would appear tonight. Since the inner world game is extremely difficult, he believes that all the travelers can join together to explore the inner world on their own, which can increase the chances of survival. At the end, He Xiao gave a very prominent warning, telling the travelers not to reveal their identities. Chen suspected that this person must know that the travelers had been exposed. This most likely led to serious consequences, which is why he specifically reminded everyone. But not all travelers are so smart. In Prison 18, there is a lurking danger that Deju from the parallel class won't be able to withstand the interrogation. Only Chen didn't expect that He Xiao still considered that world a game, but it was quite predictable that he was the most famous traveler. The new strategy released on his channel would inevitably cause a great resonance. Moreover, it might even speed up the process of gathering people who want to become travelers in 19 cities with its own strength. However, the incident with the inner world had indeed spawned quite a few scammers. For example, Genshin had just written to a guy that someone in a travel group was selling an immortality elixir and sent him a link. After arguing a bit about the validity of this information with his friend, Chen wrote one phrase, "Just be happy." After that, the young man put the phone in his pocket and exhaled. Qing Chen sometimes can't understand whether Genshin is really dumb or pretending to be dumb. There are 13 hours and 8 minutes left on the countdown. As he approached the neighborhood he lived in, Chen noticed that Kunlin's men had finally left. After a while, a lot of delicious food prepared by the guy is already on the dining table. Tunyan carefully feeds his mom meat, holding it with chopsticks. In order to protect her daughter, Jianshu, with an initially soft character, decided to become tougher. Li Tongjian is sure that after this transition, she will definitely be able to organize her mother's better mechanical limbs. However, Qing Chen must only rely on himself. Turning to the boy, Aunt Jiang says that she rarely sees his parents. Are they really very busy? Well, they must be very busy. Chen uttered, I see your washing machine is broken. You and I know each other well. Bring your dirty clothes, Auntie will wash them for you. Don't be shy of your aunt, and after school, don't cook by yourself. Just come to Auntie's house to eat. Jianshu said with a happy smile. Even if you don't come, I still have to cook for Tunyan. So I'll just add some chopsticks. Well, alright, thank you Aunt Jianshu. Chen thanked her, lowering his gaze. Night. 23 hours and 59 minutes on the clock. 1 minute to move. Chen is becoming more adept at moving. If someone were to ask him now to choose where he should stay to live, on the inside or in the outside world, maybe he'll choose the inside. A frightened man, not realizing where he has gotten to, is banging on the door with all his might, begging to be let out. They don't realize where they are. They're begging to be let out. They can't understand why they are locked up and scream for help. Relaxedly lying on his bunk, Chen smiled. Newcomers, welcome to prison 18. Inner world. Noon. Chen lifted himself off the bed. Yi dazedly looked at his hand. This time the countdown lasts a full 7 days. Why? What's the pattern here? It seems that the rules of movement still need to be studied. The boy got up from the bed and walked to the exit of the cell. The door in front of him rattled open. Just upon seeing the young man, everyone around immediately bowed, greeting him politely. Walking over to the railing, Chen looked down and saw Lu Guanji coming down to the dining room, cheerfully greeting his boss. Just like last time, he obeys Qing Chen's instruction to not bully the newcomers very much. Although Lu Guanji might anger the other two forces in this way, it can't be said for sure that it will definitely cause conflict one day. But this man went to prison 18 to pave the way for Chen. To be a pawn before the horse, a guy needs to realize himself as that pawn. A pawn that has crossed the river cannot retreat. Life means success, and death means defeat. Fame will be obtained at the cost of life. In addition, Li Shutong also didn't mind Lu Guanji's behavior, and he seemed to want to see what Chen was going to do. Today, 7 new prisoners arrived. When Lu Guanji caught the new prisoners, 6 of them seemed to have entered the prison for the second time and decided to directly accept their fate. Experienced prisoners know well that it is better to be patient, and if you resist, it will only get worse. However, when Guanyi caught the last new prisoner, he kept dodging. But this prisoner has no mechanical limbs. With his usual physical fitness, how could he escape from these ferocious remaining beasts? Don't touch father. Why are you grabbing father? Leave father alone, shouted the newcomer as Guanyi ran up to him, holding out his hand. The dumbfounded prisoners, not knowing what this puppy is talking about, stare at him while he shouts some nonsense. This dialect of Chuan province. This jerk is a traveler. How did this guy with a mouthful of Chuan words manage to enter prison 18? According to the rules that Yi Xiao had deduced earlier, there are only 19 cities where many travelers appear. According to Chen's observation, travelers from the same place also end up in the same place. That is why people from Luo's city get to city 18. Is there really a problem with the rule the guy generalized, or are the transition points random? No, there must be special circumstances. With a wave of his hand, Li Shutong orders Xiao to catch this strange newcomer and interrogate him, as well as Huang and Deju who arrived earlier. I think they might be from the same place, explained the man in white, picking up a pawn from Xiangqi from the board. This man is no fool. He could definitely have noticed something in these successive incidents. It's only a matter of time before people in the inner world find out about the outer world, because there are too many travelers. This dialect guy seemed to make Li Shuten connect all the weird things that had happened during this period of time. Approaching this strange dude, the loyal subordinate immediately used his ability. That's right, this time, Xiao Tan no longer sat idly by, but directly let Xiao act. Out of the way, give him to me. Tapping his finger on Lu Guanji's prosthesis, the blond man said, looking at the unconscious weirdo lying there. If our boss allows it. Looking at Chen perplexedly, Guanyi said. Looking at him, Xiao was surprised that he dared to stop him, even though he knew who his boss was. However, inflexibility is a good thing. Without taking his gaze off Chen, Lu Guanji noticed the latter nodding as he stood on the upper floors of the prison. After that, the main entrance of prison 18 opened, and Xiao grabbed the unconscious weirdo and walked out of the gate. Li Shuten and his men are free to come and go from prison, but if they can move freely, why don't they leave here? While Chen places a pawn on the game board, Shudo, stroking his cat, ponders his next move. The boy asked the man in white where Xiao had gone. In response, the man explained that something unusual had happened, although he couldn't understand what it was right now. But it had to be something beyond his imagination. In the past, if obscure people appeared around him one after another, he would have thought that someone might have made a careful plan and wanted to get something from him. But this time, it seems to be different. They have no plan and seem to have no brains. There's not much time left, not to mention the guy from Chuan province, Desu alone would definitely not be able to resist Xiao's questioning. Still, he has the mysterious ability of a sleep demon, which can make people discreetly tell the truth during interrogation. Exposure to the outside world is inevitable, and it will happen soon. Hutchin interrupted their conversation, slurping loudly and chewing the real meat with gusto. Van asked him not to get so heavy on the food. He wondered to the man if that crazy guy was one of them. He had heard that there were still a few places in the wilderness where strange languages were spoken. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Hutchin said that he was not one of them. This guy didn't look like a person from the wilderness. Have you ever met a person from the wilderness with such delicate skin? The man inquired, glancing at Wang, tapping Qing Chen's little brother on the back. He reminded him that the young man had discovered all of his men. Therefore, it could be said that Hutchin had come here alone. Leaning on the table, the man asked Van if he could get some meat for his 3 brothers as well. A surprised Wang asked if there was still a lack of real meat in the wilderness. Hutchin says they face consortium raids almost every day. How will they have time to raise livestock? In addition, 2 more forbidden places have come up where people have almost died. The possibilities for survival are not as great as everyone thinks. Of course, if little brother Qing Chen goes there, he'll have food, Hutchin added, glancing contentedly at the guy sitting next to him. Forbidden place is a new term. It sounds like it has something to do with forbidden objects. Brother Qing Chen, why don't you come with me to the wasteland? I dare not say otherwise. A person like you should have whatever he wants and can eat whatever he wants. Hutchin shouted joyfully, hugging the young man. Holding the purring cat in his arms, Shudo slyly observes that the man just wants to drag him into the wilderness. Doesn't he get it? This guy is from the king family. To be fair, isn't the opportunity to become a king shadow better than this wasteland? Punching the table, Hutchin shrieked that it couldn't be compared. It was not yet known if he would become a shadow. Choosing a shadow is extremely dangerous. Why take such a risk? If Chen goes to the wasteland with him, he will have everything. Why waste his strength? Grinning, Shudo mockingly asks what he has in his wasteland. Why would the others go with him? There are drawn flatbreads, Qing Chen uttered as he looked at the playing board in front of him. Drawing tortillas to lure with beautiful words, to make unrealistic promises that no one is going to fulfill. The clock is 12 hours and 30 minutes. Xiao will be back soon. Chen will face the most dangerous tests of his life, and he doesn't have a single hidden trump card. He already knows what he's going to face, but he can't hide. There's nowhere to hide. The clock reads 15 hours and 30 minutes. Interrogation room A guy with a strange dialect sleeps after being exposed to a sleep demon. A dumbfounded Xiao stares irritatedly at the jerk. This dude was scolding him the whole time, and then abruptly snapped out of his nightmare, and in half an hour, he hasn't answered anything once. Interrogation room B. An exhausted Deju lies on the table in front of Xiao, holding the interrogation report in his hand. Blondin looks content to stare at the minutes. The harvest here is very good. This guy named Deju said that he's a high school student who moved from a parallel universe. And there are a lot of such travelers in Luo City where he lives. However, they all move randomly, and no one knows where they will end up before they cross the border. However, one thing was troubling. Deju said that the reason he went to the boss was because someone said that if he found Li Shutong in prison 18, he could get a development path. He needs to find out who is spreading such information. Although these movements are mind-boggling, there are no illogical inconsistencies in Deju's entire story from beginning to end. One last question, Xiao uttered, hitting the table and leaning over to the frightened boy. Have you ever heard a song called Goodbye? Dining room, late dinner. Xiao walked back to his boss and stood behind him. Xiao is an intelligent and calculating person. However, he does not possess cunning. He returned to the dining room, but kept silent about the results of the interrogation he had just conducted, so the result was already very clear. The results of the interrogation contained a secret that concerned someone present. Qing Chen must be that person. How's Li Shutong gonna see it? He's a high-ranking man who controls everything. Such a person wouldn't let things get out of control. No matter that Chen had earned his favor, it shouldn't be mentioned in front of such a big man. After finishing his dinner, the man in white put the chopsticks on his plate. Xiao, take our friend from the peaks to another place, Xiao Tong ordered to the subordinate standing behind him. When the blonde man approached Huchin and asked him to stand up, the indignant man shouted that he wasn't going anywhere. At this moment, Wang snapped his fingers. At the same second, a huge force dome unfolded, hitting the bulky man in the face and knocking him back from Shudo's desk. Turning to him, Xiao says that if the man still wants to stay here and find the Ace-005 forbidden item, let him not approach. Standing confidently on his feet, Huchin agreed not to eavesdrop on the conversation. Xiaotan and Chen were left alone in the dome. So, you told Lu Guanji to interrogate the new prisoners in the past few days. Have you been looking for them? Li Shutong began, stroking the cat. That's right, the young man immediately replied. The man in white noticed that the guy was calmer than he had imagined. When he was his age, he wasn't as good as Chen. In response to that, the guy said that it wasn't calmness, it's just that panic is useless. The man sitting across from him explains that although Xiao hasn't told him the results of the interrogation yet, but he knows that it's definitely a big secret. He has always been ruthless when faced with something he can't control. Did you ever think you might not live to see tomorrow? Hearing these words from Xiao Tong, Chen couldn't find the words to reply for a long time. Looking around, he sees the prisoners, who despite the difficult living conditions are still able to smile. Looking up, he looks at everything around him. He can hear the chatter of people and the sounds of drones flying around. He can breathe and feel. He's alive now. Thought so. Qing Chen replied, looking up. It's actually been a pleasure to communicate these past few days. If I may, I hope we can get to know each other again, the guy utters while folding his arms and lowering his head. He beat Xiaotan and Xiangqi on the first day, so he still owes the young man a debt of gratitude. The man in white says that if Chen has any request, this is the only and last chance to speak up. Can you play the goodbye song again? Chen asks him. A surprised Xiaotan asks the guy if he's willing to trade his debt for his life. My life? No need to trade anything. I couldn't trade it either, Chen explains, hopelessly averting his gaze. Li Shutong didn't cross the boy's wish. He always liked his boldness. The man asks Chen to consider it a gift from him, and he can say his request at any time. Taking the harmonica Wang had brought him, the man began to play the song Goodbye. The force barrier shattered and melodious music blasted throughout prison 18. Even though Qing Chen couldn't forget anything since birth, he still decided to capture this moment in the most accessible places of his mind and soul. Thank you, he said quietly, enchanted by the music. Prison 18, midnight. Two unknown men enter the cell of the sleeping Qing Chen. At that very second, after dragging him off the bed, they put a sack over the guy's head and tie a rope around his arms precariously. Chen did not resist the strangers leading him somewhere. He knew exactly who these people were and where they were taking him. Dragging him into some room, these men threw him on the floor. When the strangers, having untied his hands, left the room, the door creaked shut behind them and the only source of light was gone. Qing Chen, with a sack over his head, lies alone in a dark cell, rolling over onto his back. The guy took off his sack. He finds himself in an enclosed dark space. He doesn't know where he is, can't talk to people, and even has no concept of time. Loneliness and fear seem to have completely consumed him. But in fact, Chen is not afraid of loneliness at all. Since his parents divorced, he has been living alone. Licking his lips, the guy realized that right now the lack of water would be his worst enemy. While this countdown on his hand can't light up other places, it can at least help him count time. Exhaling, Chen lay down on the floor again and closed his eyes. In any case, if you can't do anything, it's better to watch the movie. The prison break theme is very appropriate. Then Shawshank Redemption would be perfect. With the help of his phenomenal photographic memory, the guy remembers this movie in great detail, essentially rewatching it all over again. There are 122 hours and 9 minutes left on the countdown. Chen mentally reviewed 8 movies and even took a nap. However, it still couldn't stop the thirst and hunger. But it didn't matter. Another 24 hours passed. Kaleidoscope. The replay in his head became intermittent. The body suddenly feels cold and hot, and the skin feels dry. This is probably caused by the loss of water in the body. He can't sleep. He is so hungry that he feels that his spirit has been undermined. Another agonizing day passed. Prison number 18, Deep Night. While Li Shutong sits at his desk in the library, Lu Guanji, also locked in solitary confinement, is banging on the door with all his might, demanding to be let out. The man wants to know where the man in white has locked up his boss. He promises that he won't let it go, and neither will the King family. Glancing at the clock, Xiao saw that it had already struck midnight. Turning to his boss sitting listlessly at his desk, the blonde excitedly reminds him that it's been 4 days. Leaning toward Shutong, Xiao tells him that Qing Chen hasn't uttered a word in 4 days, and there was no sign of a breakdown. The man in white replies that this guy is an extremely intelligent person. From the first day in the punishment cell, he slowed down his breathing rate to avoid rapid water loss. There is nothing unusual about holding out for 4 days, but Xiao objects. Even so, not many people can endure 4 days of silence. He doesn't look like he's being tortured. It's more like he's just waiting, but he hasn't had a drink of water in 4 days. If this continues, he'll die. The blonde asks the boss to spare him. After all, he appreciates his talent so much. Wang agrees with his partner, saying that just a dark room won't do anything to the young man. He asks to be let out, then move on to water torture, Li Shutong said coldly. A dumbfounded Xiao explains to the boss that Chen is now very dehydrated, and as soon as he sees water, he will subconsciously start drinking it. If all the lost fluid is replenished at once, the great strain on the heart will stop it, and the boy will die. That's right, life and death depend on his own choice. And he's never met death for real before, and so he's not ready to follow my path right now, Li Shutong explained, staring emotionlessly in front of him. After a few minutes, Wang throws a wet cloth over Chen Yu's face and tortures him by pouring water on the cloth. As a result, it becomes almost impossible for the young man to breathe and he feels drowned. The bound lad grabbed his arm, squeezing it as hard as he could to try and dull the unbearable agony of the torture. Once the water poured onto his face, Chen pressed his lips together to prevent the liquid from entering his mouth in large quantities, avoiding cardiac arrest. Xiao looked at the guy with horror. He didn't expect that at this time, Qing Chen would still be able to maintain a clear consciousness. He knows what he's up against, knows he has to muster up his last will to fight for a chance to survive. It's impossible to breathe. The young man feels as if he is drowning. Suddenly he hears someone's familiar voice. It's his mom calling him. Chen, there's someone else besides your father who doesn't want you and me, a woman says to him as she walks down the street with her son. After noticing the candy being sold in the park, the boy asked his mom to buy him a tangula. The irritated woman stopped suddenly. Okay, Mom will buy you a tangula. With a glance at her son, she said. With trembling hands, she gives the treat to little, still unaware of loneliness, joyful Chen. The mother asked the boy to stand and eat the tangulu. While she went to the restroom, she promised to return soon, but she didn't keep her promise. Mom never came back. She left him alone. She just forgot about her own son. Mom only came back when she got a call from the police. These tears, they're fake. Turns out Chen has been dumped before. My lungs feel like they're being squeezed with barbed wire. It feels like they're about to burst. Qing Chen, who is losing consciousness, has his whole body convulsing and shivering. But Wang does not stop and continues to pour water on the cloth. "Come with me," says the woman, walking away toward the light. "No, Mom," the boy answers her, standing with his back to her with a nearly finished tangulu in his hand. The mother asks her son to come with her again. "No. I said no, Mom," Qing Chen shouted. After holding out the rest of the way, barely conscious, the guy feels Van pulling the soaked rag off him. Walking up to the young man, Xiao taps him on the back to help him cough. "Why didn't you ask? I still owe you one request," the man in white asked, stepping into the holding cell. "Because you don't want a weak man," the boy said, trying to catch his breath. Li Shutong gazed emotionlessly at the exhausted young man. Finally, he's found the man he's been looking for all these years. The man asked Chen if he could forget what he had done to him today. "No, but I hold no grudge," replied the boy, looking impotently at the floor. After saying that, a satisfied smile appeared on Shuten's face. "Quite frankly, very good. From tomorrow onwards, I will personally teach you," the man said satisfactorily, then turned around and walked towards the exit. "Of all the shortest paths in the world, I will take you the longest." Li Shutong and his cat slowly walk away to the dining room, and Xiao looks after him. Boss must be in a very good mood right now. The legacy of knights in Boss's generation is almost interrupted, although he never mentioned it. But Xiao saw the boss picking receivers one by one, failing again and again. In his heart, Li Shutong was nervous. This path is so difficult that Xiao and Wang wouldn't be able to go through it even if they wanted to. Taking a seat at the chair next to Chen, the blonde man said that he admires him a lot. He doesn't know how the guy survived 4 days in a dark room. Anyway, Xiao himself could only endure 36 hours. Wang was slightly better than him, 47 hours. "A little better," Van asked grudgingly. "Better, is that okay?" corrected the blonde irritably. Still breathing heavily, Chen wondered if they were locked in the dark room too. Xiao said that for ordinary people it was a kind of torture, but for them it was just a test to pass. When the boss asked them to lock the guy in a dark room, Xiao knew that Chen was the one he wanted to pick. But if the young man failed, Shutong didn't mind seeing him die. The boss had encountered life and death too many times. His heart had hardened. Blondie asks that Li Shuten not be blamed for this. After all, it is impossible not to have a cruel heart in this era. Handing the guy a towel, Wang asks him to wipe himself. Not many people can be so hard during water torture. Most people will just shit themselves in the process. After a while, the blonde man brought Cheng a tray of food. After that, Xiao and Wang even made a bet that the guy would eat first for dinner. It seems that the fact that he was able to survive this water torture not only pleased Li Xiaotong, but also these two. When the young man started eating rice, the victorious Wang explained to his partner that a person who could survive the dark room and water torture was not so stupid as to eat ribs first. What was previously in the outside world, no matter how agonizing, was nothing compared to what Qing Chen had experienced in the past few days. His peers are still attending classes, falling in love, playing games, and he has already started an unknown life. He doesn't even know where he's going. While the guy was eating lunch, Xiao became curious about something. "So in fact, when you came, you didn't know that you were from the Qing family. So you asked the boss to play Shangqi to get out of this situation. And you actually have nothing to do with the Qing family, right? You've never lived in the Qing family, and you also have no sense of belonging," he inquired. Chen replied that that was roughly how it was. The overjoyed blonde says that this is a very good thing. The boss probably thought about it too, so he decided to accept the guy. Wang asks the young man not to worry, because only he, Xiao and the boss know that Chen is from the outside world. They won't even tell Li Dongs about it. They will keep his secret. With a relieved exhale, the guy thanks them and wonders who Li Dongs is. Li Dongs of Hench. Hench is an organization under the control of the Knights. The capabilities of the Knights are probably more than Chen can imagine. Xiao realizes that Chen doesn't seem to know this about the inner world. The next few days he will help the guy catch up, Wang also tells us that it is Lu Guanji who is very loyal to the young man. He has suffered a lot for him these days and almost got into a fight with the boss. Chen thanked him for letting him know about it. The two wonder if the guy knows Deju, Huang, and that Jian Sheng who likes to swear. The young man tells them that he knows Deju and Huang, but not that well, and he explains that they study together in high school. Xiao is very surprised that Chen in the outside world is an ordinary high school student. He thought the guy should be someone cool. The ability and willpower he showed is not something an ordinary high school kid can possess. Putting down the sticks, Chen explains that the outside world is relatively calm. There is nothing supernatural there. No mechanical limbs or gangs, everything is stable and peaceful. In this era even ordinary people are doing well and their lives are not threatened. Looking at the young man in surprise, the blonde says that he is very jealous. Where is the man who speaks a foreign language locked up? Can I ask him anything? The boy inquired, finishing his meal. We're already in the same boat, so why can't we? Now in prison 18. You can do whatever you want, Xiao explained to him, winking his eye. Father gonna blow you away, puppy, Sheng shouted, barely seeing the guy. Chen, hiding his face with a mask, wrote on the tablet the name of one of the most famous streets in Chuan province. The strange man is quite surprised that the brat is from the ground. Chen tells him he's going to ask him a few things. The guy asks the man a question, since he is from Chuan province, why did he move here? Was he in the city of Luo? Father replies that he has come to Low Town on Bucines. I don't get it. He just arrived, and here it is, ta-da, and immediately moved. The young man asks what Sham is doing. The strange man explains that he resells tickets and asks Chen if he's from Low City. At this point, the guy just got up from his chair, turned around, and walked away. The surprised Xiao, standing nearby at this time, just stares at Cheng after him. This guy just survived a dark room and water torture and can still continue to act so cautious. The next morning, Qing Chen goes to the dining room accompanied by Wang and Xiao. Therein Xiao's conclusions were not wrong. Jiang Sheng appeared in City 18 because he came to Luo City, where one moved to. The life of travelers in the inner world would continue from now on. Wang tells the boy that the day the travelers showed up, they didn't grab Chen first. This is also so that no one will connect him to him, and about this young man does not have to worry about revealing his identity. Xiao told everyone that the guy had stolen the Ace 005 guarded by the boss, so Chen was lightly punished. Suddenly, there was a shrill cry from Lu Guanji, asking for his boss to be released. Hearing this, the guy asked if this poor guy was also locked up for 4 days. A satisfied Xiao explains that otherwise he would have scandalized his boss again. If not for his loyalty, which is commendable, Li Shutong would have dealt with him long ago. The blonde also asked Chen not to worry, as he had been given food and water for those 4 days. The guy asked if they had found out what Lu Guanji had been doing before. Of course we did. He used to be a thug from Halinch in a nursing home. What he heard shook the young man badly. What could it mean? According to Xiao, the slums of the inner world are not in the habit of taking care of the elderly at all. Everyone over 60 is sent to a nursing home, and the children squander their parents' pensions. And the so-called thugs in nursing homes charge a security fee, and then pretend to be the grandchildren of old people, scaring off other old people. It's a kind of profession to protect some old people from being bullied by other old people in the nursing home. Chen asked for permission to see Guanyi. He wondered why, in a matter as important as the battle for the shadow, the King family sent a thug from the nursing home to help him. This is quite strange. Li Shudo, let my boss go. Weary from hunger, Guanyi whispers quietly. In the time he has been in the holding cell, he has barely touched food. Approaching his holding area, Xiao waved his hand to the cell. From the sudden creak of the door opening, Lu Guanji immediately jumped off the floor. In front of him was the man to whom he was most devoted in his life. When he saw that his boss was okay, he cried with happiness. When Chen sat down on the bed, Lu Guanji started running around him and examining his body. He asks the young man if he is well and why he is so thin. Has he been tortured? The subordinate promises to tell King Yang everything when he arrives. The boy replies that he doesn't need to tell King Yang anything. I heard you were bothering Li Xiaotong, Chen said sternly. Lu Guanji said that he had heard that the boss was worried about Ace 005. He was tortured because of this, wasn't he? Didn't T. Hutchin also come after him? But nothing happened to him. The subordinate seems that they see the boss as just a shadow candidate, so they think that the Qing clan will not make a fuss about it. Chen asks not to talk about it anymore. This is Xiaoton's territory here. In turn, the angry Guanyi doesn't want to put up with it. He'll take his chances tomorrow and fight Li Xiaotong. Enough, no need to pretend. Exhaling, Chen uttered, pretending, not understanding what the boss is talking about. Guanyi says he's not pretending. A prolonged silence followed those words. The look on his boss's face made him very nervous. As he fell to the floor, the subordinate realized that his boss could see right through him. In fact, it's just a way of survival for a small man like him. Lu Guanji realized that Cheng wouldn't really care about him, so he flaunted his loyalty. He must be thinking that if he doesn't do anything, then when the guy is released, this dude might be overboard sooner or later. Chen reassures his subordinate, saying that he doesn't have to suck up to him. He realizes how much Guanyi has done for him in the past few days. He asks him not to worry, as long as he doesn't betray him. The guy won't trade him like a chess piece. However, the young man has a condition. Following him, Lu Guanji must behave more restrained and not be in everyone's face like before. The admiring subordinate says that he has often heard about the boss's restraint from King Yan, and it is indeed true. He asks Chen to tell him what he needs to improve about himself. For starters, the guy asks him to remove the gold jewelry from his mechanical arm. Gotta be modest. He will keep them for him for now, but the subordinate is obliged to remember that he must not spread the word. Putting the jewelry in his pocket, Chen, on his way out of the holding cell, asks Guanyi to rest properly. There's about 2 cubic centimeters of gold here. Based on the density of gold of 19.23 at room temperature, there are over 30 grams here. What is the price of gold in the outside world right now? When the guy approached Xiao, he asked him if there was anything else that needed to be dealt with. Got it. I have a plan to check something out, Chen uttered. 40 hours and 20 minutes to travel to the outside world. As the young man walks alone to the mess hall, the prisoners around him whisper suspiciously. They had heard that this guy had pissed off Li Shudo, and he had been locked in a dark room and tortured for days. So now he had lost Shudo's special treatment and was back to being a regular person again. Indeed, at lunch they sit separately at different tables. What did you do to offend Li Xiaotong so much that you were tortured like that? Placing his tray next to Chen, Hutchin inquired. The boy asks the bulky man if he's afraid of offending Li Shudo by sitting here with him. In response, the man clarifies that spades aren't even afraid of consortiums. Why would he be afraid of Shudo? When Chen asked him why he was looking for him, Hutchin explained that he was different. Others may respect the Qing clan behind the guy, but the man is different. He respects his abilities. The thug says he wants to invite someone as insightful as Chen to join them. Not interested, the guy replied, getting up from the table and handing the empty tray to Lu Guanji. Stepping back a bit, Chen stopped and discreetly looked around. There were 2 suspicious prisoners walking behind him, who for some reason had been following him for several minutes now. At the same moment, the guy turned around abruptly, glaring at them, letting them know that he had noticed them. Surprised by this reaction, the prisoner gave the young man an incomprehensible look. Realizing that they had been spotted, the 2 strange men looked amongst themselves. At the same second, they pulled out small shivs from their pockets. The prisoners immediately, on the jet propulsion of their mechanical prosthetics, snapped out of their seats, swinging the knife to strike Chen. But suddenly they both lose consciousness. Completely disabled, both opponents fall, rolling on the floor for several meters. In fact, without anyone noticing, Xiao used his ability on them and sixed a sleep demon on them. Approaching the attackers, Lu Guanji bends down and, opening the mouth of one of them, pulled out something from there. Boss, this is a poison capsule. Showing the extracted tooth to Cheng, the subordinate explained. These 2 suicide bombers had arrived with Jian Sheng 5 days ago, plus the 3 suicide bombers who had died before that. The plan worked. I was the target of those suicide bombers, not Li Shudo. Who's trying to kill me? Another shadow candidate. Apparently, I had no idea that the battle for the shadows would prove to be so dangerous. The shadow of the King Consortium that specializes in dirty deeds would naturally stop at nothing. The one who dared to eliminate others was worthy of being a shadow. In this 9-man race in the dark, from the very beginning, it was a question of who could do the job better and who was more tough and determined. As the guard carries away the corpse of the suicide bomber, Lu Guanji asks his boss interestedly what he should do now. "Let's wait for them to talk," the guy said, turning around to see Xiao standing in the crowd. After a while, when all the prisoners were already asleep, Chen was lying quietly on his bed. Suddenly, the door of his cell opened in front of him. Once outside, the guy notices Xiao waving at him in the dining room. Unnoticed by the other people, they went to the gym together. Standing there, Xiaotan asked the young man if he had any more questions for him. Chen could still prepare before he started studying. "Who wants to kill me?" the guy immediately asked, walking up to them and glaring at Xiao. The blonde man replies that he hasn't been able to figure that out yet. These two are very resilient. Even in a nightmare, they can grit their teeth and not give up. These people really committed a crime, and no one organized it. That's why Xiao couldn't find anything. The mechanical limbs seem to have been replaced on purpose, just so no one would know where they were bought and manufactured. He tells Cheng not to worry and asks him to give him 7 days to find the answer. Shudo adds that at least for the younger generation of the King family, which is vying for the shadow position, the danger is imminent. When the man in white advised the guy to be mentally prepared for this, Chen thoughtfully wondered why everyone was vying for the shadow's place. If it's such a deadly danger, is it worth it? Because from the early generations, the King family made a rule that only someone who was a shadow could become the head of the family. Only a shadow can become the head of a family. Chen questioned in surprise. According to Li Shutong, the shadow has existed in the King family since the last era of human civilization, and its former role is just cannon fodder that is thrown away when it is used up. After the powerful shadow became the head of the family, the rule was established that the head of the family must first be a shadow. On average, a shadow is chosen from a new generation about once every 10 years. In the lifetime of a head, there may be about 10 shadows. When the head of the family retires, he or she chooses the person he or she approves of the most from the dozen shadows, and the other shadow candidates will have to surrender their powers in exchange for protection from death in order to live a peaceful old age. The current pattern of 9 people vying for the position of the shadow that would become the head of the family was established by the son of the shadow that first became the head of the family. It is said that this was because all the candidates he chose turned out to be worthless, and in the end he could only let his subordinates fight on their own. The one who won was naturally the best candidate for the post of head. However, unlike 1,000 years ago, the shadow battle had gradually changed. In the beginning, the battle invited everyone to simply perform tasks, and the one who was more capable would win. Now the shadow becomes whoever can survive. Subsequently, this practice of shadow battle continued. Perhaps the head of the King clan realizes that if the clan is not ferocious, how can it gain a foothold in the local world? After listening to all of this, Chen realizes that he now needs to take care of his safety, because each of the 9 shadow candidates can get rid of the others. Li Shuten admitted that this time it exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect anyone to want to get rid of others right from the start. In the past, it hasn't been this quick, unless someone felt threatened by Chen. Upon reflection, the boy realizes that this has nothing to do with him getting close to Shuten. Those suicide bombers came after him before he even met the man in white. Turning around, Shudo advises the kid not to think about it too much. Needless to say, someday the kid will find out everything. Looking at his back, Chen wondered if he could withdraw from the shadow battle. Will there be a conflict with the King clan if he joins the knights? The man in white explains that nothing will happen, only it's still better to try to make sure that others don't find out that Chen has joined the knights. From now on, Li Shuton will teach the boy at night, and everything will be the same during the day. With a creepy look at him, Shuten advised the kid to stay out of the shadow battle, because he had yet to see how great the shadow power of the King Consortium was. Walking into the ring with his cat, the man in white sat down in lotus pose. He asked Chen, who is sitting next to him, if there is anything else he wants to ask. The guy tells him that he has seen that the standard in the inner world is still firearms. Is there something else, something more powerful? Shudo explains that there is, but not much. There are special electromagnetic grenades to knock out mechanical limbs. There are also special weapons mounted on mechanical limbs. However, the consortium military still favors firearms, and the ammunition is mostly made of brass. Chen remarks that the inner world's technology is supposedly very advanced. Why are the weapons almost the same as in the outer world? Closing his eyes, Shouten explains that it only takes one bullet to kill a person. Alright. The little things are taken care of. Now they're going to get down to business. This is going to be the longest road of all shortcuts. Looking at the young man, Li Shutong asks him to extend his right arm. Chen didn't object and immediately obeyed. At the same second, the man in white grabbed the guy's hand and squeezed it tightly. Chen immediately felt a strange sensation throughout his body. It was as if some very strong spiritual will was controlling the rhythm of his breathing and even the speed of his blood flow. The vein clutched by Li Shutong felt as if it was restrained. At that moment, the man sitting across from him took a deep breath, concentrating his breath. His face and body began to show bright fiery patterns. Everything Li Shudo is now showing is completely against the laws of biology. With each breath, Chen feels a scalding flame flowing through his veins and arteries. This incredible pain spreads throughout his body. His head was up, and he clenched his teeth, trying not to lose consciousness. Hold on, Wayne shrieked, seeing the young man begin to thrash in agony. Concerned Xiao, standing nearby, asks Chen to remember what he recently told him. Only by going through painful experiences can one rise higher. Through the pain, the guy took another breath, and hot air filled his lungs. You could tell he was being burned alive now. Noticing that the young man had gotten much worse, Xiao shouted to Cheng not to give up and to keep conscious at all costs. The pain you've forgotten will run through your mind, all the pain you have in your memory. The moment you start to fall apart, if you can't overcome it, no one can help you. Suddenly, all of Chen's bad memories and feelings began to shatter into small shards, flying around the most closed-off parts of his mind, forcing him to relive everything all over again. This is the first time the boy started living on his own. The pain of cutting his finger with a kitchen knife, even the sensation of cutting his fingerprints he still remembers. During the water torture, he felt as if the poisonous saplings were pushing cold roots into his lungs. Dark room, the pain of dehydration and the first second of water torture collided with each other. The sun set on the day my mother left, and the suitcase behind her. These memories swept over him like a tide. And it was as if the boy had gone back to the time when he had been tortured with water. When Qing Chen was in complete prostration, suddenly a voice of hope was heard somewhere, calling out to the young man. Turning around, the guy sees his own man. Come with mom, utters the woman, holding out her hand to her son. At that moment, everything turned upside down in Chen's soul. She had never said such a thing to him. Did she really want to help him? Mom won't leave him again. The boy begins to slowly walk toward his mother, extending his hand to her in return. Approaching her, an overjoyed Chen is ready to touch her palm. But in that moment, all the shattered memories of his sad past come together. Remembering everything, Chen laughed sadly. No wonder Li Shuten said that if you can't stand it, it's not possible to follow his path. I've come this far alone, and I'll walk the rest of the way by myself. I don't need to feel sorry for myself anymore. And I don't need to look back. I have only the way forward in the rest of my life. I had experienced this kind of pain before, and as it began to coalesce, I already knew clearly in my heart what it meant to begin to fall apart. Only those who have looked into the face of each of their pain will be able to cross the abyss of interrogation of the heart, to break away from my past and move forward toward the future. Maybe Qing Chen, thanks to his memory, has never forgotten his pain. His super memory is an outstanding talent, but it also causes him endless pain. He has already believed in pain for a very long time. Moreover, this brat has already crossed this abyss. Li Shutong's energy began to dissipate. Exhaling out, Chen feels relief and the heat leaving his body. With a glance at his hand, the guy asks the man sitting across from him why this breathing technique, relaxedly closing his eyes and saying that it went more smoothly than he thought it would. Shudo explains that it's only an aid. The breathing technique is characterized by the frequency of breathing. For now, Chen can't use it on his own. When he runs it a few more times, the guy will memorize the rhythm. But a glance at the boy sitting across from him, the man in white, realized how badly he had been mistaken. He had forgotten about it. With his super memory, Chen could directly memorize the breathing rhythm. Shouten's teacher led him more than 40 times until he somehow memorized the breathing rate and was able to repeat without mistakes. Since he doesn't need to lead the guy, Li Shuten decides to tell him about the knight's heritage, and they'll talk about the breathing technique later. Li Shuten revealed that the founders of the Knight organization discovered the secret of the gene lock. He came to the conclusion that when people pass 8 tests on the verge of life and death, the gene lock will open itself. In the old days, only by passing these 8 trials could one be considered a true knight. At that time, there were many knights who followed humanity through the age of cataclysm and created a new era of civilization with surviving humans. But then there were fewer and fewer knights. The reason is that one of the stages of life and death must take place in the sea, but all seas have become a forbidden place. It is simply deadly dangerous to fulfill this test, and without passing one of the stages, the gene lock cannot be opened. However, through the continuous efforts of Qin Sheng's predecessor and the knights of subsequent generations, it was discovered that together with a certain breathing technique, they could open the gene lock every time the life and death trial was passed. When everyone completed the 6th stage, their strength had completely surpassed the older generation of knights. According to the classification of inner world levels A, B, C, D, E, F, the 6th stage is level A. Hearing this, Chen asked the teacher what level he was at. Wang standing nearby told me that the boss was S level. Guy asks Shudo what's so wonderful about this breathing technique, that it can help open a gene lock. The man in white explains to Chen that he should know about endorphins. Like dopamine, it is a hormone that gives people happiness. But there are differences. Dopamine is produced when you play games, win the lottery, or from gambling, while endorphins give you joy and ease after playing sports. It's all clever and pretty words, but dopamine doesn't directly make people happy. It's simply a neurotransmitter that is responsible for the transmission of serotonin, the good mood hormone. From a layman's point of view, yes, dopamine does give joy. But the thing is, it doesn't give joy. It forms an addiction. What about endorphins? Endorphins first give you bitterness, and then they give you sweetness. They bind in the body with morphine sectors and can relieve pain. But this is only their basic function. Qin Sheng's ancestor conducted a very strict test and found that when the knights underwent life and death trials, the endorphins in their bodies were released in large amounts. So he believed that dopamine was the poison that drowned people in vices, and endorphins were the key that unlocked the gene lock. So the knights have a new principle. Going through a painful experience, one rises even higher. An interested Chen asks the teacher what is the relationship between the breathing technique and endorphins. Why can it be used to open the gene lock in advance? Shuten explains that it's because breathing techniques can make you feel pain, followed by an instant release of endorphins, which in itself is a way of controlling your body. By using breathing techniques during physical workouts, one can achieve in 3 months what others may take years to accomplish. So when a person uses breathing techniques when performing a life and death challenge, their endorphins in the body are much higher than normal. When the boy asked if she had any other effects, the man in white said he would tell him about the other effects after the boy had passed his first life and death test. There was no need for him to know now. Qing Chen asks Shouten perplexedly, isn't it possible to inject endorphins directly? With this level of technology, it should be possible to extract and inject endorphins without consequences, right? The teacher explains that this is an era where even love can be faked with a phenylethylamine chip. But the guy has to realize that all reliance on external forces doesn't work for them. There were ancestors who tried to inject endorphins directly, without using the breathing technique. However, after passing the test of life and death, the gene lock would not open. One can understand the principle of endorphins, but no one has yet been able to understand the principle of gene lock. To this day, the secret of gene lock is still sacred and inviolable to the night. They can only use the most laborious method, strictly following the order of the former times. That's why Shuton said that this is the longest path of all the shortest paths in the world. And there is only one way to ascend to heaven, and that is perfection full of pain. Alright, I'll remember, Qing Chen uttered, looking at the teacher. Passing the 7 trials of life and death is level S, demigod. The guy wondered what would happen if he passed all 8 trials using the breathing technique. Lowering his gaze, Shuton clarified that this question didn't make sense. Because the seas of the outside world are not a forbidden place, Chen said, looking confidently at the man in white. Raising his gaze, a dumbfounded Li Shuton looked at the boy and realized everything. Yes, there's never been superhumans there. So there's no place for a forbidden place. So Chen can pass all the tests in the other world. Looking at it, Li Shuton realizes that for thousands of years, it's unknown how many knights have been stuck in this narrow place and couldn't break through any further. And now, suddenly there was this young man who could fulfill the unfulfilled and cherished wish of all predecessors. Qing Chen still had one more important question that he had wanted to know about for a long time. What are forbidden places and forbidden items? Wang answers that the source of forbidden items and places is very extraordinary. Xiao adds that after the sudden death of the super being, his abnormal and powerful blood flows into the earth and nourishes the creatures already living in it. Ants, scolopendras, scorpions and so on. Plants and even microbes are not left out either. And then, the creatures that inhabit the place of his death evolve, and the place of death itself becomes forbidden. It is said that the Kashima Consortium built many unmanned submarines to find a way to reach the new continent by sea. Then the bones of a giant whale were photographed at the bottom of the sea. The whale was taken with a wide-angle lens. It was so large that from a distance of more than 300 meters, its head could not even fully enter the lens. The Kashima Consortium suspects that this particular whale evolved beyond its species and died of old age, and its flesh and blood fed the entire ocean and ended its forbidding place. Xiao explained that forbidden items precipitate a dozen to 100 years after the death of a superhuman or superbeing. They are either related to his ability or his obsession. For example, in the wasteland near the city of 16, one might find a black steam locomotive of 12 cars running through the wilderness. Sometimes it makes stops, and if you throw a coin through the window into the tail car, you can become its passenger and travel with it to the end of the world. The tail car of this train is full of gold coins. Many criminal organizations like to use the train to smuggle goods, although it is not easy to find. If you try to steal his gold coins, he will ban the wagon, and the thief will be trapped inside until he dies. So the last car of this train is also full of bones. Of course, there are some forbidden items that have nothing to do with superhuman abilities, and may even be mysterious beings with infinite life. If there is a way to contain it, it may serve you well. If not, tons will become extremely dangerous. Faced with forbidden objects, people are like hunters with long swords. People realize that there are beasts of prey in the forest, and they understand that these beasts are different. Having gained experience, they know which ones they can handle and which ones they should avoid. But now that the ferocious beasts are becoming more and more numerous, special hunters are needed to fight them. That's how the Forbidden Inquisition came into being. They are enemies not only of the beasts, but also of those who cultivate them. They contain not only forbidden items, but also the superhumans from which those can emerge. And all this because they don't want enough beasts to one day wipe out humanity. Shu Tong explains to Chen that starting today, Wang will teach him martial arts skills, training his physical strength and skills to complete the 8 trials. The man in white is jealous of the guy for being born in the outside world. But that's not important. What is important is that perhaps Qing Chen can change this era. Let's begin. Li Shuton said contentedly, rising to his feet. I can't wait to see this day. Chen may be in prison, but he feels hope and freedom. Despite the harmless atmosphere of the outside world, he actually likes it better here. Then, without warning, the training began. Before that, Wang had brought a marvelous thermostat food container full of sliced beef and insistently told the boy to eat it. He was probably afraid that the young man wouldn't be able to take the strain. But what bothered Chen more was that when he used the breathing technique, he felt an inexplicable energy roaming through his body. It didn't seem to be helping his body in any way and was substantial, but he seemed to be able to control it. It would be necessary to question Li Shuten properly. There are 20 hours and 20 minutes left on the return report. Early the next morning, Xiao asks his partner what kind of progress this boy has made overnight. An ordinary person in the beginning wouldn't be able to withstand high-intensity training. How long did he last? Wang tells him that under full load, Chen trained from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning. The dumbfounded blonde reminded him that this guy had never trained like this before. How could he do this until 3 o'clock in the morning? He shouted worriedly at Van, asking him not to push the boy so hard, but his partner replied that the young boy had a breathing technique. What was there to be afraid of? He had let him eat a whole box of beef before practice, and it was all used up in the process. The boss specifically explained this. He asks the comrade not to worry. Xiao remarks that even with the breathing technique, Chen will get tired. However, Wang explains that it's as if this guy is able to separate his body from his mind, pursuing only the goal of training without regard to physical fatigue. He had never seen such a thing before. If the kid wasn't a traveler who moved here, perhaps with this kind of willpower, he would have awakened long ago and become a superhuman. After thinking about it, the blonde agrees, but added that if Chen had awakened a long time ago, he wouldn't have been an ordinary person and wouldn't have been able to go the way of the boss. After saying that, Xiao turned around and noticed a cheerful-looking Chen walking nearby with a tray of food in his hands. Glancing at his boss, the blonde wondered if this breathing technique was so magical. Is he asking Shudo to let him try the test again? He feels that not all is lost for him yet. The man in white reminds him that he already suggested he try again, but he didn't dare. And now it's very late, and Xiao is too old. The indignant guy explains that he's only 27. Petting the cat, Shudo explains that the longer one lives, the more bitterness one has in his soul. When you live to 27, you experience more and more suffering from this world. Using the breathing technique, Xiao won't be able to pass the hard interrogation at all. The man in white took the chip from Xiangqi in his hand and added that when you are young, you feel like you are suffering a lot, but it's only when you become an adult that you realize that they are different kinds of suffering. Although he was the one who asked Chen to pretend to be banished, Xiao Tong now already regretted it. He has no one to play with in Xiangqi at all. Suddenly an alert sounded throughout the prison. In it, a voice asked prisoner 010101, prisoner 002199, and a few other people to follow mechanical guard number 3 to the visiting room. Visitors to them. The first number called is assigned to Qing Chen. He had been in the inner world for so long, and this was the first time someone had visited him. He had even forgotten that relatives visit in prison. Lu Guanji, who was sitting across from him, reminded the boss that today was the day for visiting relatives. This must be King Yan arriving. After a while, the crowd of captives is already heading towards the visiting room. As Chen approached his room, the door in front of him began to slowly open. Once inside the room, the guy notices something unexpected. In front of him at the table sits a girl unknown to him, whom he is seeing for the first time. Seeing the young man, she lit up with happiness. Then, lowering her gaze, for some reason she became embarrassed. Chen walked over to the table and slowly pushed back his chair. As the guy sat down, the girl looked at him strangely again. It's obviously not King Yan. He couldn't have been exposed as a traveler, could he? Opening her mouth, Chen decides to ask who she is. I am your fiancé. My name is Kashimiro Soren, the girl said in embarrassment, averting her gaze again. After saying that, Soren looked hopefully into the young man's face. A petrified Chen couldn't say anything for a while, pondering what this could all mean. Why did she come here? This must be the first time they've seen each other. At this point, a notification occurred that the visiting time was over. Turning away, the girl was thinking about something. Opening her mouth, Soren quietly said something in Japanese. When Chen, not understanding the girl, asked what she said, the girl said in a friendly manner, that it was nothing special. The next moment, the guy got up from his chair and was led out of the visiting room by a robotic guard. Where did this inexplicable prenup come from? What's going on again? After a while, Qing Chen walks alone through the dining hall of prison 18. Suddenly, Lu Guanji, who ran up to him, asks the boss if King Yan said anything. Without looking at him, the guy clarifies that it wasn't Yan and orders his ward to continue following his plan. Moving even closer to the boss, Lu Guanji clarifies whether the boss really broke off his relationship with Li Shutong. That's the way it is, but we weren't going to use outside help to accomplish the task, were we? Chen remarked with a glance at him. Putting his hands behind the back of his head, Guanyi agrees. After all, the boss still has him. It's just under 6 hours until we move to the outside world. Deep night. A hologram of a huge whale floats in the air above the city of 18. Suddenly, the starry sky was illuminated by bright multicolored fireworks. This grand spectacle can be seen from almost every corner of the densely populated city. Pomelo Mobile, the ultimate in holographic communications, comes over the loudspeakers. A woman with bionic prosthetic arms and a heavy bag on her shoulder walks down a busy street. Looking back at her, people notice the woman has a small brooch on her chest with the Li Consortium logo on it. Walking a little farther, she turns into a narrow alley. "Hello, Sister Jiangshu," greeted the woman by the two people waiting for her there. Noticing them, Shu wonders how she can help them. Here's the deal. The company expresses their joy over the successful acquisition of the stock, and as a thank you, they specially ordered them to send the woman the latest mechanical arms of the Li Consortium. Moreover, they also sent a mechanical limb installation expert for her to give her special training. Travelers in the outside world often talk about how terrible the consortiums are, but Shu feels like they are very kind. Not only did they put money into the stocks, but they further gave her mechanical limbs for free and even found her the best expert to train her. It's like they knew the woman didn't know how to install mechanical limbs. The girl standing opposite explains to Jiangshu that 2 years ago, she accidentally helped a middle-aged woman who was a member of their Li Consortium. She was looking for her 2 years ago and only recently found out about Shu. So it's all a gift from her. Courier explains that these two mechanical arms are the highest-end product on the market right now. Not only does it contain built-in high-energy weapons, but it also has an ultra-long battery life. The synchronization rate can reach up to 97%. One more thing. This lady asked me to tell Shu that she is a very kind person, and she is very grateful to her. The scrambled eggs and tomatoes she made were delicious. The ribs in sweet and sour sauce were good too. The woman must be a very good mother in the future. She asked Jiangshu not to belittle herself or fear anything. She deserves a better life. Not realizing what this mishmash of wishes is, Shu looks at the messenger in surprise. Only 30 minutes left on the countdown. With no problem using breathing technique, the guy has been standing in the plank for several minutes now. Another half a month of training and Qing Chen would be able to start weight training. That was when one would see what he was truly capable of. Only for Qing Chen, it was as if time had been split in half. In half an hour, he would return to the outside world, and then, unknown how many days later, he would return in the middle of the night to continue training. Is the time approaching for you to return to the outside world? Walking into the training room, Li Shutong asked the guy who had finished his exercises contentedly. After dispersing the breathing technique, the young man asked what was wrong. Master wants to see with his own eyes how Chen will cross the border of worlds. Maybe he'll be able to discover some secret. I had to admit that the workout, supplemented by breathing technique, although it was nothing complicated, it took too much energy from the body. It hadn't been long, and the guy was already so hungry. Noticing that the teacher was looking at him strangely somehow, Chen asked what was wrong. Is there anything else? Withdrawing his gaze, Shutong awkwardly asked the guy if he could record some Xiangqi games for him to bring here. No problem. Licking his lips, the young man said as he finished his dinner. At the same moment, Chen put the flash drive in his mouth again. After a little searching in his pocket, he pulled out some sort of item. While Li Shutong silently stares at the gold in his palm with shame, Wang standing beside him guessed where the jewelry from Lu Guanji's hand had gone. Concentrating his breath, Chen clenched the golden ribbon in his fist to effect its transfer to the outside world. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the same second, Qing Chen moved between worlds, once again finding himself on the bed in his room. Once in the outside world, the guy immediately spit the flash drive out of his mouth. The countdown on his hand shows 7 days again. The intervals for traveling each way seem to be getting longer and longer. What length will they become in the future? Is it possible that one day Chen will stay there for the rest of his life and never come back? However, this time, he had successfully transported the gold. This means that at least the guy has an advantage over others when traveling between the inner and outer worlds. At the same moment, the young man decided to use the breathing technique taught to him by Li Shutong again. For the rest of the night he persevered in his physical training, according to the plan Wang had laid out for him. When morning came, Chen was already sitting and resting in the lotus posture, practicing his breathing technique. Taking a bottle of water in one hand and his cell phone in the other, he went into the kitchen. As he sips his water, he remembers the mysterious girl who visited him in prison 18. At that moment, Chen remembers and enters into the translator the words in Japanese that Kashimiro Soren said to him. It's nice to sit in silence like this. That boy looks so cute in his silence. Read the boy, translating the phrase into Chinese. What did she mean by that? Besides, shouldn't the Kashimiro family speak Chinese too? Why Japanese? Is she a traveler from the outside world? Or is the Kashimiro family still preserving their Japanese heritage? If she is indeed a traveler, how do you explain the fact that she speaks Chinese so fluently? Perhaps few Japanese can speak the language so fluently. While the young man was thinking about it, he received a new message on his phone from Qing Chen, do you know how cool Liu Deju from the parallel class is? A friend asked admiringly at him. Not understanding what this means, a surprised Chen asks his classmate what he's talking about. Come to school soon, Gentian wrote back without explaining anything. After a while, Qing Chen had already arrived at the school. Noticing his friend, Gentian waved at him and asked him to hurry up and come over to him. Walking up to Cheng, the guy showed him his phone. Opening the front page of the news on the internet, it told how Jiang, a resident of Chuan province, came to Luo City on business and accidentally became a world traveler and ended up in prison 18 in the outer world. Since he was recognized as a traveler, he was placed in a hidden solitary confinement cell. After traveling there for 7 days, the entire time he was locked there. According to Jian, prison 18 already has a traveler who has become an important figure. He can even freely enter and leave the prison cell. Extraordinary people obey this person's orders. Jian hopes to find this traveler. He is willing to negotiate with him or even pay him. He hopes that he can convince the man to let him out of the isolation cell in prison 18. We have to admit that Liu Desu and Jian Sheng are not lucky. The lives of other travelers are full and colorful, they admire the city's holographic projections and walk around the cyber city. And these two are imprisoned. Then it would have been better not to travel. When Deju came back last time, because of his vanity, he confessed that he went to prison 18 and told everyone that he had already talked to Li Shutong. Then when his classmates asked about it, he didn't say anything, keeping an impenetrable expression on his face, which meant confidential, don't ask. Therefore, many people thought that Liu Deju would soon receive Li Xiaotong's legacy and become a superhuman. Now that the Jian Sheng incident has come to light, classmates who see this popular search query on Weibo should immediately think of Desu specifically. Peeking out from behind the wall, a dumbfounded Deju can't understand what happened. At the same second, a crowd of students ran up to him, showing the guy a hot search on Weibo. There is a man named Jiang Sheng. He said that he met him in prison 18 and hopes that the guy can talk to Li Shutong and get him out of the lockup. Looking at the phone fearfully, Deju realizes that according to Jian Sheng, a mysterious boss came to see him and asked him some questions in private. But that person was definitely not him. So, besides the guy and this dude, there is a third traveler in prison 18. That person is the real boss and Deju is just a patsy. He would also beg this boss to let him out together with Jian Sheng. The young man replies to his classmates that the person Jian Sheng was talking about was not him but someone else. Puzzled, one guy in the crowd recalls that when Daeju was asked earlier if there were any other travelers in prison 18, he replied that there were none. Looking at all of this, Qing Chen exhaled with relief. This guy had caught his eye quite well. At the same time, a huge number of paparazzi and reporters are standing at the entrance of the foreign language school. Hearing some strange noise starting in the hallway, Chen calmly grabbed his friend and dragged him into the classroom. At the same second, an unknown male climbs over the low school fence. Jumping off the wall, a man asks the girls standing next to him where the 2 to 4 high school class is. Frightened schoolgirls point with shaking hands to the top floor of a nearby building. "Who's Li Buju here?" a man shouted as he ran into the school. The guy standing in the hallway perplexedly clarified something. Could he be talking about Liu Diju? When the schoolboy pointed out the right classroom to the man, he immediately ran up to the classroom and thundered open the door, glaring at the guy standing there. Grabbing Diju by the shoulder, the butler yells that he knows the young man is very tough in prison 18. When the kid questioned him, there was a superhuman behind him. He's definitely in a high position. The frightened schoolboy tries to explain to Jian Sheng that it wasn't him, and the man found the wrong person. As he is led away by the hands of 2 teachers who run up, Batka asks the kid not to be afraid of him. Fortunately, Jian Sheng really didn't know what the man who was interrogating him looked like. Due to Qing Chen's disguise at that moment, it would be quite difficult for the man to identify him by his face. Hearing that a certain Liu Desu was studying in this school, the man immediately mistook him for that traveler. An annoyed Jian Chen, looking out into the hallway through the classroom window, remarks that if his friend hadn't dragged him away so quickly, now maybe he would have been able to hear what was being talked about. I mean, that's first-hand inside information. What if Chen, or rather he and Chen, can use it when they become travelers in the future? Not interested. Chen sitting next to him said, staring blankly at his phone. Taking the textbooks out of his briefcase, Genshin says that moving to another world is very interesting. If they both go to the inner world, they can become extraordinary people. Or they can install mechanical limbs and become superhumans. They could form a union of abusive fathers. Sounds great. Chen looked at his friend staring at a programming textbook and wondered why he was reading it. Stammering, Genshin explains that he just wants to learn a trade. He asks the guy if they should get closer to Daeju. If the relationship works out well, maybe they'll have an advantage in the outside world. Turning away, Chen says he has no need to. He's not a traveler, after all. He knows Daeju is a fake, but others don't even know about it. Now that the number of travelers in the country is likely to increase, will Liu Daeju's identity attract anyone to Luo City? Such an important event happened today. Why has no one from Kunlun shown up so far? Could it be that Li Shutong's legacy is not enough to attract attention? Definitely no. There must be some kind of problem here. In the evening, at 20 minutes past 10, Daeju, after saying goodbye to his friends, gets on his bicycle and leaves the school. The first time he speeds down a busy street, thinking about everything that has happened to him lately. As he pulls onto the highway, he notices a minivan following him behind him for a long time. Behind the wheel of the vehicle are 2 suspicious men in dark glasses. It's not good. Just as we approach the driveway under the overpass, where there are no cameras, the car began to pick up speed and accelerate. When he turned around, he noticed that the vehicle had swerved in his direction. However, he did not have time to react to this unexpected situation. At the same second, a minivan hits a young man at full speed. After getting out of the car, the driver tells the man behind him that they need to hurry up and get this kid and get out of here. The 2 men have mechanical prosthetics, which means they are also travelers. One of them even has a cold weapon that looks like a claw embedded in his arm. Noticing the men approaching him, Daeju cried out in tears, asking for help. Suddenly, a loud sound of a roaring car engine was heard behind them. At the same moment, an SUV flies into a minivan parked on the road at full speed. The kidnapper's vehicle immediately flipped over and rolled on its side a few meters under the overpass. The men with mechanical limbs immediately tensed up and got into a fighting stance, preparing to do battle with the driver of the stopped SUV. While they were trying to realize what was happening, an unknown silhouette appeared on the bridge above them. At the same moment, an unidentified man jumped off the overpass. Keeping his hands in his pockets in cold blood, he landed with his feet on the backs of the two kidnappers, pinning them to the ground with a clatter. A dumbfounded Daeju tearfully fails to understand where this man came from and what he wants from him too. "Everything all right?" the mysterious man asked, standing with his back to the boy. "Hi, this is the first time we've met. I'm the leader of Kunlun, Zheng Yuandong." Sitting on the ground, a dumbfounded Desu still can't understand what it all means. Where did Kunlun come from? And why so timely? While the stunned guy stared at him in surprise, Yuandong opened a small portal in space and pulled out his sword from there. With a sudden movement, the man pulled his weapon out of the portal and immediately swung it around. In an instant, with a lightning-fast strike, Leader Zheng chopped in half a minivan lying on the road nearby. While he was putting the sword back in his pocket dimension, several more SUVs pulled up to the scene. One of the doors of the vehicle that crashed into the kidnapper's vehicle suddenly opened. Yuan came out from there, admiring his boss and saying that he didn't expect these people to attack exactly where Leader Zheng had assumed. Looking at the minivan, Yuandong noticed some familiar people unconscious in the vehicle: Liu Wenqin, Xin Kaiji Kui Qiang, and Huang Hanyi. They are all on Kunlun's books, and it seems that it was Liu Wenqin who brought them together. It doesn't seem like anyone forced them together. It's more likely that they went along willingly. The man asks his ward to call someone and tow it all away as soon as possible. A surprised Yuan admires the boss again, saying what a genius he is after all. When the leader heard in the morning that those people disappeared from Wu City, he immediately realized that they would come after Liu Deju. Only they are really brave. How did they dare to do such a thing in the center of the country? Zheng Yuandong explained that after being in the inner world for a while, some people become bolder due to the chaotic order there. And what Kunlun should do is to make these people realize that you can't challenge the world order, at least on their territory. Standing nearby, Yuan notices that there are more and more such people lately. He suggests accepting more travelers. Looking down, the leader replies that there's no hurry. Organizational purity and conviction are far more important than strength. At least strength derived from blind expansion is not what Kunlun is striving for. Yuandong realizes that, as expected, the other travelers will also have plans for Liu Deju, because Li Xiaotong is now behind him. Li Xiaotong is the current leader of the Night Organization. He is the one that Li Dongs of Hench calls boss. Getting close to such a person in the inner world is extremely difficult. That was why Leader Kunlun first of all stationed his men around the school and on Liu Deju's way home. They eventually waited for the bandits. When one of the wards asked if the boy was injured, Leader Zheng narrated that the boy had skin injuries on his arm, right leg and the right side of his face, but they were not serious. Walking away to his car, the man asks Deju not to worry, to protect him tonight and in the future. They will guard him 24 hours a day. Immediately after saying these words, Yuandong forces together with his men into the car, slamming the door behind him. As they drove away from the scene, a police squad arrived to replace them that very second. Looking at them in surprise, Desu can't understand why they just left. The Kunlun people didn't ask him anything and didn't try to get him on their side. Why? Sitting next to Yuan, the boss wonders to him if he thinks it's a bit strange. When the driver asked what was wrong, Leader Kunlun told him that this disciple had no courage at all, and he also lacked basic vigilance. Could such a person get Li Xiaotong's endorsement? Yuan explained to the boss that there was a possibility that Li Xiaotong didn't recognize this guy either. The leader objected, recalling that according to Jian Sheng, even a superhuman serves a mysterious traveler, so he must have gained his respect. It seems to us, after all, Yuandong, that there is a third traveler in prison 18. A traveler who doesn't conform to the information they receive. In any case, sooner or later the answer will be found. When Yuan asked the boss if he was going to take Liu Deju to Kunlun, the man replied that this boy was not suitable. The underling recalled that Yi Jinkyu had suggested a meeting next month, but the boss asked him to talk about it later. 10 o'clock in the evening. Qing Chen is practicing hard at his apartment to get his physical performance in shape. Looking under the bed while doing push-ups, The guy looked at the gold band coiled in a ball. It looked like he had to exchange the gold brought from the inner world for cash. Otherwise, the young man simply wouldn't be able to afford so much of the food needed for training. At that moment, there was a loud knock on the front door. Holding out the cakes in a plate, Tanjian told brother Qing Chen that her mom had just fried it and asked her to bring it to the guy. The girl gave the young man the pies and ran merrily up the stairs. Standing in the doorway, Chen looked thoughtfully at the fleeing girl. "You're actually quite bright, aren't you?" the guy suddenly said. "You know what I'm talking about, brother Qing Chen. You're also a traveler, right?" Turning around, Li Tanjian asked affirmatively. Closing his eyes, Chen asked the girl if she had any proof. Tanjian reminds him that the day her mom beat up her dad, the guy brought her into the house, hid behind the curtain, and secretly watched the Kunlun people. He most likely met them, and that's why he hid. Exhaling, Chen looked at her with a smile. She was actually just a little girl, but by the details, she had already exposed him. It wasn't about him, it was just that he hadn't realized before that this girl had grown up in the same family as Chen himself, and that's why her mind is advanced beyond her years. Who would suspect a young child without a good reason? Nevertheless, the guy already knows who she is in the inner world, but here Tunun herself will have a hard time finding him. The next morning, leaving his apartment, Chen notices strange people in the front door. When he asked the construction workers what was going on here, one of the workers explained that someone was moving in. The tense guy immediately asks who the owner is and who can be considered a neighbor. He would like to say hello. However, the builder replies that he doesn't know. They are just working and don't know where the owner is. Apartment number 2 across the street has been vacant for a long time. Where did the new neighbors come from all of a sudden? And it's not just in 102. Chen hears some movement upstairs too. What's going on? 2 new neighbors moving in at once. That's not normal, but there's only workmen here. No sign of the owners. Judging by the stuff they've already pulled out, those moving here must be rich and important. But why would the rich move into this dilapidated neighborhood, unless it's for something else? For example, related to the inner world. They're here because of Jian Shu. Aunt Jian Shu, be careful, Chen muttered after seeing his roommate. A surprised Shu who turned around said in response. At school, walking past a parallel classroom, Chen noticed a slumped Deju writing something in a notebook. While his classmates are asking the guy to tell them how he got his wounds, Qing Chen, taking his phone in his hand, noticed that the news that Liu Deju was injured suddenly ranked 13th in the hot search. This news photo appears to have been taken from the site of the bushes in front of the school. Paparazzi. But that's okay. There's no one more popular than travelers these days. Even celebrities can't compare to them. Suddenly, Chen notices something much more interesting. A fresh strategy has been released on He Xiao's channel. What he offers everyone today is an introduction to the Forbidden Place instance. Turning on the video, Qing Chen began to watch it with interest. According to He Xiao, there are currently 139 forbidden places in the inner world, and the reason for their formation is inextricably linked to the extraordinary people of the inner world. And all sorts of advanced inner world technologies also originate from the forbidden places. It is said that those who pass the instances of forbidden places can receive a large monetary reward from the consortium. However, forbidden places are extremely dangerous, and some even have bosses, so it is recommended that everyone join a group before passing through. Qing Chen, look, Genshin spoke out, tugging on his friend's arm and tearing him away from watching the video. 2 girls are standing in the hallway outside their classroom, chatting with each other. No one has ever seen them at this school before. When the bell rang and they entered the classroom, the class teacher told them that from now on they would have new transfer students. He hoped that their classmates would help them to settle in. The teacher then asked the girls to introduce themselves. The blonde girl said a friendly hello and identified herself as Wang Yun from High City. Her friend said her name was Bai Vanier, and she was also from High City. The girls hope that they can get along with their classmates. At the same moment, all the guys in the class, not counting Chen, jumped up from their seats and started clapping admiringly. While the angry classmates stare at Genshin and his desk mate, the teacher explains to the newcomers that they will sit next to Qing Chen. This guy is one of the best students in the class, and if they don't understand anything, the girls can ask him. After saying that, the class teacher said that he needed some boys to go with him to the warehouse and bring back a couple of tables and chairs. At that very moment, all the boys in the class yelled that they wanted to help. At the same second, someone placed a desk next to the girls. The guy, setting up a table in front of Qing Chen, asks the newcomers to use his workstation for now. When Yun asked her classmate how he would study, he replied that everything was fine, and he would now go to the warehouse and bring everything himself. After thanking the guy, the girls sat down at the desk and laid out their textbooks on it. Genshin, who was sitting behind them, was eager to talk to them. Suddenly, Yun turned to her classmate and asked if he knew Liu Deju from the parallel class. The dumbfounded Genshin shuddered and briefly replied, "No, but I can get acquainted." The boy said naively, showing a thumbs up. Throughout the following, neither Yun nor Wanner exchanged a word with their classmates. After observing them for a bit, Qing Chen realized that these two girls must be travelers, and the reason why they transferred to this school was actually Liu Deju. In 45 minutes, Wang Yun couldn't resist looking at her hand 6 times and Bai Wanner 5 times, because that's where the countdown is. It's worth noting that Nan Genshin has looked as many as 21 times. When the bell from class rang, both girls walked leisurely out of the classroom. Going down the street, on the school grounds, they had a long conversation with 2 guys. What was most unusual was that these 4 were standing very far away from prying eyes and ears. The guys Yun and Wanner were chatting with seemed to be transferred students as well. Looking at them, Chen tells his friend sitting next to him that he doesn't know any of them. Reading the programming textbook again, Genshin explains that these 4 transferred students are together. He found out in a neighboring class that these 2 guys transferred to the 2 to 4 class. When Chen asked his classmate what else he knew, the kid told him that blonde-haired guy with gold-rimmed glasses was called Hu Xiaoyu. It is said that he brought the other 3 men here in a car in the morning, a Mercedes-Benz G63, a man's dream. The other dude's name is Zhang Tianzhen. Brought it, Qing Chen enviously interjected, looking at his reading friend. During the day, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner hardly spoke to their classmates, and every time after class, they would leave the classroom to chat with Xiaoyu and Tianzing. The students in this school had no chance to socialize with them at all. Throughout the day, the 2 girls also said a few words to Nan Genshin, such as asking for the teacher's name, the curriculum, and what the school even had. As for Chen himself, they didn't say a word to him. Besides, these 2 girls study better than Chen had imagined. In English class, Vanier pulled out of her bag last year's TOEFL 2021 questions, a global English test that the guy had already done. Yun, in turn, was repeating the Olympiad physics questions. The young man hadn't even seen these before. It must be the study materials of a private school. In addition, when Qing Chen went to the restroom and walked down the hallway, he could clearly hear the 4 of them speaking English. They must have purposely chosen English so that the other students wouldn't understand them. In a small third-tier city like Luo, even in a foreign language school, not many high school students can understand spoken English, and the key words in their conversation were travelers, relocation, get to city 18 from city 7. After thinking it over, Chen immediately got up from behind his desk, taking his backpack with him. The young man tells his friend that he's off and asks him to text him at Wechat if anything happens at school. A satisfied Genshin, unnoticed by Yun and Vanier sitting next to him, gestures to thank the boy, realizing what a good friend he has since he so kindly decided to leave them alone. With the 3 of us left in the classroom during recess, the blonde girl asks the guy why Chen left class. Isn't he a good student? Why is he skipping class? Genshin awkwardly explains that it's a kind of privilege of a good student. Even the teacher hasn't said anything to him until now. At the same moment, Yun grabbed her bag in her hand. Standing up from her desk with her friend, she said a friendly goodbye to her classmate, following Chen out of the classroom. After realizing that he had been deprived, the doomed Genshin was still sitting still for a long time, just staring ahead. The only thing he heard was a crow cawing lonely outside. After gathering all the things he needs, Qing Chen finally decides to go and urgently sell the gold he took from Lu Guanji. The breathing technique takes up too much energy, and his diet must be appropriate. As he leaves the apartment, he hears strange noises in the entryway. Turning his attention to the people standing there, the guy realized that he already knew some of them personally. The new neighbors are really them. Yun and Wanner live on the second floor, across from Aunt Jiang. The boys in turn are across the hall from Chen. As they walk down the stairs, the blonde girl says in surprise that she didn't expect the guy to live here too. When Xiaoyu asked his friend who it was, she said it was their classmate from class 2 to 3. According to the teacher, he is one of the best students in the class. "Hi, I'm Hu Xiaoyu. I hope we'll get along." Walking up to his new neighbor and extending his hand to him, the blonde-haired guy said, "Well, we'll get along someday," Chen said indifferently, looking at his face. After saying that, he simply walked out of the house and leisurely headed somewhere. "Why does this seem so familiar?" Xiaoyu said aloud as he looked out the window at the boy. It wasn't because he had met Qing Chen before, or he looked like someone else. It's because of Qing Chen's manner of keeping everyone at a distance. Exactly. It's like suddenly excluding certain people from your social circle. The same attitude, polite on the outside but arrogant on the inside. Don't you find him a little strange? Wang Yun and Bai Wanner's house. Active conversations can be heard in the kitchen. Wanner doesn't think Qing Chen is weird. Today, she asked Genshin, who is sitting next to her, and he said that this classmate's grades are consistently in the top 3 in the class. So being a little arrogant is quite normal. Aren't excellent students all like that? In their past school in High City, gifted students are just like that. But Yun, who disagrees with her, notices that a diligent student from a small town will not jump above her head. She asks her friend to forget about it. There's no need to wonder what kind of Chen is out there, diligent or gifted. You can just not cross paths with him. They are just neighbors who live under the same roof. The indignant blonde adds that actually they could just move to a hotel. They don't have to live here, after all. Their target is Liu Deju. Jian Shu is nothing special. Sitting next to her, Xiaoyan asks her friend not to be so short-sighted. Since they have decided to move from City 7 to City 18, they should make as many friends as possible in City 18. Didn't she see He Xiao's strategy? One should try to band together as a group. A frustrated Yun lay down on the table, telling her friends that they should first of all gradually establish a good relationship with Liu Dezu. In her opinion, it was normal to spend money directly on information and resources. Tianzin across the table remarked that since they had decided to come Luo City, they should be willing to tolerate some difficulties. She and Xiaoyan had agreed on this from the beginning. Now they need to find a way to make friends with Liu Deju. So it's worth it to put aside their usual machinations. Although it's impossible to get by without money, money isn't everything. They must realize that there are many people in the world who are richer than them. When someone wanted to spend money to buy resources from Deju, friendship would be their greatest asset. At the same time, Yun asked how the boys were doing. Originally, they had all planned to be in the same class, but the school said that class 2 to 4 was overcrowded. Xiaoyu said that Liu Deju was pretty easy to get along with, but he didn't want to talk about many of the things they asked him about. By the way, haven't you heard? Yang Yang is also planning to transfer, the blonde suddenly said. Friends were incredibly surprised by such news, while an excited Tianzin clarified if she would transfer to the same school. Xiaoyu lifted up from his seat. The guy told his comrades not to think about it yet. He hadn't heard that Yang Yang had become a world traveler. Taking some sort of box in his hands, the young man added that they should go and meet their new neighbors first. Walking up to the front door, the guys knocked on Jian Shu's apartment. Mom asks Tunyan to open the door, expecting Qing Chen to be behind her. The joyful girl runs to meet her brother. Cheerfully opening the door and looking out of the apartment, the girl said. However, it was not Qing Chen who stood on her doorstep at all. With a friendly wave to the little girl, Yun said hello to her. At the same moment, the door in front of her slammed shut with a loud bang. The girl informed her mother that it was not Qing Chen's brother. When Shu asked her daughter who it was, the daughter said that it didn't matter. Brother Qing Chen, this name is a bit familiar. It's late evening, somewhere in an alley in the city of Lo. On the store sign is written a catalog of items sold, expensive second-hand gifts, gold Chinese herbs, white wine, and more. Approaching the pawn shop counter, Chen asked the basket knitting merchant if he accepted gold. Turning to the visitor, the man asks if he has a receipt with him. When the hooded boy said he didn't have it, the seller explained that it would be difficult without a receipt, but if he really wanted to sell it, the old man could give him 220 a gram. And he wouldn't ask where the boy got it from. 8,580 yuan. To Chen, this is already a huge amount of money. At least it can solve the immediate needs. The guy agrees to the deal, saying that he has 39 grams with him. However, he only needs cash. The older man is surprised that the boy is so careful at such a young age, but it is right to be careful in such a matter. While the boy checks the money for authenticity, the merchant invites him to come to him the next time he gets something else. If the boy brings a lot, he will increase the price by 5 yuan per gram and take whatever the boy brings. Listening to him, Chen continues to inspect the banknote, the watermarks, the security thread, the hidden ornament, the dark letters from a different angle of view. Not a single point can't be missed. Returning one bill of 20 and one of 50, the guy politely asks the merchant to replace them. Scratching the back of his head, the man observes that those who come to sell gold usually take the money and leave. Few are as meticulous as this kid. Chen advises a man not to cheat people by using fake bills if he wants to do well in business. After taking the money, Qing Chen leisurely walks back. He decides to take a few laps around the alleys before heading back home. On the way, the young man stopped by the store and bought some protein-rich food, so he could continue his training with peace of mind. As he approached his house, the guy noticed someone waving at him from a second-story window. Smiling, the little girl cheerfully greets Qing Chen's brother. Seeing her, the guy waved back at her. He then pointed to his window, inviting the girl to come in to see him. Already at his apartment, Tanjian asks the guy who the new neighbors are and if he's talked to them. Stuffing the meat into the freezer, Chen tells him that these people transferred from High City for Liu Desu. He heard them talking in English. High City should match the City of Seven in the inner world. In turn, the girl is surprised that her brother can understand English by ear. Saying that was so, the young man added that they had settled here definitely for the sake of Tanjian's mom. These people moved to City 7 without any support there, so they are looking to move to City 18. The girl behind explained that City 7 is owned by the Chen Consortium and City 18 is the home of the Li Consortium. Why do they want to go there? Chen says it doesn't matter. Right now they're chatting nonchalantly in English. Everything will become clear when he listens to them. Tanjian is surprised that these people are so inconsiderate, since they're talking directly in front of her brother. Because they're not as smart as you. Stroking her head, the boy explained. At that moment, the girl abruptly turned around and ran to the bathroom. She explains that her mother has just instructed her to pick up the young man's clothes and take them to wash them. Tanjian asks her brother not to make it difficult for her because she is just obeying her mother. Chen didn't object, looking at the girl running out. When she closed the door behind her, the guy immediately looked around the apartment. He needs to get on with it. Don't stop, go forward. I have heard people say that those who live by themselves are either gods or beasts. And I can't be a god yet, and that's why it's better to be a beast to begin with. Taking the desk in his hands, Qing Chen lifted it up and swapped places with the desk of the friend sitting next to him to take a seat behind Wang Yun's back. With an awkward glance at him, Jin Chenqi remarked that he thought Chen wouldn't even think of it, so he didn't expect to see the boy take the initiative himself. If the classmate had said earlier that he had a crush on this blonde girl, they would have switched places even yesterday. In turn, Qing Chen just glanced at him and didn't say anything in response. While the boy was pulling notebooks out of his bag, a classmate told him that a pro had entered the traveler chat room yesterday. He said that he had learned the technique of fortune telling in the inner world. At that time, he predicted Genshin's fate for 5 yuan. That man narrated that at the age of 65, the guy would receive a lot of money. Yes, an amount that he had never seen in his life. Looking at him unhappily, Chen asked his friend to leave this traveler chat room. He's getting a headache listening to this. The only reliable traveler in this chat room is the one who panders to rich women. The moment the guy stopped talking and started writing something in his notebook, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner entered the classroom. When the two classmates came to their desks, they began to talk to each other in English so that no one would know what they were talking about. Looking at the young man sitting next to her, Vanier can't understand why he switched seats with his friend. Closing her eyes, Yun asked her friend what difference it made to her and advised her to just ignore it. The dark-haired girl then pointed out that the teacher seemed to say that this boy had good grades. I wonder if he can understand what these two are talking about. That was when Wang Yun became curious. She glanced suspiciously at Chen, who was writing something in a notebook. Turning back to her friend, the girl reminded her that the teacher at the high school had told her that students in small towns, even if they got good grades in English, had a hard time communicating in the language because everything they learned was for exams, and the listening exam didn't even count towards their official grades. After the blonde explained this, she pointed at the boy with her gaze, drawing Vanier's attention to him. The classmate is not distracted at all. This young man is so quick to think that because of his incredible concentration, it's simply physically impossible for him to overhear their conversation. After deciding not to pay any more attention to the strange guy, the two once again began to carelessly discuss what Hu Xinyanyu had recently told them. Would they really be able to hide from Chen Leo if they came to City 18? In any case, since this could not be confirmed yet, they could only take this step and look at the situation. Putting his pen on the table, Chen realized that these girls were right. Even for him, it's difficult to solve problems and analyze their conversation at the same time. Except that the sounds his hearing picked up would stay in the guy's memory forever. The boy can't live his life over again, but he is able to reproduce it. At this time, Hu Xiaoyan knocked on the classroom. Going outside, the guy also asked his friends in English how they were doing and if there was anything unusual. With a wink, Warner gave a mocking glance at the girl next to her, telling her friends that nothing much had happened, except that a classmate had moved closer to Wang Yun on purpose. The blonde looked at her irritably and asked her friend not to say anything stupid, explaining that it didn't mean anything. Meanwhile, after correcting his glasses, Xinyanyu speculated that Qing Chen might also be a world traveler. He could very well have moved closer to the girls because he thought that those girls were travelers. Even if this high school boy secretly fell in love, he wouldn't take the initiative to move closer to his favorite girl on the first day. The blonde-haired guy senses that something is not right here. After glancing amongst themselves, Yun and Warner uncertainly said that such a thing simply couldn't happen. While the two stared at him perplexedly, He Xiaoyan explained to them that they should understand that this was Luo City, one of the 12 gathering places for world travelers. It was normal for such people to hide. The girlfriends should be careful. If Chen can understand their conversation in English, they might be in trouble. After finishing listening to her friend, the blonde reassured him by telling him that the classmates shouldn't have been able to understand them. The girls spoke in his presence, but the young man continued to solve math problems without stopping. At that time, the blonde-haired guy asked the girls in the next lesson to observe whether Qing Chen looked at his hand often. The thing was that when a countdown suddenly appeared on his hand, whether out of curiosity or a sense of novelty, everyone would occasionally glance at it. Soon the bell rang and another class began. Every now and then, Yun would try to peek at the classmate sitting behind her from her suspender. Suddenly, she purposely knocked the desk, intentionally dropping the eraser on the floor. Bending down to pick it up, the girl carefully looked at Chen, but to her surprise, the guy just continued to listen to the teacher nonchalantly. At the next big break, the four of them came together again outside. After meeting them, the guys asked their girlfriends if they had managed to find out anything about their classmate. Wang Yun said that in 45 minutes, Chen had never once looked at his hand. Even if he had nothing to do, he just sat still and never once lowered his gaze to his wrist. In the meantime, Tianzin surmised that perhaps this guy had guessed that someone might be watching him. That was why he might have intentionally not looked at the timer on his arm. Realizing that they had too few leads, Hu Xiaoyan suggested that they rule out the possibility of Qing Chen being a traveler for now. Generally, teenagers are not so reserved and patient. It's impossible to think things through so thoroughly. If this boy is actually like what the girls say, then it wouldn't be scary. Then perhaps he really likes Wang Yun. Tianzin mockingly said, looking at her friend. Hearing these words, the annoyed blonde changed the topic and asked if the guys were making any progress. However, Xiaoyu revealed that they couldn't accomplish anything. Liu Deju is too good at playing the fool. The guys haven't found a way to approach him yet. They just need to slowly build a relationship. After that, Tianzin asked why they shouldn't get close to Jiangshu first. Then, at least before the guys even arrived in City 18, they would be able to learn from this woman about the current situation in the city. Warner agreed with him, but it seemed that Shu wasn't easy to get along with either. Taking all of this into consideration, Tianzin suggested that they start with this Qing Chen first. Yun supported him, noting that through this guy, they might as well get to know Jiangshu. Some time has passed since their conversation. Sitting next to his friend, Chen reads something on his phone. Qing Chen, Nanzhenchen, here you go. We just went to the school store and brought you some water. A familiar voice was suddenly heard at the entrance of the classroom. Walking over to the guys, Wang Yun held out the water bottles she had just bought to them. Accepting a gift from her, Genshin can't believe she brought it for him on purpose. While the classmate stares at this divine drink enchantedly, the girl also held out a bottle of water to the still busy doing something on her phone Chen. When the young man accepted a small gift from her and asked her not to be so polite to him in the future, Yun reminded him that they were neighbors and therefore needed to get along with each other. Hearing such strange words, the boy looked at the girl perplexed, realizing what was about to happen. What is it? Qing Chen and those two transferred students are also roommates. An angry whisper came from the jealous classmates who looked at him. What could have happened? Just a few hours ago, these two had ignored Chen, and now they had drastically changed their attitude. It looks too straightforward. Approaching him from the back, Yun asked the guy what he was looking at so intently that he didn't answer when she called out to him. But looking at the article open on the young man's phone, the girl was stunned. Daily News Roundup, a brothel where people were being held illegally, has been successfully destroyed in China. 12 travelers whose identities are known on the internet have been successfully rescued. Among them was also the suddenly disappeared famous blogger XXX. The perpetrators held 12 abductees in an abandoned factory and used intimidation and threats to beat information out of them about their inner world identities. Threatening the lives and safety of their family members, the perpetrators forced the travelers to bring items from the inner world by shoving medicine into their rectums, stomachs and mouths. At the scene of the crime, law enforcement seized a large quantity of drugs from the inner world. Among them were gene drugs and cancer drugs. The two gene drugs found do not improve physique, but can correct inherited genetic diseases such as congenital deafness and congenital heart threshold. To date, police have detained 4 suspects. 9 people are still at large. According to the suspects' confessions, the 9 fugitive criminals are world travelers. This news is really shocking. Crimes with travelers used to be abroad, but now such incredible things have happened domestically. From now on, probably no one will dare to publicly claim to be a traveler anymore, right? Starting from today, all travelers must keep quiet. It's as if everyone is in a dark forest, because if you're not careful, you could get detained in some obscure place, like those 12 travelers on the news, and then you become someone's means of transportation. At this point, if you don't want to be someone's mule, you have to get stronger or get good at hiding. The people who had attacked Jiangshu earlier might have had such terrible intentions as well. Over time, this crime news spread throughout the country. It now concerned every traveler. A man in black shoes and tinted glasses walks leisurely down an ancient alley. If you look at this mysterious stranger, you will not be able to understand at once what a noble person forgot in such a shabby place. Approaching the stately door, he grasped the metal ring and knocked inside. The guard opened the gate and asked who had come to see them. 9 realms, Jinkyu. The black-cloaked stranger introduced himself, taking off his glasses. After realizing who was in front of him, the guard immediately asked his colleagues to inform his boss that Jinkyu himself was standing at the gate. Immediately afterward, the doors under the sign reading Kunlun creaked open. As Jinkyu leisurely walked deep into the courtyard, the Kunlun pawns standing around him tensely looked at him. Walking up to Yuan, the cloaked man asked those standing around not to be afraid of him, and then asked where boss Zheng was now. In turn, Yuan explained that the boss hadn't returned yet. After politely greeting Jinkyu, The man invited the guest to sit down and drink tea before Boss Zheng showed up. Once inside, the cloaked man took a seat in a chair, leaning back. He remarked that this Chinese-style furniture was too stiff and not very comfortable to sit on. The man then asked if wine was served here. The thing is, he doesn't drink tea. When one of the Kunlun agents decided to object to the guest about sitting so unceremoniously in the boss's seat, Yuan, who came up behind him, stopped him by grabbing his shoulder. "There's wine." A familiar voice suddenly came from the creaking doors. "When guests come, there is wine and meat. There are also guns when jackals come." Without looking at him, the man in the raincoat, who was adjusting his collar and speaking in the third person, told him that he had invited Boss Zheng to a meeting yesterday, but he had refused. That was why he had to fly here from the capital on purpose. Taking a seat beside him, Zhang Yuandong inquired about the urgency of the visit. Continuing to address him in the third person, He Jinkyu asked if Boss Zheng had read today's news. In response, in the same conversational manner, Leader Kunlun replied that he already knew about how Boss He had saved the 12 travelers, but the guest didn't have to come here for praise. "There's no need to praise me. I just want to ask Boss Zheng something. Have you thought about my suggestion?" Finally looking at Yuandong sitting next to him, the black-cloaked man asked. He then pointed out that now the number of people in Kunlun is not only not increasing, but on the contrary, it is decreasing. This is not in line with the needs of the times. The world is becoming more and more chaotic, and this organization has so little manpower. How are they going to maintain order within the country? Meanwhile, Zhang Yuandong explained that he has a different concept. He Jinkyu in the 9 realms wants to bring all the travelers under his control, while Kunlun doesn't think it's necessary. It's not good to mix all sorts of questionable people in one organization. In the middle of their conversation, drinks were just about to be brought in and placed on the table in front of the 2 leaders. Ignoring this, Jinkyu explained why he was pursuing this particular strategy. He asked his interlocutor if he knew how many travelers would be killed if he didn't get them under control. Today's incident is an example of that. If you don't get people together and tell them what the inner world is like, how will they know how dangerous it is? Listening to him attentively, Boss Zheng lifted the bowl and sipped some of the hot tea. "He Xiao is in your hands?" he inquired without looking at the black-cloaked man. When Jinkyu said that he didn't understand what Yuandong was talking about, the Kunlun leader put the mug back on the table with a clatter. Turning a suspicious glance at the uninvited guest, Boss Zheng asked what the latter was up to after all. Was it really for power, or did he really care about these travelers? He Jinkyu ignored his question and rose from his chair, saying that he had already understood Boss Zheng's answer. "What about what I want to do? You'll find out this afternoon," the man in the black cloak said, walking toward the exit. Hearing such an ambiguous answer, Yuandong looked thoughtfully at the back of the departing man. "Hopefully, when the external enemy appears, you and I will still be battle comrades," he said, causing He Jinkyu to stop with those words. Standing still, the man in the black cloak turned his head toward him, without bringing his gaze to it. "We will, old squad leader." Having said that, He Jinkyu slowly walked away from the Kunlun base along the same ancient street. In the afternoon, He Xiao posted the strategy on his channel again, and this is what he reported. "Due to the recent incident of travelers being severely detained, I suggest that all players who have qualified for the public beta should pay attention to their personal safety. Innerworld has great gamma play. You can even change your destiny. But if you lose a life, you can't change your destiny anymore. Lately I've been working on a group chat system for travelers, using inner-world technology in the process. And then the group chat will be open to all world travelers, so everyone can share information and help each other. For the sake of general peace of mind, this group chat system will have 12 dynamic data fortresses across the country. The identities of all travelers will be protected. No outsider from the outside world will be able to invade by technical means. Once a group chat is created, my strategies will only be posted in the group." Watching the new video, Qing Chen can't understand who this He Xiao really is that he can directly create a group traveler chat. It seems that he has actually mastered some inner world technology and also erased all the information about himself with it. But the time to move is always so short. How was He Xiao able to master the inner world technology so quickly? Did he successfully bring some equipment from there? The equipment that could create a data fortress was definitely not small. How did he manage to bring it? Maybe He Xiao isn't a single person at all. It is difficult to bring equipment alone. But if several people work together, it is possible to move individual components. Qing Chen wouldn't dare to add himself to such a group unless he could somehow hide his true identity. In the video, He Xiao said that outsiders won't be able to invade, but the key point is that He Xiao himself can easily get information from most people. This group chat system is like a cage for catching crabs. And He Xiao is an Alaskan crab catcher. He just needs to sit leisurely on his invasive crabbing boat drifting in the northern waters, and then toss the iron cages one by one into the sea, waiting for the Kamchatka crabs to climb inside. Brother Qing Chen is here, Tanjian shouted joyfully when she heard a knock on the door. When the girl opens the front door, she asks the boy if he is skipping class again. Holding out a bag of groceries to her, the young man explains that inside are cakes for Tanjian and vegetables for her mom. When the girl took the bag of groceries in her hands, she asked Chen where his classmates were. The boy replied that he didn't know and asked her not to worry about it. Taking her brother's hand, Tanjian asks him to hurry over to the apartment and look at her mom's new mechanical limbs. It's so beautiful. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jianshu is preparing dinner. Chen comes up to her and asks how long the new limbs will last. Aunt Jiang says that these prosthetic limbs last 10 times longer than the previous ones. She is very lucky. The woman told the boy that Jianshu had saved a man from the inner world 2 years ago, even before she started moving. It was a major figure in the Li Consortium, and these hands are her thanks. After listening to his aunt, Qing Chen shifts his gaze to Li Tanjian standing behind him. Realizing that the matter smells fried, the girl suddenly grabs her brother by the hand and, dragging him to the other room, asks her mother to prepare dinner quickly. She sits down on the couch with him and asks Qing Chen's brother indignantly if he's asking her mom to find out Tanjian's identity in the inner world. The boy, staring at his phone like nothing happened, replies that he was just asking. The girl looks at the young man and notices that he has not yet told her who he is in his inner world. Chen closed his eyes indifferently and told her to guess for herself. Then Tanjian decides to offer her brother to exchange secrets. She will tell him her identity, and the boy will reveal his. When Chen replied that he wasn't going to do that, the girl turned away resentfully, saying that her brother was boring. He definitely already knows her identity, but he's hiding his own from the child. The boy looked at her and realized that she wasn't an ordinary child. At that moment there was another knock on the front door. "Hello, little girl. We are your brother Qing Chen's classmates and know him very well," said hello to Wang Yun standing on the doorstep of the apartment when she saw the girl opening the door. Turning around to Qing Chen, Tanjian asked if brother was familiar with these people. "He's not familiar," replied the girl, who looked creepily at the uninvited guests without waiting for Chen to reply. The next second, the door in front of his classmates' faces slammed shut with a clatter. For a while longer, the four stood dumbfounded on the threshold, staring at the door they had just closed. Why can Qing Chen have fun with this family and they can't? Suddenly, the door opened again, and Jianshu appeared before them. The woman said hello and apologized for her unintelligent child. Since they were new neighbors, she asked them to come over to visit. Looking at her in surprise, Xinyanu noticed that this mechanical arm was quite expensive. Meeting the four, Shu asks her cranky daughter to quickly pour tea for the guests. It is now completely dark outside, and you can see the moon shrouded in clouds in the sky. After spending enough time visiting Aunt Jiang, the friends returned to Yun and Wanner's home and then immediately sat down at the negotiation table. "Perhaps we were wrong all along," the blonde-haired boy said with annoyance. Hu Xininju remarks that he and his friends brought the leather sofas by airplane from High City to as far away as Luo City. What's in the apartment across the street? An old-fashioned sofa with fabric upholstery. It speaks not of the difference between rich and poor, but of giving up their arrogance. Besides, they had nothing to be proud of. The guy asked his comrades if they had noticed Jian Shu's mechanical arms. These prosthetics are very detailed. Perhaps only consortiums can have such limbs. So the guys have wealth in the outer world. But it is Jian Shu who is rich in the inner world. It is because of their pride that their friends cannot get close to people like Qing Chen, Jian Shu, Li Tongjian, and Liu Deju, disagreeably turning away. Wana remarks that they are indeed better than these people. But noticing Xiaonian's annoyed look on her face, the girl reluctantly agreed and asked what they should do in such a case. The blonde-haired guy explains that first thing tomorrow they all have to pick up their school uniforms. They are no longer allowed to wear expensive watches and will have to replace them with ordinary electronic watches. They need to become simpler and find common ground with their classmates. No, Xiaoyu wasn't precise enough. It's not just about becoming simpler. He hopes that his friends realize that they came to Luo City in search of hope, and pride won't help, turning away unhappily. Wang Yun remarks that Luo City foreign language school's uniform is so ugly. Can't one walk around in one's own clothes? She brought so much with her. You can't, Tianzin shouted ruthlessly, dumbfounding his girlfriends. Countdown. 4 days. Already in his apartment, Qing Chen is standing at the sink after another grueling workout. Looking in the mirror, the guy doesn't stop using the breathing technique his teacher taught him. As Chen put on his t-shirt, he looked at his body, which had changed beyond recognition. It is not without reason that Li Shutong said that with the breathing technique, a person who has not practiced sports can reach a level in 3 months that others can only achieve in 5 years. This thing is too magical. The next day, approaching the entrance to his classroom, Qing Chen notices something unusual. In front of his desk, Vanier and Yun are sitting in their school uniforms and discussing something heatedly. Meanwhile, while covering himself with a book, Nan Jinchengshan sitting behind him from tuck stares at them fascinatedly. This transferred student decided to change strategy and get closer to the people. She also asked Qing Chen to help her with a math problem, and he jokingly sent her to Nan Jinchengshan. However, this Dumbus seemed to be incredibly happy. Now it seemed to him that since Wang Yun had asked for help herself, she had fallen in love with him. Did you get involved with hackers in the inner world? Otherwise, why do you keep a programming book in your hand every day? Chen asked, glaring at the brat. Withdrawing his gaze, Genshin explained that it was just a hobby, and he was learning for fun. Creaking his chair, Chen sat up straight and realized that it looked like he needed to learn something too. Like, for example, Shangki, which had become his springboard into Prison 18. And then he realized what he could use. Japanese. A guy has inexplicably had a fiancé appear in his inner world, and he can only rely on a translator to understand what she's saying. At that moment, Chen had something on his mind. Going to the search engine, the guy decided to put the name of that strange girl, Kamishiro Soren, in there. Found it. It looks exactly the same. And a star. So you like that Japanese girl? You've been staring at her for so long, Wang Yun remarked after seeing the pictures on the young man's phone. No, Qing Chen briefly answered her, continuing to pensively look at the photos. He originally just wanted to try and look for Kamishiro Soren. But the guy didn't expect to be able to find her. The girl from Kamishiro's family who was silent in the visiting room. Her father is of Chinese descent, and her mother is Japanese. No wonder she is bilingual. Last year she won the Japanese Film Comedy Award for Best Supporting Actress in the movie Hibiscus Flower. And this year she starred in the lead female role in director Iwai's Sunflower. She was praised by some in Japan as capable of becoming one of the brightest stars of the movie studio of the future. According to the information now available, the Kamishiro family is not separated from other families by the sea. After all, Li Shutak said, the entire sea has become a forbidden place. If the Kamishiro family were on an island, it would be impossible to cross the sea to go inland. Thus, could the Japanese travelers have moved to the mainland with the Chinese travelers? Chen still hasn't seen the map of the inner world. He can ask Xiao for it after the next crossing. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the school, Hu Xinyanu asks her friends again if they have any new progress. With a frustrated wave of his hand, Wang Yun explains that both Nan Jinchengshan and Qing Chen look like idiots. Jinchengshan is the one While Chen was staring at some famous Japanese woman in class, Warner then asked, "Didn't the teacher say that Qing Chen was a good student? Why doesn't he look like a good student at all? Oh, and he's also a fan of some celebrity." With a wave of her hands, the blonde pointed out that it was not uncommon for many good students to have a hormonal surge in their second year of high school and then begin to fall behind in their studies. For example, at the school these four attended before the move, two gifted students started dating, and then they both fell behind in their studies. Angry at what he heard, Xiaoyan suddenly shouted at them, reminding them of what he had said yesterday. He asked the girls once again to get rid of their arrogance. If they treated those two as idiots every day, they would never be able to become friends. At this moment, while Hu Xiaoyan was trying to contain his anger, some boy's voice was heard at the entrance of the classroom, calling Qing Chen. The young man with glasses said that a classmate was being summoned by a foreign teacher. When Chen ran away, Xiaoyu called the boy with glasses over to him and inquired why the foreign teacher was looking for that boy. In turn, the young man replied that he didn't know. The two of them are friends. Qing Chen had practiced speaking with the foreign teacher before. Subsequently, the boy was able to talk normally with the teacher, and they gradually became close. The teacher often brings him small gifts from abroad, chocolates, candies, all sorts of things. Only these words were enough for Hu Xiaoning to realize that Qing Chen really speaks conversational English and understands it well by ear. Now he suspects that this guy is also a traveler. Xiaoyu, trying to be sure, asks her friends again if they are sure that Qing Chen was not eavesdropping on them. After hesitating for a moment, Warner tells her that, first of all, she is sure that the classmate was really solving math problems and not eavesdropping. However, the blonde-haired boy clenched his fists with all his might and said that it still didn't rule out suspicion. Hu Xiaoyan must find a way to confirm it. While her daughter watches cartoons in her room, Shu cooks dinner in the kitchen. Sitting next to Tanjian, Wang Yun asks the little girl if her little sister can ask her a question. Meanwhile, the little girl says she will answer if she gets a candy in return. The second she took out a handful of chocolates, the blonde asked if these would work. A happy Tanjian thanked her sister, saying that chocolate was her favorite. While the girl was looking at the candy in her hands, Yun wondered if Qing Chen's brother was a traveler like her mother. That's so cool. As she continued to look at the candy in her hands, Tanjian replied that she had no idea. Li Tanjian's reaction is quite normal. If she had confidently said that Qing Chen was not a traveler, then Wang Yun would have hesitated. Besides, how could a 10-year-old child lie? Meanwhile, Vanier, who was sitting next to her, asked the little girl if she had ever asked her little brother about it. Then the girl, unwrapping the candy wrapper, said that she had asked Qing Chen's brother, but he did not say whether he was a traveler. The guy only told her that instead of thinking about unrealistic movements, it was better to study hard and enroll in a better university. When Yun asked if Chen had said anything else, Tanjian, popping chocolate into her mouth, narrated that her brother had said that there was nothing special about these travelers. Hearing this, the blonde realized that if Qing Chen was really a traveler, he wouldn't have said that there was nothing special about them. It was generally more like envy and admiration in a certain context. To be more precise, it was self-congratulation. After stroking the girl's head, Vanier praised her, saying she was very good. After a while, Shu and her daughter saw the guests off, asking them to come by again. The door closed and Vanier ran to her friend. She grabbed her shoulder and asked her if she thought the little girl was telling the truth. Yun replied that such a cute little girl was definitely telling the truth. Besides, a child wouldn't be able to make up something like that. Apparently, Qing Chen Yi really isn't a traveler. Hu Xiaoyan can now be at ease. Meanwhile, standing at the door, Tanjian remembers her father giving her the exact same chocolates, after which he would often proceed to beat up her mother. Walking over to the trash can, she spit out the candy she'd been holding in her mouth the whole time. Looking in the trash can, the girl realized that she still had one more piece of unfinished business. A few minutes later, a knock sounded on the front door of the apartment where Qing Chen lives. After opening the door, the guy noticed Tanjian on the doorstep. He immediately asked her to come inside and tell him what had happened again. When she went inside, The girl saw a multi-cooker working on the countertop in the kitchen. She told her brother that he could ask her mom to cook beef for him. They have a pressure cooker at home, and the beef her mom cooks is delicious. When the young man said that there was no need and he could handle it himself, Tunyan handed him a chocolate candy. Placing the treat in the guy's hand, she narrated that the two girls from the apartment next door came by today and asked if Chen was a traveler. After that, Tanjian asked brother Qing Chen not to worry, explaining that she had his back. However, he should be careful. There must be some little things that made them suspicious. Looking at the candy in his hand, the young man realized that the four had most likely learned about the relationship with the foreign teacher. Shifting his gaze to the girl sitting on the couch, Chen asked where she got the chocolate. Waving her feet, Tanjian contentedly explained that she bought it for her brother as a gift. After saying that, the guy awkwardly squeezed the candy in his hand and thanked her. Taking the multi-cooker in his hands, the young man told the girl that, according to his observation, these people had met an enemy named Chen Leo in City 7. It must be a member of the Chen family. Looking at him, Tanjian immediately guessed that this meant that they had fled so far away from City of 7 to get out from under the Chen family's control. But unfortunately, she doesn't need that information at all. And when Qing Chen asked what she wanted, taking her gaze away, the girl said that she wanted to know her brother's identity. Of course, the guy said that there was no way he would tell her that. Then, brother Qing Chen, help me do my homework, Tanjian asked pitifully, glaring at him. The angry boy immediately yelled out that he wouldn't do it either. The girl exhaled sadly and said that it was indeed boring with her brother. She then pointed out that these people living nearby are constantly looking at her and Chen. It's incredibly annoying. The girl asked the guy if he wanted to think of some way to kick them out. At this point, after opening the lid of the multi-cooker, the young boy replied that it wouldn't be that easy to kick them out, as that way both Chen and Tanjian risk exposing themselves. Besides, the boy believes that the four of them can be used. Being under their suspicion is indeed a problem. However, the harder you try to hide, the more you attract attention. It's best to change your focus. They came here because of Liu Deju, so it's only natural to use him to divert their attention. It's not just a matter of shifting attention. Hu Xiaonian and the others are the children of rich parents. In the outside world, they have money and influence, which Qing Chen himself is in great need of. Looks like the guy's going to have to do some proper work with Liu Deju after this transition. Tanjian walked over to her brooding brother and reminded him that the national holiday was only a few days away. After that, she suggested that he go out for some fun. Qing Chen, in turn, walked her to the front door and said that he didn't have time to think about the feast right now and suggested that we talk about it in a few days, asking him to be sure to think about it. The girl left the apartment and slammed the door behind her. Immediately taking his phone in his hand, Chen unlocked it and logged into the Japanese learning app that his foreign teacher had recommended to him. There are only 10 seconds left to move to the inner world. Chen stood in the middle of the room and took a kitchen knife with a removable blade in his left hand after putting the flash drive in his mouth. A few seconds later, space split and the movement between the two worlds began. The guy, after a whole week, was finally back in the inner world again, standing in front of Li Shutong. "Back?" inquired the man in white, smiling contentedly. "Yup, back," Qing Chen replied and took out a flash drive from his mouth. Taking a look at his left hand, where only the knife hilt remained, the guy realized that his experiment had succeeded. At the very least, he already knew the size of things he could transfer between worlds. At that moment, the timer on his hand updated. This time it showed 2 days again. It's the same familiar prison 18, but this time it's a little different. It's no longer cold and lonely. Chen now has someone waiting for his return. It's like they're waiting for him to come home. This house is a little gloomy and empty, but that's enough. "Master, this is for you. A batch of Shanky games," Chen said, holding out the flash drive to Li Xiaotong. When Xiao took the flash drive from his hands, the boy asked the teacher if he noticed any changes as he moved. Chen used to rely on himself to find patterns, but now he was being watched from the outside. Maybe this would help find some more details. Meanwhile, Li Shutong explained that earlier, the guy had said that the transition to another world took a second. However, this is not true at all. In the perception of the man in white, the moment the boy crosses the boundary, there is a change in the force field, and this change only lasts for a moment, perhaps only a tenth of a second, or even less. Simply put, at that moment Qing Chen disappeared, and when he reappeared, the gold in his hand was gone. It turns out that Chen's body had indeed moved the first time, but the problem was, where did Qing Chen of the inner world go? Could it be that in this world, he was directly destroyed? After that, the guy decided to ask his teacher about that energy in his body, but Li Shutong interrupted him, saying that there was no time to explain yet. But it had appeared sooner than he expected. Not understanding what the man in white was talking about, Chen said that whatever it was, he should start training. However, Xiao Tong asked him not to rush to train, explaining that he should go with him now. "Where are we going?" the boy asked, looking at the teacher in surprise. "I'll introduce you to the world outside," Li Shuten answered him, whereupon the doors behind him swung open. Following the teacher, Chen asks him why he wanted to suddenly go and see the world outside. "Aren't you curious to behold what the outside world is like?" Li Shutong confidently asked the boy, glancing at him. Of course he's curious. A city in the clouds that looks like a forest of steel. Huge mesmerizing holographic projections in the sky. Other travelers saw an extremely beautiful city, while Qing Chen was trapped in an iron box called a prison. Although the boy is curious, he also knows that this is not the time to admire the scenery. As he continued walking, the man in white noticed that the boy is extremely reserved, but a teenager should have the mentality of a teenager. Before Chen sets off on his own, Li Shutong, as a teacher, naturally can't let him be inferior to others. When the guy perplexedly asked what it meant, the man in white explained that the scenery that the other travelers had seen, Li Xiaotong's disciple, should also see. "Tonight I'm going to show you the best scenery in the city of 18, the teacher promised, turning around on the boy. Meanwhile, walking over to King Cheng, Wang handed him a small metal container, asking the guy to put this on. He is still not allowed to reveal his identity. Van opened the container and showed the contents to the boy. There was a traditional carnival cat mask. Soon the heavy metal gate leading outside began to open. Walking out of prison 18, King Chen looked around thoughtfully. It turned out that the freedom he sought was just around the corner. A few hours later, City 18, 1st District. The doorman standing at the entrance said hello to the guests and warned them that the Sunshine Pavilion restaurant is booked out in its entirety starting at midnight tonight. Due to their inability to provide the arriving customers with quality service, the Sunshine Pavilion restaurant is providing them with 2 coupons that can be used for lunch and dinner, except Saturday and Sunday. Meanwhile, with his girlfriend pressed against him, an indignant guest yells that he's never heard of the Sunshine Pavilion being booked in its entirety. Is the doorman playing a trick on him or something? Could it be someone from the Li or King family? If so, the employee can safely give the name, and the man will handle everything himself. Then the doorman, without objecting to the customer, showed a business card with the name of the person who had booked the entire restaurant on it. The black card had the name Li Dongji from Hanch engraved in white lettering. As the car flew over their heads, the girl pressed up against her boyfriend and asked him why it was that they had decided to leave so suddenly. With annoyance, the man closed his eyes and explained that they should come here next time at another time. At that moment, that car had already landed on the roof of the restaurant. Immediately afterwards, 2 men in prison clothes came out of there. It's raining. An umbrella drone covering important people from the torrential downpour, escorts who have flown to the guarded roof of a tall skyscraper. Handing a clean towel to Mr. Li, the restaurant employee informs him that the place was already ready for him. The security cameras throughout the building had just been turned off. Mr. Li Dongji explains that Xiaotan really likes the soy sauce stew. It had just been cooked, and now was the time to taste it. As the man in white was toweling himself off, the boy in the cat mask noticed the attendant approaching him. He immediately handed him a towel, but the boy politely declined. Li Shutong then explained to his disciple that he might get used to it sooner or later. In this world, as long as you have money and power, everything will be done right. Turning around, the masked young man who looked out at the night city asked the teacher why he was staying in prison 18 if he had the option to get out at any time. For his part, Shudo revealed that he still has unfinished business. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. Is the restaurant still open? The boy asked, shifting his gaze back to the man walking ahead. The teacher explained to his student that life had just begun in this city that never sleeps. Already going down in the elevator, the boy wondered if everyone didn't need to sleep. Don't we have to work tomorrow? Standing next to him, Lee Shuton said that the Qing Consortium had previously discovered the unique effect of neural coupling technology, which can mimic neural waves outside the brain and help people fall into deep sleep. 2 to 3 hours of sleep a day is enough. Surprised by what he heard, the masked boy asked the teacher if there were any consequences of this technology. The man in white stared into the distance in fascination and explained that of course there were. After a month of using this technology, even if you really want to sleep, you won't be able to sleep. Technology is a two-way stick. No one knows whether it is a blessing or a curse. For example, the Lee family once knocked out genetically modified fast-growing trees, corn and soybeans, but, as a result 30 years later, large areas of land will no longer have plants growing on them. The Kashima Consortium initially achieved high livestock production, but after genetic modification, it was discovered that these transgenic cattle lost their fertility after 3 generations of breeding. When people didn't need to sleep as long, the efficiency of production didn't improve much, but it did create a void in people's spiritual world. At that moment, the young masked man noticed something strange outside the elevator window. There was a zinging sound, and Li Shutong, who turned around, asked his disciple not to look at that huge thing. It's a cruise ship of a mechanical cult. The liquid oxygen and methane it consumes every second is taken from the blood and sweat of its followers. There is a plate of soy sauce stew on the table and expensive wooden chopsticks lying neatly beside it. Seated across from him, the student looked at the teacher awkwardly, seeing only one plate and only one set of cutlery on the table. Where are my chopsticks? The boy smiled anxiously, seeing that the man had already started eating the meat. You're wearing a mask, you can't eat, Lee Shuton said with a sneer as he took a bite of the tasty treat to his mouth. Sticking the sticks into the meat again, he asked his apprentice if he was hungry. As the masked guy replied that he was indeed a little hungry, the man in white asked the waiter standing nearby to bring him a bowl of noodles and bean paste. Soon there was already a huge bowl of noodles on the table in front of the boy. After that, Li Shutong waved his hand, gesturing for the restaurant staff to leave him and his apprentice alone. Take off your mask and eat your noodles, said the teacher, noticing that all the waiters had left. After starting dinner, Qing Chen looked thoughtfully at the night metropolis. This building they were currently in must be one of the tallest buildings in City 18. If you looked up, only 2 buildings in the distance remained in the sky along with him. Sitting across from Li Shutong, explained that the 2 buildings belonged to the Li and Qing families. Then Chen wondered if this was really the most beautiful scenery in the city of 18. In turn, the teacher, having also looked at these 2 majestic structures, told them that the Eternal Tower, in which they were now dining, had been built on the tops of 6 buildings. And with these 6 buildings as its foundation, only height and beauty remained of this structure at the present time. Graffiti, urine stains, sewage and crime down there aside, it's the most beautiful scenery from up here. Today, Shouton showed Cheng the most beautiful things. If he had another opportunity, he would definitely show his student the ugliest sight of the city. Pointing a finger behind the guy's back, the man in white pointed out that there were still binoculars next to the window, so visitors could admire the scenery. While the boy is looking through binoculars at the city of 18, Li Shuto, standing nearby, is looking at him, smiling contentedly. Meanwhile, Chen spotted a helicopter landing in the plaza in front of the building, at the entrance to the Eternal Tower. About 20 armed men ran out of there at the same second and promptly started climbing up the wall. Meanwhile, Li Xiaotong, who was standing with his back to his disciple, calmly offered the boy something to eat first. With a serious look on his face, Chen agreed. The guy sat down across from the teacher, whereupon the man immediately asked him if the guy was afraid of what was going on right now. While eating the noodles, Chen noticed that this was the first time the teacher took the student out to look at the scenery. He wouldn't let the student die halfway through, otherwise the teacher would be too incompetent. Hearing these witty words, laughed heartily. This loud laughter seemed to reach the operatives running in the pouring rain to the front entrance of the majestic structure. With the loud rumble of thunder breaking, 2 military helicopters flew up to the building. In the same second, a group of armed men will go up the stairs above. At this time, several airships and about 10 attack helicopters took to the air from a remote temporary base. The emblem of the Qing Consortium could be seen on the hull of one of the giant airships. The whole thing was like a huge net that was gradually tightening, leaving no escape route for the victim. Suddenly, the commander of one of the assault squads waved his hand and ordered his men to stop. Then he demanded that each of them check the battery charge of the mechanical limbs and report back to him. After checking the charge, all operatives sent the battery status information through a special device. With this method, after noticing the report from each of the stormtroopers, the commander realized that everyone on the communication channel with him could hear him perfectly. Turning around, he immediately told his men that boss Chen Yehu had explained that if they wanted to get out of here alive tonight, they must not shoot under any circumstances. The fighters are required to memorize this and leave others out of it. When one of the puzzled stormtroopers told the man that he did not understand the meaning of this advice, the commander explained that the subordinate would figure it out later. He then repeated again that no one should shoot. At the same instant, a leisurely stomp from boots was heard from the landing above. "Good evening, everyone." The stranger in the cap said hello with a chuckle as he ran into the armed assault squad. This creepy man was definitely not one of the soldiers who invaded the building, and he didn't get on this floor by accident. He deliberately crossed paths with the assault team, while the commander of the task force, raising his rifle, tried to realize who it was. The enemy was already at his back. "Don't stop the others from eating," said the stranger, adjusting his cap as he stepped over the bodies of the unconscious soldiers. At the same time, a man in business clothes and with an embroidered swirl pattern on his cuff entered the main hall of the Sunlight Pavilion restaurant. Closing the door behind him, the gray-haired fellow began to walk leisurely toward the table where Li Shudo was dining. Suddenly he notices something unusual. The guy from behind noticed a stranger in a prisoner's robe sitting across from Li Shudo. Unfortunately, he was immediately stopped by the man in white, who asked the gray-haired boy to hold off talking for a while until the kid had finished his meal. Looking at the back of the unknown man, the guy in the suit tries to figure out who it is. He can't see his face from this angle. At this moment, while the gray-haired guy is waiting for him and military helicopters and airships are flying outside the window, Qing Chen continues to eat noodles with bean paste like nothing happened. From the look of him, it seemed like he was completely abstracted from reality and didn't notice anything that was happening around him. Placing the chopsticks on the bowl, Chen took the traditional carnival cat mask in his hand. "I've eaten," the boy said, putting the mask over his face. "Chen Yehu, the eldest grandson of the Chen family, I heard that you've been promoted to A level," Li Xiaotong remarked, glancing at the guy who approached him. The bowed Yehu then said that it didn't matter how advanced the younger one was. They have no intention of starting a war with the knights and hench right now. The kid just wants Honorable Master Li to return to prison 18. There's no need to make a big fuss. With a smirk, Li Xiaotong asked him not to worry. He explained that he and this boy would just sit here, talk for a while, and then leave. The appeased Yehu didn't object, saying that he would leave them alone. However, the gray-haired guy would only lead the troops out of here. When these two left, at the same second, the helicopters hovering in the air outside the windows had their searchlights extinguished. When Yehu left, Li Xiaotong, smiling, told him that once he left prison 18, it would get on too many people's nerves, and so the student should understand why the man wouldn't come out. In turn, the masked boy wondered if they were afraid of the teacher. In this era, even if you become a demigod, it doesn't mean you're invincible at all. "They don't fear me," explained the man in white, closing his eyes. "They're actually afraid of fire. Come on, let's go home." A short while later, Li Xiaotong and his disciple, covered from the downpour by an umbrella drone, are already standing on the roof of the Eternal Tower. With the sound of pouring rain, Qing Chen looks wistfully at the night city and the helicopters hovering in the air beneath his feet. "One day, sooner or later, I'll be back." Standing at the window of the Sunshine Pavilion restaurant, Chen Yehu looks at a car flying through the sky. Found the task force. He inquired of the woman coming up behind him, not taking his eyes off the vehicle flying through the air. Bowing, the girl replied that the assault team had been located, but the operatives were all unconscious. It seemed to her that someone had attacked them by coming in from the back entrance and then retreated. With a smirk, the gray-haired guy remarked that this only spoke of one thing. This huge net they had cast against Li Shutong wasn't tight enough. Today, the only thing left for them to do was to retreat, return home, and get a good night's sleep. It's an encrypted message. The person who met with Li Shutong could be a representative of some outside force. Could he be King Jun from the Qing clan, or Li Yun-jae of the Kashima Consortium, or maybe Kamishiro Enro of the Kamishiro family? Secret. Top secret. The recent frequent incidents with travelers and the appearance of the outside world has caused a shock. Is that the reason why Li Shuten has reappeared for the first time in 8 years? There is a possibility that this person is planning something new. Whatever the case, today's events could have invaluable implications for the entire Federation. This post will be deleted after reading. Meanwhile, the car in which Li Shuten and his apprentice are sitting is speeding through the tall buildings of the city. "Do you know why you're wearing a mask?" asked the man in white sitting next to him. The boy immediately replied that it was because the teacher didn't want outsiders to know about their relationship. Glancing at the masked youth, Li Shutong wondered if he knew why he had accepted him as a disciple, but didn't want to admit it to anyone. Doesn't the boy think that there's some kind of imbalance here? No, you know it is difficult to remove your own shackles, and so you worry that those shackles will bind me as well. Thank you, master, Qing Chen uttered, looking at the man in white through the mask. Hearing this, Shudo remarked that the boy is as smart as ever and has unlimited potential. Of course, that's why he thinks the boy should be unencumbered by anything before he enters this battlefield. And all Li Shutong can do as a teacher is just walk part of the way together with Qing Chen and then watch him to see how far he can go. Then the masked guy asked the teacher if they would still have a chance to go out. The man in white smirked and asked if the boy wanted to go out to play some more. "I want to," Qing Chen immediately shouted enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Shudo laughed contentedly and suggested that he find another opportunity in a few days to come out to play. Then, pulling back his sleeve, the masked man looked at the countdown. The arm showed another 45 hours. These past 3 hours have been wonderful indeed. Walking over to a table with a glass of water on it, a man with a mechanical limb pushed back a chair. When Yuan sat down across from him, Boss Zhang asked if he had seen the news. The underling replied to the boss that he had seen it, and he thought it was a good time to try to get close to Liu Deju again. Li Shutong is a very important figure in the inner world. Even if the boss doesn't like Deju, the boss must consider that this boy is the closest person to Shutong right now. However, Zhang Yuandong objected to this, explaining that he trusted his intuition, and now he believed it more and more. The thing is, a person like Li Xiaotong can't be liked by Liu Desu. There should definitely be a third traveler in prison 18, and in that case, all Kunlun has to do is find him. 44 hours and 30 minutes left on the countdown. It's 1:30 in the morning, City 2, District 9. A man in expensive black shoes and a gray jacket walks down an alley of old slums. As he entered the clothing store, he saw a woman in front of him looking at something on her phone. He stepped closer to her and tapped on the table to get the girl's attention. When the woman apologized to her boss, explaining that she didn't notice him, Jinkyu asked her not to worry for now. The man had come here because he had 2 messages that she should pass on as soon as possible. First, Dong Xiao and Tian Xiaomiao have already been revealed as travelers by the consortium. The leader of the 9 realms demands that Yi Xiao cut off communication with them for now. It is necessary to postpone this matter until they return. Secondly, it is worth telling He Xiao to gather as much information about Li Xiaotong as possible. Jinkyu discovered that this person's abilities were greater than he had anticipated. It was simply unbelievable that he was able to come out unscathed in such a major incident. It looks like we have to get Liu Deju before Kunlun pulls him over to their side. We need him, the man in the gray jacket said thoughtfully. Glancing at the woman, he added that he hoped she understood the importance of the current mission. If the girl let her guard down again next time, the organization would punish her. Then Jinkyu would find a suitable person to replace her. He said that after returning to the outside world, the female worker would independently go to instructor Zhang Zunyu for additional training. Jinkyu then asked the woman if she had any objections. In turn, the tense girl replied that she understood everything. That's good. The slums are one of the few places in Cyber City that isn't under surveillance. No one will ever know a special guest has been here. Prisoners locked in jail cells banging on doors, begging to be let out. It appears that no new prisoners were brought into jail 18 last night. After realizing this, Qing Chen calmly turned his back to the wall and immediately fell asleep. Meanwhile, satisfied with the day gone by, Li Shuten sits in the dining room and stares into the Riddler. Now that there's an uproar outside about what happened last night, it's like the boss has nothing to do with it. He's not taking it seriously at all. Walking up behind Xiao, Hutchin asked why his and Wang's boss had gone out last night. If there was any movement, he could help with it. "Hey, how did you know?" the blonde man inquired, giving the bulky man a sly glance. Despite the great noise outside, this Ambo had no means of communication, and so he couldn't just find out about this situation. With a mocking laugh, Xiao said that he understood. More spirit-type superhumans came here from Peak. How many are there in total here? Isn't Hutchin afraid that the Li Consortium will finish them off in one fell swoop? Irritatedly walking up to the blonde-haired guy, the bulky guy once again said that he was alone here. Seriously, why was Li Shutong coming out of here? If I tell you that he just wanted to eat soy sauce stew, would you believe me? Xiao asked him, putting his foot on his knee. Naturally, Guo Hutchin shouted out that he wouldn't believe such nonsense. How could one make such a fuss without having a serious matter to deal with? It's understandable. The rest of the world would also never believe that last night the boss walked out of here for no good reason. After all, Li Shutong only wanted to take a walk with Qing Chen. These people only remember that the boss is a very dangerous demigod of this time, but they forget that he is actually a very willful and freedom-loving person. Okay, Li Shuten is so calm, but why is a 17-year-old boy as well? Even at noon, he's still sound asleep, as if it doesn't concern him. Prisoner 010101. "You have a visitor," unexpectedly came a voice from the speaker in the prison cell. However, the alert was not only heard in Qing Chen's cell. A surprised Guo Hutchin asked if visits were allowed more than once every 3 months. He remembered that this kid had been visited by someone just yesterday. Sitting next to him, Xiao reminded the bully that their boss didn't like this guy, so he advised him not to approach Chen or ask about anything. Before long, Qing Chen was already walking to the visiting room, accompanied by security robots. Just like last time, the doors in front of him creaked open. Looking inside, the guy saw that strange Japanese woman again. The girl sat silently again and just stared at him. However, this time she was holding something in her hands. Sitting down at the chair across from her, Chen immediately asked why she had come. In turn, Kamishiro Soren explained that she had brought some of her own food for the boy. The girl opened the lunchbox and explained that the food in prison didn't seem to be very good, and so she had specially prepared something for him. After accepting the gift from her, the young man said he was curious about something. He and Soren didn't know each other very well. At least not well enough for her to visit him in prison every day. The girl explained that this time she had come to the city of 18 with her elders. They were the ones who had asked her to hang out with the boy more often. Also, being around them is a little uncomfortable. After saying those words, Chen looked at Soren and didn't reply anything. The young man simply picked up his chopsticks and began to eat what she had prepared for him. The guy didn't say it out loud, of course, but he had to admit that this girl's culinary skills were excellent. Feeling a little uncomfortable with Soren watching him eat like that, the boy looked away. But at that moment, the girl said something in Japanese again. When the guy wiping his lips with a towel asked what she said, Soren replied that it was nothing much. She explained that it was a language that only her family understood. Then Qing Chen-kun, "I'll see you next time," the girl said, heading towards the exit. Meanwhile, the devastated Xiao fell into nirvana, staring lifelessly into the distance. Sitting alone at the table, he finally realized that ever since the boss needed Chen to hide his identity, this prison seemed to have lost all its fun. Wanted to go and chat with Qing Chen, but he has to pretend to be indifferent. Wanted to chat with Wang, but with his temper, he couldn't even fart. What about Guo Huchin? The blonde would want that bald head to stay away from him. While the distressed Xiao was thinking about it, the huge metal door behind him swung open. A guard came out from there, holding Liu Deju by the scruff of his neck. Seeing this, the blonde realized that the situation wasn't the best. Desu can't just go back like this. This guy can't be allowed to see Qing Chen's face. When Xiao approached the boss, he said that this man should not be released. Li Shutong suggested locking him up again, and then deciding what to do with him in the evening. Immediately afterward, the guard abruptly turned around and walked toward the holding cell again. Deju, who was trying to free himself, screamed, asking the robot if he was going to let him go to the plaza. What's going on? Are they trying to lock him up again? What the hell did he do? Finding himself in solitary confinement, a desperate guy tries to understand why every time. Then the countdown to displacement ends. He is forcefully pulled into the inner world and then sent to prison for a few days. But at that moment the door of the punishment cell opened abruptly. An unknown man wearing a cat mask stood on the doorstep, trembling with fear. Deju fearfully asked the stranger who he was. What if it's the third traveler in prison 18? While the dumbfounded Desu crawled back to the wall, asking the masked man what he was going to do, Qing Chen leisurely began to walk towards him while typing something into the reader. Cornering the guy, Chen held up a clipboard to his face that read, "I saw the news, you were mistaken for me." As the masked man continued to write something, Deju, who sat down on his knees in front of him, said that he didn't want to draw attention to himself. The boy had already thought about it. Bragging in front of everyone was really a big mistake. The boy immediately promised that the next time he moved, he would admit that he was not the traveler Jian Sheng had met. However, the stranger didn't want that at all. Seeing what he wrote in the riddler, a tense Deju inquired what the masked man wanted. With the next message, Qing Chen demanded the guy to openly admit that he was Li Xiaotong's successor. Realizing what it might cost him, the tearful boy shouted that he would not do it. He was already afraid of being chased. Deju said that he lived on the first floor. When the young man was washing the day before yesterday, he forgot to close the blinds. The boy turned around and found that someone was filming him on the top floor of the house across the street. And also, as the kid was cycling home, there was a paparazzi following him in a car. That man was unhappy that the guy was writing slowly. As he got closer to the high school student, the reporter asked him to go faster, so it would look good on camera. Holding out the clipboard to him again, Qing Chen asked if Liu Deju knew his sentence. The guy sitting on the floor replied that he didn't actually know his exact sentence. When he was moved, he was already in prison. Then the masked man told me that according to the news, Deju was charged with robbery, theft, attempted murder, and other offenses. And the cumulative sentence for several offenses is 99 years and 7 months. From such information, of course, the guy immediately panicked, but then an interesting thought occurred to him. It seems that the kid finally started to use his brains, and the dark cell he had been locked in all this time contributed to it. Looking at the stranger, the boy noticed that he continued to communicate in writing. Is he afraid that Deju will recognize his voice? So this masked man is an acquaintance of his or someone close to him. After saying these words, Qing Chen walked up to the frightened kid closely. The club actually stick you up front to take the blame. Clubs in the inner world often do this sort of thing. After an arrest by the Federal Public Safety Management Committee, they randomly pick a loser to take all the blame. Simply put, you're innocent of all these crimes, the masked man muttered, looking coldly at Liu Desu's face. Meanwhile, while dumbfoundedly looking at that terrifying mask, Deju realized that if he had heard that voice before, he would definitely remember it. He definitely didn't remember anything like that. Now the guy had already heard his voice, and so Qing Chen suggested that they continue their communication in this manner. Still looking at him fearfully, Desu apologized to his boss for misunderstanding him. Then, looking depressingly at the boy, the masked man spoke. Now I've come to you to make a deal. You will pretend to be me and I will help to get the charges against you dropped. Desu asked the stranger how he would help him, to which Qing Chen replied that he would simply find the real criminals and make them turn themselves in. Guessing the situation he was in, the boy pointed out that even if he refused the offer and the masked man didn't help him, there was nothing Daeju could do about it after he left. In that case, the boy would have to sit in this prison for the rest of his life. After confirming this, Chen explained that the kid simply had no choice but to cooperate with him. When the kid agreed to the deal and asked what was required of him, the masked man confidently added that Daeju's personality would definitely attract someone in the outside world. Holding out his hand to the guy, the stranger told him that he needed to find out the needs of these people and convince them that they could buy what they needed from him. Daeju awkwardly raised his hand and asked his boss if he wouldn't have any profit from this at all. Chen, on the other hand, explained that after each transaction, the boy would get a share or reward, for example, improved nutrition in the inner world. He may also be allowed to read the news of the outside world right in the isolation ward. In addition, he may be given a virtual life device from the entertainment area. Looking at the strange cat masked man, Daeju can't believe that this third traveler has such power in prison 18. Then, after looking at his wounds, the worried boy told the boss that if he replaced him, he would be in great danger in the outside world. The boy suggested that perhaps the boss had already seen the news that reported that Daeju had been injured the day after he returned. Chang had actually previously been curious about how this young man had gotten his wounds, and so he immediately asked the guy to elaborate on everything. At that time, Liu Desu said that according to the Kunlun organization's version, someone had paid attention to him because of Li Shutong and wanted to use him to get close to such an important figure. They left a province that morning and attacked the high school student in the evening in Luo City. Kunlun had ambushed them all beforehand at the overpass near the school and caught them all. That was it. From this perspective, letting Liu Deju represent Li Xiaotong's follower is really dangerous. Not that Cheng cares about this guy, but he barely found a suitable contact. It would be a pity to let him die like this. After listening to the boy, the masked man asked him what kind of self-defense ability he wanted. Without a second's hesitation, the boy immediately asked for a gene injection. Pensive Qing Chen turned away and closed his eyes in a puzzled manner. "I can give you this," the masked man spoke out, thus greatly encouraging Daeju. "But I hope you prove yourself worthy of this gene drug. You understand what it means to cooperate with me, right?" Chen added, glancing at the boy. Even more perked up, Liu Deju jumped to his feet and asked his boss not to worry and just see how he would prove himself. The boy revealed that he had 4 people in his class who were trying to get close to him. However, he had ignored them before. The delighted kid explained that these 4 are very rich. It is said that their watches are worth hundreds of thousands. He had never heard of disciples with watches worth such a huge amount of money. Looking at him, Chen immediately guessed who they were talking about. It was definitely about Wang Yun and the others. For his part, Daeju didn't stop talking. He promised the masked man that when he returned to the outside world, he would find out what they needed and see how he could get money from the 4 of them. Moreover, the guy could bring the boss a watch. In response to that, Chen said that neither the cash nor the watch, he didn't need it. The only thing that will do is only unmarked gold bars. Liu Deju also said that there was a fool in the neighboring class at school who was always looking for a chance to get close to him. He's always asking to join his group, but it turns out that they sell Nana socks and help him meet rich women. Sighing heavily, Qing Chen abruptly turned around and headed towards the exit. Noticing this, the boy asked his boss how he should contact him in the outside world. To this, the masked man asked the boy not to worry, promising to contact him with his own methods. At the same moment, the door slammed shut and Liu Deju was once again alone in the punishment cell. The kid immediately realized that although he couldn't get close to Li Shutong, it seemed that getting along with his successor was also a good choice. Besides, it was now obvious that Daeju is not the main character of this world. Then perhaps the owner of the cat mask is. Meanwhile, Qing Chen, who had come out of solitary confinement, walked over to the railing. Removing his cat mask, he dispelled the change in his voice that the second effect of the breathing technique was giving him. Li Shutong, who approached the guy, can't believe that this kid is his classmate. It seemed to the man in white that everyone in the outside world was just like Chen. Then he inquired about the conversation. The boy, holding a mask in his hand, told him that he needed a gene injection. Looking at him perplexed, the teacher asked why Liu Desu suddenly needed a gene injection. Xiao, who was standing behind him, shared his boss's bewilderment and said that it was a waste of money. After all, a single injection cost around 5 million yuan when translated into outside money, and it was not easy to get it. Qing Chen, on the other hand, explained that he needed to use this kid to prove to the people in the outside world that he could really give them what they wanted. Therefore, the kid really must have some ability to defend himself, or else he would be too easy to be caught and interrogated heavily. Liu Deju is very spineless. When Xiao tested him, he immediately confessed everything. Let such a person be Chen's firewall. Qing Chen himself still doesn't have the guts to face the people in the outside world. Therefore, it's better to think from a different perspective. Since Deju will confess when he's caught, then let him not be caught. It's simple. There's only about an hour left until the countdown marks the movement between worlds. The cat-masked man, holding some kind of briefcase in his hand, entered the holding cell where Liu Deju was waiting for him. "You must memorize what I'm about to say," Qing Chen said in a changed voice. Another 6 minutes passed, showing the contents of the suitcase. The masked man had already told the guy everything he needed to pay attention to. "Now about that," Qing Chen spoke out, pointing at the syringes in the case with a glance. He immediately remembered everything Xiao had told him recently. The blonde man had told him that when enhancing oneself with the Li FDE gene medicines, one must first inject 005, followed by 004, 003, 002, and 001 in succession. If one starts with FDE 001, death will be instantaneous. The interval between injections should be 1 month from level F to level B. This gene product has great advantages. It has a low chance of rejection, a fast effect, and it does not damage body organs. But level B is the limit of FDE gene products. Moreover, FDE 001 and FDE 002 are very rare, and they are extremely difficult to find on the market. The masked man continued to explain to Deju, who kept nodding. First, do a skin test with a white-colored syringe. If you feel a tearing pain, it means that the drug has not caused rejection, so you can give a second injection. The first injection will cause pain for 15 minutes, and the second injection for 5 hours. But if you don't have the courage to even give the injection, then you are of no value. When Qing Chen, leaving the suitcase to the guy, came out of the punishment cell, Liu Dezu immediately grabbed the first syringe and, glowing with happiness, began to make a skin sample of the drug. At the same second, the door slammed shut. Immediately afterward, screams of pain were heard from the solitary confinement cell. Walking up to Xiao and Wang, who were waiting for him, the masked Chen asked them if they thought this kid would give himself a second gene injection after the skin test. As screams echoed throughout the floor, the blonde man took stock of the fact that it would be difficult to respond. The pain from the gene injection pierces through to the bone. So many people give up after a skin test because they really aren't sure they can handle a second injection for 5 hours. Wang added that everything in the world has a price. If you want to increase your strength, suffering is inevitable, even if it is the fastest gene drug. Qing Chen then asked, what about the awakened ones? Didn't it say that an awakened person could become superhuman overnight? Wang, on the other hand, explained that most of the awakened ones had most likely received super powerful external stimulation. For example, they had lost a loved one or a loved one. Meanwhile, the screams of pain stopped and there was a sepulchral silence. With a regretful exhale, Qing Chen said that perhaps he had overestimated Liu Dezu's willpower. After the skin test, he did not have the courage to give a second FDE 005 injection. Many people dream of becoming stronger all the time, and even feel that they are willing to pay the price for it. But it is only when they are truly hurt that they realize what they are facing, and they give up. Meanwhile, holding out a gold bar to the distressed guy, Wang told him that the boss had ordered to give this to the student. When the boy asked why he should give him such an expensive item, the man explained that the boss had warned that Chen might not want to take it, but as a teacher, he couldn't help but do so. Then, when Xiao showed the guy some strange device, Chen asked if this was their idea of a joke. The blonde guy, on the other hand, told him that he would give 2 of these things, one for Chen himself and the other for Liu Dezu. This is the communication device of the pseudo base station. It has independent channel modeling, channel estimation, balancing, and so on. It also has the ability to encode channels. In the domestic world, it is usually only used by spies to transmit secret messages to avoid interception from the base station. Taking it in his hand, Chen asked how Xiao knew he needed it. To this, the blonde replied that he wasn't the one who decided to give these devices as a gift. In fact, the boss himself asked him to give it to the guy. The boss said that as a teacher, he should consider some things in front of his student. This thing will help Cheng hide his identity in the outside world. With the guy's temperament, he would definitely need it. With my temperament, we'll definitely need it. And what kind of character do I have? Qing Chen asked, looking at the device in his hand in surprise. Maybe the boss thinks there's a lot of dark in you. Van, who was standing next to him, remarked, looking at the puzzled boy. Pulling back his sleeve, the boy looked at the countdown timer with only 1 minute left on it. That's when he realized that apparently Liu Deju wasn't going to inject himself. Let's get started, Qing Chen said, thus giving the order for his partners to act. In tears, Deju lying on the floor is trying to move away from the unbearable pain after skin tests the first FDE-005 injection. 5 seconds to move. The blonde guy who had recently interrogated him and a man unknown to him entered the holding cell. 4 seconds, and Wang had already pinned the poor man firmly to the floor. 3 seconds before the timer expired, the bloodthirsty Xiao grabbed the syringe in the suitcase and moved closer. Don't. Let's discuss, yelled in desperation to a dumbfounded Deju 2 seconds before moving. The border between worlds would be crossed in just a second, and there was already an injection syringe sticking out of Liu Deju's ass. The space began to collapse as a tearful Liu Deju lay on the floor screaming in pain. As soon as Chen returned to the outside world, he immediately opened the Japanese to Chinese translator and typed in the phrase that Kamishiro Soren had recently spoken. In translation, the phrase was, "I don't know. Maybe he's just like the other people in the inner world, rude and cruel." To be honest, the guy really doesn't understand what this girl's intentions are. Because of the lack of time, Cheng never managed to learn Japanese before moving to the inner world. So it seems that now he will have to try his best to do it quickly. As he lay down on the bed, the boy realized that girl keeps playing this little game under his nose. But the boy has to go back to the outside world to understand what she said. It's just too passive. Besides, based on the current news, it seems that only people from Japan and Korea have moved to the Federation where Qing Chen himself is. No one in the outside world has discovered that Kamishiro Soren is a traveler. It doesn't make sense. How could she be considered a star in Japan? Why didn't anyone notice that? The guy keeps feeling that this girl seems to be unhappy in her inner world, and so she comes to visit him. But the main reason why she visits the boy is not because of him. Perhaps she just wants to escape from the world outside. As Soren sat across from him in the visiting room, Qing Chen suddenly felt that this was also a rare opportunity for him to relax. No need to say anything to anyone. No need to make friendships or build intrigue. No need to think about how to survive in the dangerous inner world. That half hour in the visiting room has nothing to do with the outside world. It's like finally getting a chance to take a breather. Perhaps this girl really thinks so. The hand that displayed the countdown was again showing 48 hours to move. At this moment, Chen's phone started receiving a lot of notifications. The news said that Liu Deju had returned to the outside world deep in the night. However, at home, he was heard screaming. The screaming had been going on for 3 hours. What was the experience of this guy who is considered by many to be the protagonist of the inner world? The next morning, a slew of paparazzi blocked Deju's path as he rides his bike to school. Journalists from the Daily News of Luo City, holding out microphones to the guy, asked what he had experienced that night. Could it be that he had been traumatized in the inner world? And if he wasn't hurt, why was he screaming so wildly? Meanwhile, the usual gawkers, pointing their fingers at the embarrassed boy, were discussing the very guy who had been yelling until 5 o'clock in the morning. They say he's cool in the inner world. Moving through the crowd of journalists, Deju tried to shove one of them away with his hand to make way for himself. However, this push came out much stronger than he expected, knocking down a couple of people standing behind him. The journalist flew a few meters and fell on his back. Not realizing what had just happened, Liu Deju looked at his hand in surprise. When it came to him what had happened, The guy immediately took off from his seat and, begging for forgiveness, drove around the corner at breakneck speed. Rushing to school, the boy pondered all the events that had happened recently. Other travelers had said that gene injections were incredibly hard to find. However, Dedu had only asked for it, and the cat-masked traveler had indeed found it for him in one day. Such connections and capabilities in the inner world were not bragging at all. It's like the game. It doesn't matter if you're inexperienced, but if you latch on to a strong player and yell cool, you can still score points. Upon arriving at school, Deju noticed something interesting. Everyone around him was watching the same news on their phones for some reason. There was actually a pretty amazing post in the top of the news. A certain Prince Dare reported that after 8 years, Li Shuten came out of prison to have dinner with the cat-masked man on the top floor of the Eternal Tower. Li Shutong ate a portion of soy sauce stew, and the cat-masked man ate a bowl of noodles with bean paste. It was reported that Chen Yahu, the eldest grandson of the Chen family and an A-level master, personally went to persuade the leader of the knights, hoping that he would return to prison 18. At the same time, the King and Li military bases reacted, and some witnessed King's land cruiser airship take to the skies. It is well known that the Qing clan used the land cruiser to contain the Ace-009 forbidden item, but no one has ever seen what this item is. Therefore, it is very likely that the Qing clan wanted to use the forbidden item to deal with Li Shutong, who suddenly appeared. To this day, the identity of the cat-masked man remains a mystery, and the reason why Li Shuten came out is unknown, but the event caused great excitement throughout the Federation. After reading this news to the end, a dumbfounded Liu Dezhu realized that it turns out that his understanding of the boss was still not clear enough. Prince Dare, the person with this nickname, seemed to possess a lot of information. Even Chen didn't know that the Qing clan had actually sent the land cruiser airship. And what is Ace-009, another forbidden item? Although the guy doesn't know what this thing is, but if it can be used to deal with Li Shutong, it must be extremely scary. But who is this Prince Courageous? Right now, in the outside world, He Xiao has the strongest influence in the information field, but he only puts out strategies, while Prince Dare is more like a war correspondent. If we compare these two in real time, Prince Dare is definitely doing much better. Whoever comes forward at this time must not be a fool. Either he has some organization behind him, like Kunlun, and is not afraid of disparate forces at all, or, like He Xiao, he has mastered some kind of technology or ability to hide his tracks. From the looks of it, more and more travelers are about to emerge, and these travelers differ from previous internet celebrities in that they have mastered the technology to confront the outside world and have their own hidden skills. After thinking it over, Qing Chen leisurely walked out of the classroom. On the way, he spotted Liu Dezhu, who had already befriended Hu Xiaonian and Tianzin. However, in addition to that, the guy saw an expensive gold watch on his new subordinate's hand. Chen, on the other hand, specifically said clearly that he didn't need a watch, but this Liu Deju didn't listen to him. When he went into the toilet stall, he wrote a message to this fool through the special device Xiao had given him and asked if there was any progress with the 4 transferred students from High City he had mentioned earlier. Deju replied to the boss, asking the boss to take his time. Although these 4 people are rich, they are very stingy, so there is no progress yet. Irritatedly looking at the message, Chen realized with annoyance that he thought it was Liu Dezhu who didn't understand his recommendation, but it looks like the latter is planning to take the watch for himself. This scoundrel had first cheated Hu Xiaonian, after which he would only give his boss a portion of what he received. On top of that, he was eventually able to trick Chen into getting benefits from him, such as the gene injection. As a result, Liu Dezhu made a lot of money, while Hu Xiaonian and Qing Chen, on the contrary, became his tools for making money. One had to admit that this guy's intelligence had suddenly risen to a new level. If Chen wasn't in the neighboring class, this kid would probably have fooled him. Meanwhile, also sitting in the toilet stall, Deju texted the boss that the students from High City wanted to know how to get a quick foothold in City 18. The guy inquired what kind of help he could offer. How about offering them some gingerbread first? Like a watch. An angry masked man wrote back to him in a reply message. From such a surprise, Liu Dezhu, who was sitting on the toilet, dropped the communication device of the pseudo-base station from his hands. Sitting across the toilet stall wall from an irritated Chen, the guy tries to figure out how the boss knew about everything so quickly. Maybe the boss is a classmate of his, or goes to this school. "Boss, it's my fault, punish me. Don't worry, I'll get my watch back. And I won't say anything stupid," wrote the frightened boy. After receiving only a despicable 3 dots in response, a dejected Daeju left the restroom. Hu Xiaoyu, who was passing by at the same time, asked him what was taking him so long. The blonde then suggested that they go to a bar tonight and have some fun. Since he had come to Luo City, he had never been to a bar before. As he approached him, the frustrated boy placed a gold watch in the young man's hand, adding that he would not go to the bar. Daeju then explained that they would continue to cooperate, but in the future the payment would only be in gold bars. "I want to wish you a happy new year in advance. Firstly, to wish you all the best, and secondly, to wish your entire family prosperity." Liu Desu, who was in a completely bad state, stared at the surprised blonde man with a dumbfounded look. At this moment, Qing Chen, who was coming out of the toilet stall, received a notification on his phone. A new user named Li Tongjian added him as a friend. It's unexpected. After all, she didn't have a cell phone before. The girl immediately texted her brother that Kunlun had sent her mom a warning that the 9 escaped suspects had most likely traveled to Luo City. 2 travelers had already gone missing in the past 24 hours, and so Tongjian asked the boy to be careful. Reading the reports from her, Qing Chen thought back to those criminals. According to the news, the methods of those 9 fugitive suspects are quite cruel and vile. If such people came to Luo City, it was likely that quite a few travelers would suffer. The guy immediately asked the girl if she could contact her mom. An excited Tongjian explained that she was now sitting next to her and mom was perfectly safe. "I just want to ask, brother Qing Chen, can I stay at your house? Mom and I can sleep on the floor," the girl suddenly inquired in a new message. Seeing this, the guy wondered why such extremes. Had something happened? Tongjian then forwarded a message from Kunlun, saying that 3 travelers who had gone missing in Luo City had accidentally disclosed their information on the internet. Currently, there are more than 200 travelers known to be in Luo City, and nearly 1/5 of them are in danger. The organization hopes that in the future, no one will disclose information so easily and everyone will definitely be careful. Qing Chen didn't expect that they had registered so many travelers. There must be even more of them hiding. These criminals came to Luo City in a hurry. They didn't have time to get more information, so if Jiangshu and her daughter were not at home, they would not be able to find them. After thinking it over, the guy texted Tongjian that it was Friday and he'd be back early. The boy suggested meeting at the courtyard entrance at 20 minutes to 6 in the evening. He would come back and scout the road first to make sure there were no suspicious people there. In the evening, Chen bought groceries for dinner at the store and headed home. Meanwhile, Liu Desu wrote to him again. The guy reported that he had made a breakthrough with the transfer disciples. They hadn't talked about a deal yet, but these people were willing to pay a few gold bars in advance as a gesture of sincerity. Since he was able to successfully pull off such a deal, Daeju awkwardly asked his boss to improve the conditions of his imprisonment. Otherwise, he would just go crazy sitting there staring at one point. "That will depend on your progress," Chen replied, thus ending the correspondence. This time, the 9 suspects are different from the previous 2 who recently attacked Jiangshu. They are organized and have a plan. So much time has passed, but none of them have been caught. Such a criminal organization is the most dangerous. Standing at the main entrance of the neighborhood, Chen observes the happenings around him. So far, only familiar faces of this neighborhood are here. There are no outsiders. All the furniture is in its place, even the texture of the folds of the curtains hasn't changed from this morning. There's no ambush in the house. Once inside the entryway, the guy texted Tongjian and her mom to come to his apartment and added that the front door was unlocked. There was a creak, and the apartment door opened gently. Jiangshu and her daughter immediately looked inside, scrutinizing the room. When Tongjian reinforced on the sofa with relief, Chen explained to Aunt Jiang that he wasn't a traveler, and therefore, even if the criminals wanted to kidnap a traveler, they wouldn't come to him. Especially, they're on the run, so they definitely won't make a fuss. The woman immediately thanked him, although she knows she can hide outside. She feels insecure when she goes out of the house. The hostess then asked the guy and her daughter to watch TV while she cooked dinner. Looking at the back of Aunt Jeong walking into the kitchen, Chen remarked that she was always so soft gentle. A commercial started on TV, and the guy stroking the girl's head asked if she had heard about the Li Shutong case in the inner world and could tell us anything about it. What does the consortium think about it? Waving her feet, Tanjian said that there was nothing to talk about. She had heard from her sister in the inner world that she had not heard from Li Xiaotong for many years, and his sudden appearance this time would definitely cause a shock. This sister seems to have a great admiration for Li Shutong. Opening the closet, Qing Chen took out a clean pillow from there. Walking over to the couch, the guy said that the girl and her mom would sleep in his room. They would squeeze a little on the narrow bed, and he would sleep in the living room. Thanking him, Tanjin noted that it was very awkward. The girl looked at her brother and asked where he had been when Li Shutong had dined at the Sunshine Pavilion. Chen said that he had been on the light rail train and had only seen an airplane flying toward the Eternal Tower. Then the boy asked what caused Li Shuten to go to jail, but the girl replied that she did not know. It was inappropriate of her to ask about his case at such a young age. Alright, I've told you a lot of information, brother Qing Chen. Now share yours, Tanjian said contentedly, taking a small white pillow in her hands. Realizing that he couldn't just get away with it, the guy started telling what he knew and was at liberty to say. I can only share information from the outside world. I think I need to add myself to the group chat that Yi Xiao was talking about, but before I join, I have to get a data fortress program from the inner world, so he won't find me. Now I suspect that Yi Xiao is not one person, but an organization, and they are just about to unite all the travelers. Of course, this is just my guess. Looking at her brother unhappily, Tanjian asked if he only shared information about the outside world, because based on his information about the inside world, the girl would be able to understand the extent of his awareness, and it would reveal his personality. You think so? Qing Chen uttered, whereupon an oppressive aura engulfed the entire neighborhood they lived in. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of the ceiling fan spinning, someone's footsteps were heard in the apartment above them. Looking at each other, Qing Chen and Li Tanjin realized what this could mean. Brother Qing Chen, upstairs. In a frightened voice, the girl quietly said. A bright lightning bolt flashed, and my mind began to flash through all the horrible news about the travelers' kidnapping, intimidation, threats, and their cruel and vile methods. About the threats to the lives and safety of family members, and the fact that these people were now in the city of Lo. There was another rumbling sound from upstairs, and Chen, who had risen from the couch, quietly said that no one should be upstairs right now, because above their heads is the apartment of Jiangshu and her daughter. When the frightened girl, trembling with fear, clutched her pillow tightly to her, the boy gestured for her to be as quiet as possible. Tunyan picked up the remote control to turn off the TV, but the boy immediately stopped her. When these people came, they must have already seen that the lights in Qing Chen's house were on. That means someone is home. If one pretended to pretend that there was no one in the apartment now, something would definitely happen. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Qing Chen said soundlessly with just his lips, gently patting the girl's hand. Wiping her tears with her hand, Tanjian nodded back at him. The moment the guy walked into the kitchen, showing a piece of paper with some phrase on it, the dumbfounded Jiangshu looked at him. The bandits are already upstairs. From now on, continue to act normal. As long as you don't panic, they won't think you're downstairs. The writing on the paper read. The boy left, and the woman, shaken with fear, continued making dinner without making any unnecessary loud noises. And only the leisurely ticking of the clock could be heard in the oppressive atmosphere that in an instant filled the whole apartment. A couple of minutes passed and Aunt Jiang took the pot from the stove and carefully placed it on the dining table. Showing the young man a piece of paper, the woman hugging her daughter asked what they should do next. Suddenly, a powerful cracking sound was heard right above their heads. This was immediately followed by several loud bangs. That's the weight of a mechanical prosthesis. The steps of normal people are not as heavy. Listening closely, Chen recognized a relatively loud scraping sound, the source of which was not difficult to determine. It's the sound of a zipper on a garment rubbing against the floor. Someone is lying on the floor of the apartment above and listening. At the same moment, thunder rumbled again and a bright, ominous thunderstorm sparkled, illuminating the entire residential neighborhood, which seemed frozen in terror. The lone TV in the living room broadcasts about an attack by an unknown organization on travelers in Luo City. Meanwhile, Qing Chen, sitting in front of it, is thinking about what they should do next. Suddenly there was again the scraping of the zipper on the clothes rubbing against the floor. Then there were loud footsteps going into the kitchen. Chen immediately used a piece of paper to ask Aunt Jian to contact Kunlun on WeChat. There is no need to call, or the criminals might hear. But looking at the phone, Jian Shu almost cried out in horror. The entire neighborhood had lost communication. The signal is blocked. These bandits are very well prepared, damn it. However, the communication device with Liu Deju has a full signal. With the former method, Chen told the woman hugging her daughter that they should wait for now. Sitting down at the table, Tanjian took the chopsticks in her hand and tapped them on her plate. That's not a bad idea. Let these people think that the downstairs neighbors are having dinner as usual. But suddenly there was a creak of the front door in the neighboring apartment. I don't know if Jian Shu is home. I bought some fresh beef. A familiar voice was heard on the landing, rapidly ascending up the staircase. Hu Xiaoyu and the others must be going up to Jian Shu's place to visit her. A knock sounded on the front door of the apartment above, and immediately a voice was heard. Aunt Jiangshu, are you home? At the same second, there were exclamations and an incomprehensible rumble from upstairs, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the floor. Hugging her crying daughter, the mother, trying to remain quiet, looked up at the ceiling in horror. In turn, Qing Chen tensely glanced at the front door, listening to every sound coming from the apartment above their heads. What are we going to do? Can we save them? Jian Shu asked with a sheet of paper, looking at the boy fearfully. Suddenly, however, the sounds from above abruptly subsided. Looking up at the ceiling in surprise, Qing Chen realized that he had underestimated the combat effectiveness of the bandits. Even if Hu Xianyano and the others were still ordinary people, the bandits shouldn't have been able to deal with them so quickly. However, Xianyano and his friends shouldn't be dead. Given the behavior pattern of the suspects, the travelers should be considered an asset. They just can't kill them so frivolously. Then Qing Chen still had time. The boy closed his eyes and concentrated his mind to search his mind for the slightest information that could be useful to find a way out of this situation. It is reported that 9 suspects are still on the run. Hey, classmate. Do you know Liu Deju? This is the communication device of the pseudo-base station. Don't worry, Deju, to protect you tonight and in the future, my men will guard you 24 a day. This is it. At this moment, a notification was received on the special device lying next to the book Deju was reading. The man in the cat mask orders the guy to take a cab and drive to Shinshu Street Courtyard 4. Upon arrival, he should squat in front of house 12. Now, not understanding what the rush was about, the surprised boy asked his boss why this was and what he had to do. Then Chen added that the ward should not forget to tell Hu Xiaoyan that the first transaction was done, and asked to be paid in gold bars. Rushing out of his seat, Desu immediately ran to fulfill the order. A lowly traveler like Jian Shu might not be able to contact Kunlun, but Liu Desu definitely has that ability. Kunlun must already be sitting in ambush beside him. A scream was heard in the apartment above, followed by a loud blunt blow, again drowning out all sound. Meanwhile, Liu Deju had already run out of the house in the direction of the cab. Attention, attention, the sparrow has taken off, the sparrow has taken off, the sparrow has gotten into the sparrowman's car. Relayed over the comms channel from one of the agents following the guy. Getting into the car, Deju slammed the door behind him and asked the driver to hurry to Shinshu Street Courtyard 4. Keep up, the sparrow has already reported the address. That's odd. Wrench Hawthorne, hurry up. You must arrive early and take a hidden position. Yuan's voice sounded from nearby. Soon the cab stopped at the designated address, and the driver announced the price. After paying for the ride, Daeju immediately ran out of the car. When the man behind the wheel asked the handsome man why he had come to the former administrative housing complex, he replied briefly, "To get gold bars." Gold bars? Maybe he made a deal with some traveler. It's possible. He has a special status in the inner world. If someone spends money to buy inner world resources, that's fine. Then a subordinate asked Commander Lu Yuan if something like this had happened in Tai City a few days ago. A customer took the medicine and didn't pay the balance. It almost ended in a murder. It was a terrible headache for the Kunlun brothers. Yuan, on the other hand, explained that everything would be fine. The man can't believe he has to guard this kit in the middle of the night, so he won't be kidnapped by the suspects. And in the end, it turns out he's fine, and he just came by the gold bars. Meanwhile, Daeju, peering out from behind the wall, had already entered the right neighborhood. Then, with quick runs from cover to cover, the guy continued to make his way toward the right building. Approaching the entryway indicated in the message, the boy just squatted down next to it. From behind the wall, the agent watching him can't understand why this kid is acting like this. Why is he squatting in front of House 12? What the hell is this jerk doing? Standing behind him, Yuan irritably asked his subordinate to shut up and observe. It wasn't until 20 minutes later that a man came out of the house with a mechanical leg hidden under his shoe. It was a tall, hooded traveler with several mechanical limbs. As he stepped outside, he noticed a strange guy squatting at the entrance to the building. Daeju, sitting around the corner, looked at the hooded man in horror. "Friend, why do you seem so familiar to me?" suddenly said the stranger with the mechanical arm. While the man looked at him suspiciously, the guy sitting on his knees tried to say something back and turn away. In the end, Daeju, who was dumbfounded by fear, was unable to utter anything other than some inarticulate sounds as he looked away. "There's a problem," reported the hooded man to his partners still on the second floor of the building in Jiang Shu's apartment. Realizing that the matter smelled like kerosene, Daeju immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction, talking nonsense as he did so. Then the hooded man also took off and chased after the boy, but at that moment he noticed something strange. Braking abruptly, he immediately turned around and ran back into the building, trying to hide his face from the Kunlun agents standing nearby. At this time, Yuan, who was taking cover around the corner of a neighboring building, looked at the window of the apartment where Jiang Shu lived and noticed the silhouette of an unknown person there. "We've been detected, surround us. Be careful, the enemy is extremely dangerous," he shouted, waving his hand to his subordinates. Suddenly there was a loud explosion on the other side of the building, blowing the second floor wall to pieces. Running around the house, Yuan tries to catch a glimpse of at least one criminal. Do they really want to escape through the back window? 5 Kunlun agents run with all their legs to the side of the explosion, running around the building on the left side. But as his subordinate rounded the corner, Yuan heard a strange ticking sound coming from a trash can propped against the wall. At the same instant he warned the others about it. That trash can exploded, throwing all the Kunlun agents away. Fortunately, the explosion was not that powerful. Only one crew member was hit in the leg with a piece of iron. No one else was injured. It's the explosives the bandits hid when they arrived. They discreetly threw it into the trash can to buy time later, and then quietly sneaked into Jiang Shu's apartment. If they were discovered, they would break the back window to attract attention, and then detonate explosives to cause damage and wreak havoc. That way the perpetrators would have plenty of time to make a quiet getaway. Everything is meticulously planned, as if someone is coldly watching all this from behind the scenes, controlling the development of the situation. After them, if we miss them, there's no telling how many more travelers will get hurt, Yuan shouted as he rose to his feet, rushing towards the site of the first explosion. But suddenly he stopped abruptly, realizing something. These bandits have come to kidnap the travelers. As far as Yuan knows, their mechanical limbs are not of the best quality. These things can't withstand the impact force of jumping from the second floor. They might be able to jump themselves, but taking someone with them definitely not. First, the sound of breaking glass. Another mysterious man on the second floor who purposely turned around and walked away when he was seen. Explosives outside. All this just to draw attention away from the front door. When it reached him what mistake he had made, Yuan immediately turned around and ordered his subordinates to run back after him. Heading for the main entrance, he contacted the sparrowman and asked if he had arrived. The man behind the wheel tensely said he was almost there. If Yuan's judgment is wrong, it's like letting the bandits leave from the back of the house himself. But he believes in his own judgment. Running out from around the corner, the man saw a minivan standing at the main entrance. Meanwhile, 4 people dragging some large black bags into the car spotted Agent Kunlun taking a pistol out of his pocket. One of the perpetrators immediately removed the safety and pointed it at his opponent. As his accomplices closed the door of the minivan and touched down, the man shot at the agent running at him. Without slowing down, Yuan barely dodged the bullet and continued to rapidly approach the enemy. "Sparrowak, run him over," the man shrieked when he saw a cab car driving in the oncoming lane. In the same second, Yuan jumped back, and the 2 vehicles collided head-on with each other with a loud rumble. Meanwhile, Agent Kunlun had already pushed off the wall, pouncing at breakneck speed on the gun-wielding criminal standing below. Sealing the bastard with his foot into the side of the minivan, Yuan kicked the car door and threw all the opponents out of there. Once out of the vehicle, the wounded bandits fell to the ground along with the door. "Beat the hell out of them," Commander Yuan ordered, seeing that the mangled enemies were in a vulnerable position. At the same moment, the remaining Kunlun agents pounced on the helpless criminals, preparing to beat them to a pulp. Soon, all the bandits were finished. While the beaten enemies sat tied up on the cold ground, an ambulance arrived and took Hu Xiaoyan and the other kidnapped travelers away on stretchers. Looking out the window, Chen realized that it appeared that Lu Yuan was also a superhuman. This kidnapping organization is more cunning than the guy imagined, completely incomparable to ordinary loners. Although the value of each one's strength was small, they were organized and systematic in carrying out their criminal plan. But that's it. Only, we won't be able to go out now, so let's just eat in peace, Qing Chen said, looking at Jiang Shu and her daughter sitting at the dining table behind him. The woman picked up a plate to go and warm up the food and awkwardly thanked the guy, adding that without him, she and Tanjian might have gotten into trouble. When she left the room, the boy and girl were alone. Chen walked over to the couch and Tanjian immediately wondered if he was the one who had summoned Kunlun here. As he sat down, the boy gave her a sly look, noting that the signal was blocked, so there was no way he could call them. Without taking his eyes off the girl, he thought about something. Chen seemed to have revealed too many details today. Outsiders might not be able to guess anything, but perhaps Li Tanjian could use these details to figure out what was hidden behind the scenes sooner or later. However, the boy doesn't rule out that this child will also reveal some secrets to him. Guy strokes Tunyan's head, asking if she's scared, to which she replies that it's true. "Brother Qing Chen, I know you don't want to be discovered, but if I encounter danger in the inner world, will you come to save me?" Tanjian asked him worriedly. "I'll be there," Qing Chen briefly promised her, looking at the excited girl. After continuing to watch TV, Tanjian nodded approvingly. Suddenly changing the channel, the indignant girl remarked that although it was right for her brother to keep his identity secret from others, he was hiding it even from her. It's just too much. She's just a child. What evil intentions could a child have? But still, thank you, brother Qing Chen, Tanjian muttered while looking at the TV. For her part, Jiangshu, who was warming up food in the kitchen, ponders everything that happened recently. If her daughter had suddenly turned off the TV, if Qing Chen hadn't reminded the woman to keep cooking, they'd be in trouble for sure. A couple minutes later, dinner was ready. Shu remarked that it was a pity that the children were still too young and couldn't drink. Otherwise, she would have opened a bottle of beer to celebrate their rescue. Qing Chen is simply amazing. Tanjian, on the other hand, replied that little brother was no longer little, and he could drink. At this moment, all 3 of them sitting at the table simultaneously tasted the food prepared by Aunt Jiang. After tasting the flavor, they all fell into a stupor together. Blushing with embarrassment, the woman realized that she had been so frightened that she had forgotten to salt it. Smiling awkwardly, Chen reassured her, saying that it was normal to be afraid at that moment. He was scared back then too. Meanwhile, Tanjian sitting next to him whispered quietly, "You're scared? Really?" Cries of pain and groans can be heard in the hospital of the Kunlun organization. Some people asked the nurses to give them pain-killing injections. Hu Xianyano, who is lying there, is watching one such person in the bunk next to him. That person has incredibly painful wounds and burns on his body. These are the effects of overload in those who received a low-numbered gene product. This organization certainly has real power. The transmigrations only recently started, and they have already gotten their hands on so many gene medicines. This boss Zhang in the inner world clearly holds an important position. When the subordinate leading his wounded commander under his arm informed him that they had prepared a separate room for him, Yuan asked to be placed with Hu Xiaoyan. There's something the men haven't figured out yet. He needs to ask these 4 high school students. He then asked a subordinate to tell the wrench to check their identities. Some time has passed, and the two are already lying next to each other in adjacent hospital beds. Looking at his neighbor, Hu Xiaoyu thanked him for arriving in time to save them. Yuan noticed that the guy really had a lot to thank him for. Did you see how brave I was when I rescued you? Then I didn't get confused at the critical moment and kept calm in front of the many guns pointed at me. Oh, you couldn't have seen that. You seemed to be in the bag, muttered Yuan, delighted with himself, looking at the boy contentedly. The man then remarked that if Boss Zhang saw this, he would definitely give him a raise and a promotion. Looking at the agent in surprise, Xiaoyan asked how the organization knew what had happened in the neighborhood. Yuan, on the other hand, explained that it wasn't them who found out about the incident, but someone else. Kunlun just happened to be there by luck. Of course, it was also their responsibility to capture the criminals. Someone else. Who? The blonde boy asked with interest, glancing at the man. In turn, Yuan looked away and explained that he couldn't tell that. At that moment, a Kunlun employee approached Xiaoyan with a bag containing 4 cell phones found in the bandit's car. He immediately asked if the guy recognized the phones. The boy thanked the agent for bringing it to him and picked up his phone and started reading something. This is the first transaction. Don't forget to pay with gold bars, said a message received at the time of the incident from Liu Deju. Puzzled looking at this strange message, Xiaoyan tries to figure out how his classmate could be related to this. After some brief deliberation, eventually all the details of the story came together. It was Liu Deju who discovered that they were in danger. So this guy gave Kunlun the opportunity to catch the bandits and save his classmates. That's why he said that the first deal was finalized. This so-called deal is to save our lives. A dumbfounded Hu Xiaoyan thought to himself as he imagined the genius Desu. However, something else remained unclear. How did this guy know that these 4 were in danger? And how did he manage to bring Kunlun after him? At this moment, Liu Desu's phone received a thank you from Xiaoyu, who remarked that this cooperation was extremely pleasant, and added that he would pay double the price for the first transaction. What kind of divine partner is this? He doubled the amount at once. Is this really the world of the rich? Plus, this time the guy can try to stealthily take the gold bar for himself. Meanwhile, after getting up from his hospital bed, Yuan asked his neighbor how they were able to be caught. At first, he thought that the bandits had caught Jiang Shu and Li Tanjin. But when he opened the bag, he discovered that this was not the case. He had never seen the 4 of them before. Liu Desu went to Courtyard 4 on Qingshu Street for no reason and squatted down as if he was waiting for the criminals. Then the agents found that the crime scene was at Jiang Shu's house, but neither Jiang Shu nor Li Tanjin was seen. But 4 people were found, including Hu Xiaoyan. There's too much doubt in all of this. The blonde man explained that they were the new tenants of Building 12, students of the Luo Foreign Language School. Today they were going to visit their neighbors in the 201st apartment, and, unexpectedly, they ran into bandits inside. Those people immediately caught them. You're not travelers. Is it really just a coincidence? Yuan asked suspiciously, looking at the boy. Coincidence. Hu Xiaoyan replied to him, adjusting his glasses. Suddenly, a staff member entered the room, announcing that he had found Jiang Shu. Handing over the report to the commander, the agent said that after receiving a warning message from Kunlun, the woman and her daughter hid downstairs in a friend's house. Taking the document in his hand, Yuan swept up that since they had warned the two in advance, the bandits had come in vain. However, as a result, the bandits ran into Hu Xiaoyan and the rest of the unlucky children. The subordinate then reminded Commander Liu that the organization needed to pay for the medical expenses and the reserve funds were insufficient. Grudgingly holding his head, Yuan realized how unlucky they were lately. The salary was already small, and now there were new expenses. If I may, I would like to make a donation to Kunlun personally from myself, Hu Xiaoyan said upon hearing this. Yuan then asked the boy to stop. If the boy donated, and he and an ordinary person were in danger at the same time, who would need to be saved first? At that moment, the agents could save whoever was closer, right? But if the closer one is really Xiaoyan, then their impartiality to Kunlun would raise doubts. In fact, the man just quoted the words of the boss. Then he asked the guys not to worry, because their boss Zheng is very good and will be able to make money on his own. His father transferred him to Liu Deju's class, whispered in the commander's ear by an agent standing nearby. No wonder that boy is a money grabber when he opens his mouth. It turns out he's so rich. Looking at Hu Xiaoyan, Yuan asked how many gold bars the latter had promised to give Liu Dezu, and how many grams there were approximately. Hearing such an unexpected question, the blonde guy was surprised that Kunlun was aware of it. 100-gram gold bars this time, Xiaoyan replied, looking at the agents perplexedly. That's right, Liu Dezu has already blabbed about the gold bars and the Sparrow X car. Apparently, this Hu Xininju is the buyer. He's rich and powerful, so it makes sense that he found Dezu to buy resources from him in the inner world. Register all 4 of them. They're all travelers. There can be no mistake, Lu Yuan said, waving his hand to his subordinate. The man then sent a couple of messages to his boss. He narrated his speculation that Hu Xiaoyan had made a deal with Liu Dezu in advance. When Dezu came to get the gold bars, he had inadvertently pushed Kunlun into the bandits. All 4 of them along with Hu Xiaoyan are travelers, and Liu Dezu himself is already in a position where he can make deals with other people. Not bad, reasonable analysis. Immediately, his boss replied to him, raising Yuan's self-esteem. But seeing what Zheng Yuandong wrote behind it, the man snickered. Your analysis is wrong. Read the following message. When the agent asked what was wrong with his speculation, the boss explained that after Hu Xiaoyan made an appointment with Liu Dezu, he didn't wait for him at home, but ran to visit his neighbors out of the blue. Would anyone visit their neighbors before making an important transaction? No, that's not logical. Boss, are you saying that actually Hu Xiaoyan didn't even know that Liu Deju was coming, and they didn't agree on anything? Perplexed Yuan wrote in a reply message. Exactly. If you're a prominent figure like Liu Deju and someone asks you for a favor, will you squat quietly in front of the house for more than 20 minutes? Boss Zheng asked. Yuan, on the other hand, remarked that naturally, he wouldn't do that. He would think that it was someone who had gotten completely naked. It was about the same way he had broken up with his ex because she was too slow. The man waited half an hour for her every time they were going out. Zheng Yuandong then asked his subordinate if he wouldn't wait for him if he asked him to wait for half an hour. The agent replied that he simply wouldn't dare to do so. Are you saying that Liu Dezu has a boss too? Yuan suddenly guessed. When Boss Zheng asked his subordinate if he thought his previous conclusion was correct, Yuan realized that he had found many clues before, but hadn't thought them through so carefully. Someone deliberately hid one clue, so Yuan came to the wrong conclusion. This clue is the most hidden, but it is also the most important. Who told Liu Dezu to go to the courtyard of 4 on Xingshu Street? Who discovered the bandits' footprints? Who could have forced Liu Deju to squat voluntarily for more than 20 minutes? There was another unknown person tonight. A puppeteer hidden behind the scenes. This person must be the one Boss Zheng was talking about recently. The 3rd traveler in prison 18. He's been controlling Liu Deju's actions tonight. And he's tied this guy to Kunlun like a thread to a needle. But that's okay. At least as long as this man seems friendly. Yuan asked the boss why they shouldn't interrogate Liu Deju. That way they could find out who was behind all this. To this, Zheng replied that such an action would turn a potential friend into an enemy. Besides, an organization can't treat an innocent citizen like that. By the way, Jian Shu hid at the downstairs neighbor's place. This neighbor kid seems a bit strange to me, Lu Yuan thoughtfully remarked. Boss Zheng then inquired about what exactly he was strange about. The agent said that guy was cute and so he was easy to remember at first sight. Except that Kunlun discovered that the signal in that neighborhood was blocked, and so this guy also had no way to contact Liu Desu. Perhaps Yuan is just thinking too much. Qing Chen spread out his recliner on the floor and put his hands behind his head, thinking about what had happened today. Even if Liu Deju is tortured, the others will only know that there is another mysterious figure behind this guy behind the scenes, but there's no way for them to find out who it is. What happened tonight seemed to have nothing to do with Cheng. However, cause and effect are linked to him in many ways. It's like Shanky. The guy was always more suited to the role of a chess player, but not a chess piece. And that's why he will never agree to be someone's pawn. At that moment, the boy noticed Tunyan tiptoeing carefully sneaking toward him. "Brother Qing Chen, are you also awake?" the little girl asked him in a whisper, crouching down beside him, looking at the child. The guy wondered why she was still awake and where her mom was. Li Tongjian explained that mom had already fallen asleep, then asked if her brother had thought about what she had asked him last time. Not understanding what she was talking about, Chen asked the child what she meant. "Why are you pretending? You have such a good memory. You should know what I'm talking about. Today is September 29th and tomorrow is the 30th. The day after tomorrow is a national holiday." The girl reminded him, counting the days on her fingers. Then, looking at the guy, the delighted Tongjian suggested that he go and have fun. So much had happened, one should relax after all. Looking at the ceiling, Qing Chen said that if she wanted to go somewhere, she could just go by herself. Why call him out? The girl then explained that if her little brother didn't go, then her mom would stay home too. She said that it's too dangerous to go anywhere right now, but Tunyan thinks that staying in the city isn't a good option either. On the contrary, it would be better to go somewhere else. The news said that there are still 5 people left in that organization who haven't been caught. They must be looking out for travelers in the city. But when Chen wondered if she only wanted to go for fun, the girl admitted that wasn't the only reason. If they don't go anywhere on the national holiday, Tongjian will have to go to extra classes again. Looking at her, Qing Chen realized that considering Li Tongjian's intelligence, smartness, and maturity, it was more like a child's problems. Children could never escape from learning, even if it was a direct descendant of the Li consortium in the inner world. "Then where do you want to go? I can't promise I'll be able to convince your mom," the boy said, smiling contentedly. Cheering up, Tunyan reassured her brother, saying that he wouldn't have to convince anyone. The guy just has to agree and that's it. And the girl will do everything herself. Her mom just thinks it's not safe to leave, but if Chen goes with them, they won't be in any danger. They won't go far, somewhere near Luo City. How about Lajan Mountain? They say the sunrise is very beautiful there. After listening to the girl, Chen still promised her to go there together. But if her mom didn't agree, then there was nothing he could do to help. "Deal," the girl told him and then happily jumped back to her room. Meanwhile, a strange message arrived on the boy's phone. Qing Chen, are you here? Are you here?" A clearly agitated Genshin asked. Not understanding what the matter was, the boy asked his friend what was so important in the middle of the night.
Pet the cat.